Bugün bizlere görüşlerini sunarak ufkumuzu genişletecekler. Yeni Uluslararası Düzen Sempozyumu toplamda 6 oturumdan oluşacak. Bugün bizlere görüşlerini sunarak bir günlük bir maraton olacaklar. Yeni uluslararası düzen konuşmalar ayrıca Vatan Partisi'ne görüşlerini sunarak da canlı olarak yayınlanacaktır. İlk oturuma geçmeden önce bu aydınlatıcı sempozyumu dünya çapında böylesine geniş bir şekilde düzenlediği için Vatan Partisi'ne teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Bu vurguyla birlikte yarım asrı aşkın süredir Türkiye'nin bağımsızlık ve devrim mücadelesinin lideri olan Vatan Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Doktor Doğu Perinçek'i açılış konuşmasını yapmaya davet ediyorum. Doktor Perinçek, söz sizin.
Dr. Perinçek, the floor is yours. Our valuable friends from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean, dear friends, we are sharing with you the virtues of humanity. You are all very welcome to the new International Order Symposium. I am greeting you in the name of Vatan Party Turkey with warmest feelings of friendship and respect. A new world is being constructed. We are on the edge of the greatest revolutionary leap in human history. Because the imperialist capitalist system...
Çünkü emperyalist kapitalist sistem mafyalaşmış, üretimi boğan bir karakter kazanmıştır. Artık sistemin tahtında üretim süreçlerinde kazanılan özel kar değil, faiz, rant ve dolar vurgunculuğu oturmaktadır. Kapitalizm insanı emeğine, kendisine ve topluma yabancılaştırıyordu. Bugün emperyalizmin mafya sisteminde bu yabancılaşma ve yalnızlaşmanın artık insanlık için taşınamaz bir yük olduğu apaçık ortadadır. Zenginleşen kuzey ile yoksullaşan güney ülkeleri arasındaki uçurumun açılması, emperyalist sistem içindeki ülkelerde artan yoksulluk, işsizlik, ahlaki çözülme, uyuşturucu, bencilleşme, toplumsal dayanışmanın çökmesi, savaşlar, cinayetler, suçların salgın hastalık gibi yayılması, kadın erkek eşitsizliğinin büyümesi, yabancılaşma, menfilik, umutsuzluk, karamsarlık, vatansızlık, özel çıkar sistemi içinde çözümsüz kalan sorunlar sıralanıp gidiyor. Mevcut sistem toplumu parçalıyor ve dağıtıyor. Toplumlar toplum olmaktan vazgeçmeyeceklerine göre sistemden vazgeçeceklerdir.
The deepening of inequality between men and women, alienation, pessimism, hopelessness, fatalism, and lack of patriotism. The current system is atomizing and dissolving this.
Toplumlar toplum olmaktan vazgeçmeyeceklerine göre sistemden vazgeçeceklerdir. Yaşadığımız küresel pratiğe bakarsak, 1945'ten sonra kurulan ABD hegemonyası çökmektedir. Birincisi, dolar saltanatı yıkılıyor. İkincisi, ABD'nin silahlı gücünü dengeleyen silahlı güçler oluşmuştur. En önemlisi, devletler bağımsızlık, milletler kurtuluş, halklar devrim istiyor. Dünün yoksulları günümüzün zenginleri haline gelmektedir ve inisiyatif onların elindedir. Dünya ekonomisinin ağırlığı artık Asya'ya kaymaktadır. Dünün mazlumlar dünyası artık gelişen dünya oluyor. İnsanlığın büyük serüveni açısından bakarsak Atlantik çağının sonuna geldik. Asya çağına girmiş bulunuyoruz. Afrika ve Latin Amerika gelişen Asya'nın gelişen kanatlarıdır. Koronavirüs belası insanlığı birdenbire çağımızın büyük gerçeğiyle karşı karşıya getirdi. Toplum ya özel çıkar sisteminden vazgeçecek ya da canından olacak. Dünya, güneşin ve kendisinin çevresinde dönerken her sabah karşılaştığımız soru şudur: özel çıkar mı yoksa insan mı? Bireysel çıkar mı yoksa kamu çıkarı mı? Üretime zincir vuran bir sömürü sistemi mi, şiddet ve küresel terör mü, yoksa insanlık mı? Yanıt hayatın kendisindedir. Birey olarak yalnız yaşayamayacağımızın farkına vardık. Mafyalaşan sınıfsal tahakküm sistemlerinin çaresizliği ortadadır. Yeryüzü tarihinde hiçbir sistem insana ve doğaya karşı bu kadar yıkıcı olmamıştı. Kapitalizmin merkez ülkelerinde bugün 2 insandan biri ruhsal sorunlar nedeniyle doktora gidiyor. İnsan kirlenmesiyle doğa kirlenmesi tehlikeli boyutlarda. Ormanlar, ırmaklar ve denizler bile bu kirlenmeden nasibini alıyor.
Are affected from this pollution too.
Peki, emperyalist mafya sistemi içinde çözüm var mı? Özel kar sisteminin ozan tabakasındaki deliğin büyümesini izlemekten öte bir çaresi var mı? Hangi holding, hangi özel girişim dünyanın damındaki deliği kapatacak? Hangi holding insanın yalnızlaşmasına ve yabancılaşmasına çare bulacak? Küresel boyuttaki koronavirüs salgınına karşı emperyalist kapitalist sistem içinde insancıl çözüm var mı? Emperyalist kapitalist dünyanın seçkin düşünürleri bile bu sorulara olumlu yanıt veremiyorlar. İnsanlık Atlantik rüyasından şimdi kabusla uyanmaktadır. Emperyalist sistem içinde çözüm aldatmacalarına artık kimse inanmıyor. Şu anda karantinaya giren sistemin kendisidir. Başkanlar ve başbakanlar bile karantinaya alındı. Aslında bu olay finans diktasının ve liberalizmin karantinaya alınmasıdır. Evet, liberalizm hümanizme ihanet etti ve şimdi ihanetin bedelini ödüyor. Kutsal kitaplar Adem ile Havva'nın çocukları olan Kabil'in eşi Habil'i öldürdüğünü yazar. Liberalizm ve hümanizm de onlar gibi ikiz kardeş olarak dünyaya gelmişlerdi. Liberalizm, kardeşi hümanizmi öldürmeye kalktığı için cehennemlik olmuştur. İnsanlık, insancılıktan vazgeçmiyor, liberalizmden vazgeçiyor. Hümanizmin kamuculukla buluştuğu çağa girdik. Bu buluşma ilk buluşma değil. 20. yüzyılda insanlık, insanca yaşamak için çözümü kamuculukta bulmuştu. 20. yüzyılda bağımsızlıkçı ve kamucu devrimler ard arda geldi.
The 20th century began with one revolution after the other, all seeking independence and statism. The Turkish, Russian, Chinese,
Rus, Çin, Hint ve mazlumlar dünyasındaki diğer devrimler yeni bir dünya kurmuştu. 20. yüzyılın sonlarında gündeme gelen neoliberal küreselleşme dalgası, milli demokratik ve sosyalist devrimlerin kazanımlarını yok etmeye kalktı. Ama o karanlık çağ kısa sürdü. İnsanlık önündeki ağır sorunları özel çıkarcılık, bireycilik ve ABD hegemonyasıyla aşamayacağını görmüş bulunuyor. İnsanlık tarihinin en yüksek yasası gündemdedir. İnsanoğlu olumsuzluklara teslim olmuyor. Toplumlar ölüm ile yaşam arasında her zaman yaşamı seçmiştir ve seçecektir. Yaşamı seçmek, yalnızlığı değil toplumu seçmektir. Yaşamı seçmek, tarihin kritik anlarında kapıya dayanan yeni sistemi seçmektir. Bugün dünyanın kapısını çalan hümanizmdir, kamuculuktur, paylaşmaktır, emektir ve üretim odaklı siyasettir. Artık yükselen Asya uygarlığıdır. Hümanizm bayrağı yine Asyalıların elindedir. Kamuculuk, Çin'e özgü sosyalizm örneğinde koronavirüs salgınına karşı verdiği büyük mücadeleyle hümanizmin çağdaş mirasçısı olduğunu kanıtlamış bulunuyor.
against the coronavirus pandemic. As a new world is being
Yeni bir dünya kurulurken merhaba kamuculuk diyoruz. Kardeşliği, komşuluğu, fedakarlığı, paylaşmayı, sadakati, el birliğini, dayanışmayı, millet sevgisini, vatan sevgisini ayağa kaldırdığı için kamuculuğa hoş geldin diyoruz.
At this moment in time, humanity is not at the stage of completely abolishing.
İnsanlık bugün hemen kapitalist özel mülkiyeti bütünüyle tasfiye edecek bir aşamada değil. Ancak üretimi boğan finans diktasının sonu gelmiştir. Kendisinden başka kapitalist ülkeleri dahi baskı altına alan hegemonyacılığın miadı dolmaktadır. Küreselleşmenin milli devletleri yıkıma uğratma girişimi iflas etmiştir. Siyasal düzlemde Batı'nın sahte demokrasisi bütün iddialarını yitiriyor. İnsan hakları düzenbazlığının foyası meydana çıkmıştır. Önümüzdeki devrim dalgası Asya, Afrika ve Latin Amerika'dan kapitalizmin merkezlerine doğru birçok ülkeyi şu veya bu ölçüde kucaklayacaktır. Yükselen eğilimler şunlardır: gelişen dünyada milli devletlerin pekişmesi, korumacılığın geri dönüşü, devlet kapitalizminden sosyalizmin emekleme dönemine uzanan çeşitli örneklerde kamuculuk, dolar merkezli finans sisteminin çökmesi, bölgesel para ve banka sisteminin kurulması ve gelişmesi, ayrıca milli paralarla ticaret, daha paylaşmacı, görevi daha adil paylaşma modelleri.
Increasing international trade in national currencies, spread of models that are comparatively more equal, more sharing, on the ideological level.
İdeolojik düzlemde kamucu milliyetçiliğin ve bilimsel sosyalizmin kuvvet kazanması ve yayılması. Siyasal düzlemde halka dayanan disiplinli devrimci demokrasinin yükselişi. İnsanlığın karşılaştığı büyük tehditlere karşı uluslararası ölçekte işbirliği, enternasyonalizm. Çok kutuplu dünyaya doğru karşı konulamaz ilerleyiş. Toplam olarak bakarsak milli demokratik devrimler ve sosyalizme açılma çağında güçlü bir atılımın içine girdik. İnsanlık gelişmiş kapitalist ülkelerdeki demokratik devrimlerden sonra 20. yüzyılın mazlumlar dünyasındaki milli demokratik devrimleri yaşamıştı. Şimdi 3. büyük devrim dalgası gelmektedir ve bu dalga aynı zamanda sosyalizme açılan atılımları da bağrında taşıyor. Finans kapitalin hükmettiği karanlık dünyadan üretenlerin aydınlık dünyasına gidiyoruz. İnsanlığın bu büyük atılımı kuşkusuz kendiliğinden olmayacak. Biz öncü partiler bu sürecin seyircisi değil, yapıcısıyız. İnsanlık önündeki sorunları üretici sınıfların devrimleriyle çözecektir. Bu devrimler millidir. Ancak milli sınırlar içine kapanmayacaktır. Mazlumların ve gelişen dünyanın enternasyonel dayanışması gündemdedir. Yeni bir devrimler çağının eşiğindeyiz. 7 iklimde gül ile gülün değiştirildiği bir dünya insanlığın ufkundadır. Değerli arkadaşlar, siz katılımcıların birikimlerini bildiğimiz için sempozyumun verimli bir tartışmaya zemin oluşturacağından eminiz. Görüşlerinizi merakla bekliyoruz. Hepinizi sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyoruz.
Thank you, Dr. Dolperinçek. I will now pass the floor to Vatan Party's representative in China, Mr. Mehmet Adnan Akfrat, to moderate the first session. The floor is yours, Mr. Akfrat.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, friends, comrades, good morning. Welcome to our international symposium. I would like to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Jing Dongcha. He is from the Chinese Communist Party Central Committee International Relations Department. We are requesting from the speakers to follow the time restrictions. It's a whole day conference, so we have to follow the time to make it smoothly. Please, Dr. Jing Dongcha, Zaoshanha, go on.
你好, Adnan. Thank you, Adnan. Can you hear me? And the distinguished chairman, Dr. Perchek, dear colleagues, greetings from Beijing. While globally the pandemic is still raging, I wish you good health and all the best. I would like to thank the organizer of this virtual meeting for the kind invitation that allows me to exchange ideas with our friends on the issue of international order. Regarding the changes in the international order, my basic viewpoint is that the entire world is undergoing major changes and adjustments, while it's getting even closer to a major turning point, and there is a great progress being made. This change is profoundly influencing the progress of human history. We would call it a change unseen in the century. It would be specifically described as follows. The first is the change of science and technology. The rapid development of information technology has promoted a new round of technological and industrial revolution. The internet, cloud computing, big data, and artificial intelligence are surging. The fourth industry revolution is in the ascendant, which is changing the way of human production, life, and communication around the way. This has brought new development opportunities to developing countries, but it has also brought new challenges. The second is the change of economic globalization. Since the Second World War, economic globalization has promoted the transnational and transregional flow of production facts, promoted the international economic and cultural exchanges, promoted the great growth of material wealth, and brought about the vitality and prosperity of the world economy. However, in recent years, the trend of anti-globalization under the banner of trade protectionism and populism has sprung up in some developed countries. Multilateralism and free trade system have been threatened, and economic globalization has encountered resistance. The third is the change of international political structure. With the rapid development of emerging countries, developing countries have gained more and more voice in international politics and become an important new force in the world political pattern. Relations among big countries have been easily adjusted, and the world political pattern is full of uncertainty. The fourth is the change of global governance order. Over the past century, Western countries have been dominant in international governance, while the vast number of developed countries are in the marginal zone, lacking the right of discourse and governance. With the rapid development of large number of emerging economies and developing countries, the global governance system has entered a period of accelerated reform, and the international power has become more balanced. In all, to the unprecedented changing situation today, the new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation are the fundamental driving force of its development. The profound changes in the international balance of power are its orientation. The in-depth judgment of economic globalization is its important content. The reshaping of the global governance system and the international order is its development trend. The pandemic of the COVID-19 acts as an important driving force of its accelerated evolution, and the apparent increase in instability and uncertainty facing the world would be the basic feature. From a historical perspective, such a change is not a change in a moment, nor a change in a region or a country, but a country in the world, a change in the times, and a change in history. It has a profound historical origin. Looking back over the 100 years since the end of the First World War, the world has gone through so many far-reaching major events, and the changes it has undergone were so huge and profound. First, from 1929 to 1933, there was the Great Depression, and then the Second World War, forming an international system with the United Nations as the main global governance platform. After that, the world experienced over 40 years of the Cold War, the subsequent dramatic changes in Eastern Europe, and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Then, we had rapid development of the economic globalization in the next 30 years from the late 1970s to the early 1980s, and the technological and industrial revolutions thereafter, including nuclear energy and information technology, which have brought about comprehensive and profound changes in human society. After experiencing the once-in-a-century international financial crisis in 2008, we are now experiencing an unprecedented global pandemic of the COVID-19 and its serious and far-reaching consequences. Observing from a perspective of covering the entire history of the world, human society has gone through twists and turns in the past century, from conflict and wars to peace and order. It's like the world is going round through a grand circle. Last but not least, in the face of the major changes unseen in a century, China adheres to the vision for global governance, featuring extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. It insists that global affairs shall be handled by people of all countries through consultation, and that we shall actively work to make the global governance rules become more democratic. We will hold high the banner of multilateralism of the United Nations, give full play to the constructive role of the World Trade Organization, the International Money Fund, the World Bank, the G20, the EU, and other global and regional multilateral mechanisms to jointly promote the development of a community with a shared future for mankind. My speech is finished. Wish the conference success. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Akfrat, please unmute yourself.
Excuse me?
Please, yeah.
Dr. Jing Dongcha, we met in Beijing. I hope that we can meet again in Beijing after the pandemic is over. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for participation to this international symposium. I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Lu Baolin to make his speech. Professor Dr. Lu Baolin is from Fujian University, and Lu Baolin and the Professor Dr. Qing Enfu, they have published an important article about the Lenin's imperialism theory and the implementation to today's world. Please, Professor Dr. Lu Baolin, you can go on, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. There's a problem. I cannot share my screen.
Professor Lu Baolin, please make
Hi. There's a problem. I cannot share my screen, share my PPT. I cannot share.
Ne yapacağım? Now you may share your presentation. Now you are the co-host. You can do it now.
Thank you.
Professor Lu Baolin from Fujian University, and he's making his representation with the together with Professor Qing Enfu.
Please wait a minute. Sorry. Please wait me.
You are welcome. Take your time.
Can you see my PPT? Can you see my PPT?
Aynısını yaptı. Geçen sefer de bunu yaptı. Bir şeyin üstüne alması gerekiyor programını.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to have this opportunity to attend this conference.
Desktop demesi lazım.
Desktop.
Masaüstü, desktop.
Desktop.
The topic of my presentation is the characters of new imperialism.
Göremiyoruz ki şu anda. You should share desktop. Whole desktop. We can't see anything now. You should close your screen share and again sharing.
Geçen sefer yaptığın gibi der misin?
Onu ben diyemem. Siz söyleyin isterseniz oradan.
Dur, iki ses olmaz.
Yok.
Benim sesim duymuş. Professor Lu Baolin, please.
Can you see my?
close your sharing and reopen it.
Now, can you see my PPT? Is it well? Is it okay? It's okay.
You have to move that file onto desktop.
No, is it okay?
Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. Yeah. Please go on. Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your gracious introduction. I'm Lu Baoning from Fujian Normal University, China. I'm glad to have this opportunity to attend this conference. The topic of my presentation is the characteristics of new imperialism. The historical evolution of capitalism has passed through several distinct stages. At the beginning of the 20th century, capitalism reached a stage of private monopoly, which their name termed imperialist stage. In order to expand overseas and redistribute the territory of the world, the leading powers from various alliances launched the fierce struggle that led to two world wars. After World War II, a number of economically backward countries adopted a socialist path of development. Although it had long before been predicted that capitalism would inevitably be replaced by socialism, this was accomplished only in few countries. The capitalist and imperialist system, despite suffering grave problems, still survived. From the 1980s and the 1990s, capitalism carried out a strategic shift to new liberal policies and evolved into its new imperialist stage. This represents a new stage in the development of imperialism following the Cold War. New imperialism is a specific stage of historical development that has arisen in the contemporary world against a background of economic globalization and financialization. If we define new imperialism with regard to its economic nature and the general tendencies, we may conclude that its four characters are demonstrated in the respect that the globalized contradictions and various crises of the system frequently become intensified. It is this that determines the new situation of today's monopolistic and predatory, parasitic, decaying, transitional, and moribund capitalism. First, new imperialism is a new type of monopolistic and predatory capitalism. The economic essence of new imperialism is that it's a monopolistic financial capitalism established on the basis of gender transnational versions. According to data on the 14 Global 500 for year 2017, the revenues of 318 of the world's top 500 companies, excluding Chinese firms, reached 22.83 trillion, equivalent to 29.3% of gross world products. the essence of new imperialism is its need to control and plunder. Its drive to predatory accumulation is not only demonstrated by its exploitation of labor in the natural state, but also by its plunder of other countries. True. Second, the new imperialism is a new type of capitalism that is hegemonic and fraudulent. It is well known imperialism as represented by US employs hegemonism, bullying, and utilitarianism, and adheres to double standards in diplomatic policy. At one point, Secretary of the State, a former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, publicly admitted that and expressed pride in his country's fraudulent actions. I was the CIA director, he said. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had an entire training course. It reminds you of the story of the American experiment. Economic hegemony and fraud. As Americans' international influence declines and that of China increases, right-wing parties spare no effort to stand and demonize China. Former U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson called China new imperialist power and warned Latin American countries not to rely excessively on economic relations with China. While this trade has brought benefits, it stated the unfair trading practices used by many Chinese have also harmed those countries' manufacturing sectors, generating unemployment and lowering wages for workers. But contrary to Tillerson's standards, Chinese investment in Latin America is totally in compliance with business rules and local laws and regulations. According to statistics, Chinese enterprises created 1.8 million jobs in Latin America during the years from 1995 to 2016. Political hegemony and fraud. The United States has always labeled itself as a representative of countries advocating democracy, freedom, and equality. Using political and diplomatic means, it spared no effort to impose its political system on other countries, especially the developments it identifies as dictatorships. Cultural hegemony and fraud. American cultural hegemony is manifested principally through its control of media outlets and education, and through the propaganda function both at home and abroad of its literature and art, and of its liberal arts, academia, and of its values. The United States controls the authoritative genres, the mode discourse in the area of liberal arts, academia, and it is the US that determines the standards of any education. This situation provides a power tool for spreading deceptive Western universal values, Western constitutional views, the new liberal economic concepts throughout the world. Military hegemony and fraud. Since this integration of the Soviet Union, the United States has become increasingly presumptuous and has tended to resort to military force or threats in dealing with questions of international relations. In 2003, the US falsely claims that Iraq could produce and press chemical weapons and of mass destruction after occupies Iraq. However, US found no evidence to prove that Iraq could produce chemical weapons of mass destruction. The dual purpose of the US in fabricating this lie was to control Iraq's oil resources by military means. Third, new imperialism is a new type of parasitic and decaying capitalism. In an era of new imperialism, the number of rentiers is increasing sharply, and the nature of the rentier countries is become more pronounced. The parasitism and the decay of a small number of capitalist countries is far worsened, as can be seen in specifically in the foreign aspects. The US is the world's largest parasitic and decaying country. The Natural Health Report released by the Natural Health Research Group of the Chinese Academy of Sciences shows that the United States is the country with the most hegemonic dividends in the world. For a year 2011, US hegemonic dividends totaled $7,396.09 billion, corresponding to 52% of the country's GDP, and the average of hegemonic dividends obtained per day came to 20 billion. Wealth and incomes are concentrated in the hands of a specific class of owners and financial class assets. Four, new imperialism is a new type of transitional and mobile capitalism. What many people seem to find confusing, however, is that except in a very small number of countries where socialism is being constructed, most capitalist societies have not perished. This raises a very important question: how to judge the transitional nature of contemporary capitalism, or its tendency to decline and perish? First, unlike everything in the world, the new imperialist system is constantly changing. It is a transient phenomenon in human history, and is not eternal. Second, its development follows a path from a low to high level. New imperialism will eventually turn into socialism through various forms of revolution. If we examine the current situation on the basis of the international forces of justice and development of the twists and turns of the international class struggle, the 21st century is a new era in which the world working class and the masses in general carried out great revolutions and safeguarded world peace, in which the socialist countries carried out great feats of construction and undergo rapid development, and in which the progressive civilized nations work together to build a new community with a shared future for humankind, a world in which new imperialism and global capitalism gradually make way for global socialism. I have finished my speech. Thank you.
Much, Professor Lu Baolin. We have enlightened with your presentation. Thank you for contribution. Now, dear guests, dear friends, I would like to introduce lawyer Faik Işık from Turkey. Mr. Faik Işık is representing the Belt and Road Initiative quarterly. This is published in Turkey, Turkish and English. This is the first issue, BRIC magazine. The aim is the road to fair international order. Please go on. Lawyer Faik Işık. Ses yok.
Sordurdum. Başkan mutluyum.
Sesinizi duyamıyoruz.
Yes, now, could you hear me? Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Now, thank you, Mr. President. Here is the last version of the Greek. And I'm talking on behalf of BRIQ, Greek. On the verge of the Second World War, the great revolutionary Mustafa Kemal Atatürk used the following words to stress how the world would be shaped in the new age. Look at the sun rising from the east. I see the rising of Eastern nations as I see the break of dawn today. Colonialism and imperialism will disappear from the face of the earth, and they will be replaced by an era of harmony and cooperation between nations in which discrimination with respect to color, religion, and ethnicity will not exist. The beginning of the 20th century marks the beginning of the East's rebellion and victories against imperialism in the 21st century. Developing countries from East Asia to Far Asia and from Latin America to Africa are rising to demand a just international order. At a time when U.S. ambitions for a unipolar world order have lost their appeal, a new order is taking shape through the multipolarization of world politics and the acceleration of cooperation between developing countries, rejecting a globalism of imperialist states. Under these conditions, the new agenda of global cooperation should respond to the needs and aspirations of developing countries seeking joint development and solidarity under the guidance of public-driven projects. In particular, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, put forward 2013 by Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, provides a suitable opportunity and sound foundation for the implementation of this new agenda of global cooperation. Unlike the Western-centered world order, BRI seeks peaceful collaboration for improving global trade and production towards common goals for humanity. It firmly rejects crude imperialist exploitation. Turkey has a significant role, real and potential, in accelerating South-South cooperation. Turkey is conveniently located as Asia's farthest outpost to the West. It assumes a critical position as a pivotal country on BRI's North-South and East-West axis, standing out for the aspiration for common prosperity and shared development. The BRI is developing a new kind of cooperation model that has the potential to shape the world order beyond the economic benefits it provides to the participating countries. As the East develops and progresses, the West is increasingly shrinking and strained. With its position as an intercontinental bridge connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa via the Mediterranean, and thanks to its 1,000-year-old state tradition and its vast cultural heritage, Turkey will play a key role in the construction of this new order. Moreover, Turkey experiences a cycle in which the necessary conditions and opportunities have emerged for this potential to be actualized. In this 21st century, Silk Road, the Belt and Road Initiative, Turkey comes together not only with China, but also with the rest of Asia and with Africa and Latin America. Turkey is starting to take its honorable place among the emerging Asian nations and getting the opportunity to establish equal relationship with European countries and the United States of America. In parallel with the advancement of multipolarity in the world, it appears that a power shift has been occurring from the Atlantic to Asia. After September 11, 2001, the doctrine of the global war against terrorism and the attempts to actualize the war can well be interpreted as an effort to prevent the emergence of multipolarity. In the geography extending from Africa to China, virtually all developing countries have increasingly suffered terrorism that exploits ethnic separatism and religion since the beginning of the 2000s. Moreover, governments in several countries, such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, have been overthrown by US or NATO-led foreign interventions. The countries subjected to foreign interventions have either been fragmented or driven into chaos. This situation leads to the strengthening of a new tendency of cooperation among developing countries in both economic and security affairs. One could observe that the effort to jointly respond to common threats has improved among developing countries that were in rival camps before 1991. Countries that are targeted by the Atlantic Front are able to protect and to strengthen their national states to the extent that they succeeded in solving problems among themselves. A strong case in point is the Astana partnership formed by Turkey, Russia, and Iran during the Syria crisis, which marks perhaps the most successful and fruitful example of such cooperation attempts. In order for the Belt and Road Initiative to turn into a success story, it is imperative to provide security along the roads that form the new Silk Road, the backbone of BRI. Therefore, cooperation in the field of security has inevitably an important place in the agenda of BRI. The realization of such cooperation, as is envisaged in the Belt and Road Initiative, will not only create a safe environment for individual countries taking part in this cooperation, but will also provide international security as a global common good. While security concerns are also growing in developed countries, it stands out with the greatest potential to ensure trust among nations. The COVID-19 outbreak has revealed the collapse of neoliberalism, which disintegrates nation states in the developing world, both economically and culturally. Asia is now home to newly proliferating values such as the public interest, solidarity, shared development, socialism, and collaboration on the basis of equality among nation states. These values stand in contrast in the socio-economic model of Atlantic system, which is rooted in individualism and profit maximization. In the present era, the USA has been engaging in provocations and conspiracies in every strategic point of the sea and the waterways, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean and the South China Sea. US attempts at undermining Turkey's rights and interests in the Eastern Mediterranean does not only concern Turkey, but they also target the interest of China, Russia, and Iran, directly or indirectly. Similarly, US attempts at undermining Chinese sovereignty rights in South China Sea are related not only to the interests and rights of China, but also the interest of Turkey, Russia, and Iran. A similar situation goes for US attempts at confining Iran to the Persian Gulf through sanctions and military threats. Developing countries suffering from problems created by Atlanticist globalization must find common solution to common threat. In this connection, BRI has already made significant progress in building solid cooperation between Asia, Europe, and Africa. Significant collaboration over BRI have been established not only between China and neighboring countries in the region, but also among several countries across Africa and Europe. As the consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrate, Atlanticist globalization and the socio-economic implications of neoliberalism pose a great threat to the present as well as the future of humanity. Atlanticist globalization, contrary to its own claims, constitutes the major obstacle to free trade, development, and peace. Another important point to be noted here is that this situation is not only valid for developing countries, but also for all other countries in the world. US sanctions against Turkey, China, Russia, and Iran undermine the interest of Europe as well. For this reason, the gap between USA and Europe is becoming larger in terms of policies to be pursued in world affairs. This situation creates favorable conditions for the developing world to resist US pressures. The expansion of BRI by engaging Europe will help to buffer the aggressive policies of USA. Moreover, Turkey's resolution to protect its own rights and interests in the Eastern Mediterranean and Cyprus against USA provocations directly contributes to the advancement of BRI with its role as a strategic bridge between continents. Turkey's active participation is crucial for the construction of the West Asian feed to BRI. This being said, the positive effect of Turkey's participation is not limited to this role alone. Turkey's participation would also disrupt plans for restraining BRI within the borders of Asia. At the end of my presentation, I would like to inform you, our distinguished participants, about the BRIC journal, of which I am a member of the advisory board. Our quarterly magazine, published in Turkish and English, has published 6 issues, which includes articles evaluating scientific and concrete issues on the basis of developing countries' search for fair world order. We have specified the purpose of our journal in the principles of publication as follows. BRIC assumes the task of providing direct exchange of views and information among Chinese and Turkish academics, intellectuals, and policymakers. In the meantime, this journal will serve as a platform to bring together intellectual accumulation of the whole world, especially developing countries, on the basis of the Belt and Road Initiative, which presents a historic opportunity for the common future of humanity. BRIC is also devoted to publishing research and offer intellectual contributions that underline the transformative power of public-driven economies, where popular interests are upheld as the basic principle ahead of individual profit. The fundamental tasks of BRIC are to demonstrate how BRIC can contribute to implementation of these public-driven model and to help potential BRIC partners, including Turkey, to realize their real potential. BRIC stands for the unity of humanity and a fair world order. It will therefore be a publication for the world distinguished intellectuals, especially those from Eurasia, Africa, and the Americas, the defenders of a new civilization rising from Asia on the basis of peace, fraternity, cooperation, prosperity, social benefit, and common development. Furthermore, we defined our claim in the press release of BRIC as follows. We have very significant difference that distinguishes us from our peers. BRIC, Belt and Road Initiative Quarterly, has a claim. This claim is being a preparative leader and international center on the intellectual ground in the matter of which foundations the international fair order demanded by the developing world will emerge and on which basis it will develop. This claim is being a platform which intellectuals in Turkey, a key country in the Asian age, will be decisive in this effort. It's to be constructive, constituent, and developer, not to be passive, following, criticizing, opposing. It's to open up possibilities and opportunities offered by Belt and Road Initiative to the political and business world. As countries in the developing world, we face similar problems. It's a common assessment of everyone in the world that the global power shifts have occurred in the world and the Asian age is rising instead of Atlantic-based global order. We are experiencing the pain of establishment of a new world order, which will determine the coming decades. The period of Pax Americana is over. We are now experiencing a period in which regional alliances are decisive in the world and initiative has passed into the developing world. However, the intellectuals of Asia, Africa, and Latin America who come up with ideas on similar problems are able to access information filtered by Atlantic centers about conditions in another part of the world in these conditions. It is getting importance that intellectuals of the developing world who are concerned about the establishment of this new world order meet on a platform where they can exchange information and ideas directly. Through BRIC, we will jointly evaluate and discuss problems and solutions in the establishment of this new world order, while completing its first year with its unique design, cover issues, contents, scientificness of articles, and the authors from different countries of the world. BRIC has released 4 issues proving this claim. In these issues, BRIC has featured academic articles, essays, and interviews of authors from prestigious universities in China and Turkey, including Russia, Iran, Mexico, Australia, Germany. In addition, we have reflected intellectual knowledge of Turkish business people, which is fed by their own practices. During its first year, BRIC has published articles, interviews, and book reviews by scholars who are specialists in their field and well-known in the world. At the present time, a huge ideological political transformation has been occurring in Turkey and in the world. A serious change in consciousness is being experienced in the different political fractions in Turkey, which is as a country fighting with its nation against siege of imperialism. This change, which occurs at first in business and political world, in concrete practice, has gradually affected academia. An accumulation analyzing the rise of Asia, the collapse of Atlantic system, and thinking on alternative solutions for the future of Turkey. And totally, the common future of humanity is being formed in the universities, the world of politics and business. But this is unconnected each other. Brings this accumulation together around the principles of publication and has started to become a significant intellectual center. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you hear me?
Thank you very much, Mr. Faik Işık.
You're welcome.
We have time. We are ahead of our schedule. If you wish, you can add 3 more minutes to your speech.
In fact, I would like to add some certain problems between China and Turkey and Russia and Iran, our region, and in the world as general. We really search and share some titles like AC Battle. When you give me this duty, I checked some issues, and I saw AC Battle, integrated battle doctrine, containment policy, containment Iran, containment China, containment Turkey, containment Russia. And in the world nowadays, the countries can say no against imperialism, new type of colonialism. So there are so many problems. East Asian foreign policy, China containment policy, and geostrategy in Central Asia. And in fact, now we are talking English. For example, we need to talk also cultural colonialism, cultural imperialism, cultural hegemony, unequal relationship between civilizations, and globalizing and post-colonial theories. I hope we will interest these issues in our, next magazine. We can discuss these disputes also. And when we look at, when I check, look at some newspapers and books or some articles from internet, beyond multilateral policies and security dialogues, China-US relations, India-US relations, Japan-US relations, Philippines, Indo-Pacific problems, and quadrilateral security dialogue against China. Blue team in US politics. There are some guys in USA, as you know, some journalists, some politicians are preparing some games against China, as well as Russia, Turkey, and Iran. And there are another military preparation in Indian and Pacific Ocean, Malabar, naval exercises. So we really need to work hard together. My mind, in fact, confused with such kind of really big problems, and I hope we can find a way, common way, with our friends, distinguished friends from all over the world, with their articles, with their thoughts. We can develop common policies against imperialism and colonialism in our age. And there are some legal issues also. We have to focus on legal civil rights or human rights redefined according to our culture, according to our civilization. I have, for example, I would like to show you a book And in this book, there are so many pictures, so many arts, works, sculptures stolen from Asia. You can see the fortune of East countries, the fortune which belongs to the rest of the Europe. You can see your own sculptures or arts in the Museum of Europe, America. They stole our civilization, in fact. And this is really shocking. When you look at the London museums, German museums, France museums, USA museums, you will see they stole so many sculptures, so many artistic things stolen from other countries and demonstrating with crowd in their museums. This is also cultural imperialism, also linguistic imperialism. Now we are gathering together in a meeting, scientific meeting from all over the world, but we are using English or American English. This is also, I think we need to work also to learn each other's languages. Linguistic imperialism is another problem.
Last sentence, please.
Yes. And scientific imperialism. Our Greek atoms is against scientific imperialism because they are imposing us some policies, some words, okay, some idioms. We have to accept it. No, we can create new idioms, new world, new slogans, new explanation to the world, which covers everybody equally and friendly with fraternity. So I would like to prepare myself really a long, essay for our quarterly, Mr. President. I would like to spend your time more. I hope to see you in another meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear Faik Işık. Thank you for your comments and your contribution. Now I would like to introduce Peter Woods. Peter Woods is the co-chair of Asia Pacific Regional Committee for Peaceful Reunification of Korea. We met Peter Woods, distinguished with Peter Woods in Pyongyang, People's Democratic Korea. Please go on, Peter Woods.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank your party for the invitation to be here. I'm very pleased to see that wonderful picture of Ataturk there and to see that his philosophy, his vision, and his leadership is still very close to your heart. I will be speaking about towards a US regime-free democratic order embracing social justice and equity. I was born in the middle of the Second World War and have witnessed the remarkable activities, advances, and tragedies of this period of history. The greatest opportunities for peace came when there was a balance of power of the great and arrogant imperialist powers, but at least worldwide conflict was constrained. Sure, we witnessed a Cold War and attempts by the primary world powers to attempt to draw smaller nations into their sphere of influence. Those countries who broke the shackles of colonial and imperialist control and sought independence were sometimes tolerated. But if they were seeking a new order and embraced socialism, were often ruthlessly put down by the British, French, other European powers, and last but by no means least, by the highly manipulative and evil regime of the United States. The US regime has conducted illegal invasions and promoted coups across the globe, in Central and South America, in the Caribbean, in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Europe. They have intruded into Asia Pacific with devastating wars against the Vietnamese, Afghanis, and Korean people. The US is the only regime to have used nuclear bombs against women, children, and men in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the chemical agents orange and napalm in Vietnam. They dropped more bombs on Korea than there were people and committed appalling war crimes. They seem more determined to further consolidate their negativity by setting in motion a campaign to demonize China and pit Asian against Asian by utilizing non-Asian nations to provide some semblance of legitimacy to their outrageous behavior. They denied they were deploying a campaign of encirclement and containment of China. But immediately prior to leaving office, Trump released the United States strategic and military plans, and this exposed the lies the regime had been enunciating for years. Those of us who have been working in the region for many years could see on the ground what the US and their minions had been up to. The truth was then revealed by an unexpected source. Out of the blue came a new designation promoted by the US regime and their sycophants, the term Indo-Pacific. They threw out the embracing term Asia-Pacific, which gave a clear recognition of the entity of Asia with all its historical connections and split the diverse cultural region into two ocean designations. The people in the small island nations identify with Pacific, and the larger ones in the north identify as Asia. The people living on the islands of the Indian Ocean do not identify with Indian, but connect with Asia or Africa or Australia. It would appear that the US regime is endeavouring to manufacture regional identification to somehow promote India as a challenge to China, and their actions seem to attempt to accentuate the differences rather than promote harmony within the region. This is also evident in Korea, where the US regime has refused to sign a peace treaty with the DPRK, that is North Korea, which is committed to on the signing of the armistice in 1953. They use every excuse to avoid this action, and the rest of the world remains silent, just as they do in forgetting the long-suffering Palestinians. By keeping a state of conflict, they can continue to deploy 28,000 troops in South Korea, together with much weaponry and a naval base on Jeju Island. They keep many thousands of troops in Japan, thousands in Northern Australia, together with a CIA spy facility in Pine Gap, Australia. This has really nothing to do with North Korea, but is part of the US regime's aggressive strategy against China. But they dishonestly ascribe their action to a perceived threat from the Koreans. And you will see that this is enunciated in the media across the world, the demonization of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and building an attitude of hate towards the Koreans and an ability to keep it divided. And diplomats and countries around the world have been totally conned by this. The intention is to have conflict on the Korean Peninsula because they want an excuse to be targeting China and building up its military capacity in the countries surrounding China. In this political climate, the US regime is effectively destroying the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. This arrogant regime has never accepted the equality of other nations. It is engaged in pretense with the allies it has conned. The pacts, alliances, and treaties have been demonstrably one-sided and pernicious. Julian Assange of WikiLeaks clearly demonstrated the duplicitous behaviour of the US regime with their illegal and violent acts and how they spied on their so-called allies. Upon these revelations being exposed, the so-called allies condemned Assange rather than the criminal regime they had trusted. As an Australian, I was disgusted that when all was revealed, the then Prime Minister of Australia condemned the Australian citizen, Julian Assange, rather than the dishonest US regime. The US has then spent years aided and abetted by their allies to try and have Assange deported to the United States to face American justice. Punishment to the purveyor of the truth. That would be the justice likely to be attained from that system that purports to be democratic. The same sort of justice meted out in Guantanamo Bay or in Iraq or Vietnam or in the torture and rendition programs initiated by the self-styled leader of the free world. The US is not one country, but 2. An observant visitor can clearly recognise that there is a first world America and a third world America. The very notion of capitalism relies on there being the haves and the have-nots. The inequitable distribution of capital ensures that the perpetuation of capitalism US style, entrenched racism and cultural and religious bigotry, ably assisted by a proliferation of guns, provides the social atmosphere that no other responsible nation would endure. This is the model that the US promotes to the world. They emphasize the first world America and not the reality of the third world America, nor the arrogant stupidity of a great bulk of its leadership. Yet many international leaders still clutch at the apron strings of Uncle Sam in order to preserve their own political power. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Australian Prime Minister called for an investigation on the virus in China outside of the World Health Organization. He also banned Huawei 5G and a number of other initiatives clearly mimicking the US actions and propaganda. He couldn't work out why China would then ban a number of imports from Australia, causing much criticism from farmers towards the stupidity of the Australian government. The US regime has constantly relied upon unthinking sycophants across the world to carry out its propaganda bidding. However, the people are awakening. We can all thank social media and the distribution of communications outside the heavily controlled and increasingly diminishing media outlets for exposing the reality of the world. In the light of this new exposure, people in their millions are now challenging the old social order and are seeking to extend their rights in a truly participatory manner to the uprising engineered by the CIA's wanted regime change to serve the needs of capitalist America. These uprisings are more often a reflection of real consciousness raising and a determination to bring about change. The irony is that the pandemic has brought people closer together in fighting a common enemy, and they have seen the US providing no leadership and indeed dragging the chain and in effect killing their own people like no other nation. The fragility of life has shown that for all its bluster and arrogance, the great US is a failure. China and other developing countries have left them behind, and some middle-order developed countries with a socialized health system and a more egalitarian society has awakened the people of the world to a new reality. Well, an old reality, but one they were not often readily exposed to previously. As there has been a steady decrease in confidence about the US and a growing awareness on the needs of people and the importance of the availability of medical and social services and rewarding employment, the demands of the people is becoming clearer. If politicians and governments fail to recognise this and importantly do something about it, they will be left behind by their constituents. On the international front, the world financial bodies are failing to keep up with their assumed role. Groupings of countries led by China are setting in place alternative access to capital, and China has adopted a most generous position in sharing its increasing wealth both internally and externally. Having visited China since 1978, I have seen a mighty nation climb out of poverty to become the potential wealthiest nation on earth. Internally, the wealth has been shared by the people with a huge increase in their quality of life. Physical infrastructure has been provided far better than most other countries, and certainly far better than the current United States regime. And those isolated regions are assisted in catch-up through sponsorship from the larger, wealthier cities in China. Such is possible in a socialist society. Externally, China is sharing its newfound prosperity through the One Belt, One Road initiative, providing substantial injection of capital into development projects around the world. Of course, the US regime is doing it all it can to harm China's economy and trying to destroy its assistance to other countries. How could they ever accept that a socialist country could be so successful? This, they believe, is the preserve of capitalism. It is vital that we all expose the contradictions of the failed world order. It is imperative that we assert the sovereignty of countries and a peaceful coexistence of all. The warmongering campaign against China must be thwarted, and the continuing demonization of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and Palestine by the forces of darkness must cease. A prime example of the outrageous treatment of Korea continues with the US regime failing to sign the peace treaty and continuing to manipulate economic sanctions against the Korean people.
Out of time.
Can I just finish up? I would just remind you of the author George Orwell when he appropriately reflected, and I quote, "Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind," unquote. There must be something better for us to engage in than this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Woods. From Australia, Peter Woods is the co-chairman of the reunification of Korea. We have finished the first session with distinguished Peter Woods. Thank you very much for all the participants for the first session. Dr. Jing Dong Cha, Professor Dr. Lu Baolin, Lawyer Faik Işık, and the Mr. Distinguished Peter Woods. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Cüneyt Akalın, the member of the International Relations Bureau of Patriotic Party, Vatan Party. The second session will be under his moderation. Please go on, Professor Cüneyt Akalın.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adnan Akbarat. I hope you hear me without any problem.
Yes, we can.
Right?
We can.
No problem. Okay, Dr. Doğu Perinçek, Chairman of Patriotic Party, and the other participants. I salute everyone from a rainy and cool Istanbul. We haven't the spring yet, but it is, I suppose, it's close. I am very happy to be with you. It was unimaginable for me 50 years ago, 40 years ago, to be at the same session with Australians, with Chinese, with Pakistanis, and with Europeans at the same session. But mankind realized technology developments. Now we are discussing a new world order. It's obvious that US is collapsing, and we need to build a new international order with the contribution of the Asians, Africans, Latin Americans, Europeans, etc. So this is what we do. Now I give floor to another friend, or let's say a friend of Turkey, Mr. Müşahit Hüseyin Said, with my Turkish presentation, translation, or pronunciation. If I am wrong, he will correct.
Perfect.
Okay. His topic is very interesting. New international order, China and West, and the changing regional scenarios. So I suppose he will cover mainly the West Asia. So I give floor to Mr. Müşahit Hüseyin Said. Please go on.
Thank you very much.
He is going to be the keynote speaker. He has about 20 minutes. so we are on time, no problem. Very happy to see you with us.
Thank you.
Oh, please go on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Junaid, and thank you, friends from all over the world. And it's a pleasure to be talking to this conference organized by the Watan Party from brotherly Turkey. Turkey and China are two of Pakistan's closest friends and allies, and we have had a long-standing relationship with both these countries. And especially with Turkey, I'd like to mention that Mustafa Kemal Atatürk is hailed as a hero in Pakistan also. And our great leader, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, declared a day of national mourning for the Muslims of India in October 1938 when Atatürk passed away. So there is a certain respect and reverence for Mustafa Kemal Atatürk as the founder of modern Turkey and as a modernizer. And I'm also grateful to all our other friends who spoke before me, Dr. Perinçek, the chairman of the Watan Party, and especially his comments about the reconstruction of a new order, since what he called very rightly, mafia-style capitalism is unraveling. And also the comments of two of my other earlier speakers I'd like to mention. One is Mr. Woods, Peter Woods. He talked of a very important point that the term which has been changed, nomenclature is very important, Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific, because that makes it more exclusive rather than inclusive. And it's a more an ideological and geopolitical connotation to prepare for the new Cold War by roping in India as an ally of the West against China. And the other comment which was made by Mr. Faik Ishik, who had a very interesting presentation on the Belt and Road Quarterly that he publishes, and I look forward to receiving copies of that. He mentioned about cultural imperialism. And I couldn't agree more with that, because when we see, let's give an example of Hollywood. Hollywood is the de facto ministry of propaganda of the American establishment, and they use it as a vehicle of ideological propaganda also whenever necessary. So I think it's been a very instructive session. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to use this occasion today as a very historic day, because I'd like to pay my tribute and salutations to a very great leader of the Third World, Mr. Raul Castro, who has resigned today as first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba after 62 years of revolutionary service and duty. And the Cuban Revolution is a symbol of defiance and determination, and a symbol of inspiration for third world countries. And it is the leading expert on health and medical sciences in the third world, thanks to the revolution, which was launched by Fidel Castro, including Che Guevara, and also now Raul Castro. And we wish him a long life and good health in retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an age of profound changes, transformations. And I think some new realities which are there should be first taken cognizance of. First, there is the inexorable shift in the global balance of economic and political power away from the West to the East. And we see the emergence of what is termed as the Asian century. So that is a fundamental reality which is facing us. And by West, I mean the decline of the United States of America, as well as what was termed as Western Europe. The second one is that new reality is that humanity is now facing collectively new threats, emerging threats, often non-military threats. The coronavirus pandemic is one example. Climate change is another example. And also a very important new threat of disinformation, propaganda, fake news. I've been a former Minister of Information of Pakistan, and I've been a former journalist. So I'm well aware, and I visited China several times. I first went as a young teenager in the 70s of Chairman Mao's China, and then I saw Deng Xiaoping's China, and then Xi Jinping's China. So I'm aware, and I studied in the US also as a student in Washington, DC, in Georgetown University. So I'm aware how propaganda is a weapon, and that's a very new weapon that is being used. So this is a new kind of threat. And if you talk of a new Cold War, the preparation comes not through military power. It comes through the battle of ideas, promoted through fake news, demonization, stigmatization, and propaganda. So I think these are common challenges for humanity requiring collective response, to meet these common threats. Then the third important reality we have to cope with is that the power of public opinion is emerging as a major factor, an instrument of change in the world at large. Look at the United States. It's the third world also, in the US also. Black Lives Matter was a popular movement. And I think one reason why President Trump was ousted and he lost the election was because of the Black Lives Matter, which mobilized the African-American people of USA, the progressive American, white Americans also. And this became a popular movement, an outrage against injustice to the Black community. That is one example. We have the Occupy Wall Street movement, which has already been ongoing against capitalism, which is a very powerful force. Then we have in neighboring India, I come from South Asia, Pakistan, in neighboring India, the farmers' protest, which is probably the biggest and the most potent peasant movement in Asia since the Chinese Revolution. It has shaken up the Indian state. It has mobilized people across above party lines. And even the days of pandemic and the strong winter also and the spring, they have been mobilizing. So these are very important changes that are taking place. These new realities, shifts in the balance of power, common threats which are emerging, new kinds of threats, and also the power of public opinion. And I think this power of public opinion needs to be harnessed by all of us who are present in this important conference organized by the Watan Party to mobilize people, to mobilize public opinion, youth, women, the marginalized for common causes. Because not even the established parties can do that. It is activism through social media, street activism, citizen activism. And I think that's a very important new factor of change in our societies. When we talk, ladies and gentlemen, of these kind of changes, we also look at some important developments, which I'd like to just mention. Some new facts. President Biden has just announced that the US will withdraw its troops from Afghanistan after a 20-year-long, unwinnable war without end. We in Pakistan had been saying from day one, there is no military solution to Afghanistan. This policy of shock and awe, this policy of bombing military might will fail. Finally, it has been realized. But what has been the cost? According to the study done by Brown University in the US, and you can find it on the internet, it came out yesterday. The cost of war study, they call it. The US has squandered $2.2 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, $2.2 trillion in the last 20 years of the war in Afghanistan. $1 trillion is $1,000 billion. Officially, they say 250,000 lives were lost, but obviously there are more. 80,000 bombs were thrown on Afghanistan in the last 20 years. 80,000 bombs. So the human cost of casualties is almost 1 million, which is huge. So, and this is a symbol that the US has been defeated in another land war in Asia. And we are looking forward to the conference being organized by Turkey on 24th of April in Istanbul on Afghanistan, in which Pakistan is also going to participate, inshallah, and other countries also. So we hope that finally there can be peace. And when we talk of withdrawal of foreign forces, we're talking of 3,500 American troops, 7,000 NATO troops, and 18,000 military and other contractors of the Pentagon. So there's still a large force, about almost 30,000 men and women under arms, which are going to be there. So that is one very major fact which is before us. The US defeat, it's a humbling experience for a superpower. Then the second new reality, new fact I'd like to mention is recent, was I was watching on 18th of March, the meeting in Anchorage, Alaska, between Tony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, Jake Sullivan, the US National Security Advisor, and Yang Jiechi, member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of China, and Wang Yi, Foreign Minister of China. And we saw how aggressively and arrogantly the US started off in those first meetings. But the next 15 minutes where Yang Jiechi spoke on behalf not just of China, but of developing countries, when he said, you do not represent the international community, and the world is changed. The world is not a unipolar world anymore. It's a multipolar world based on multilateralism. And the so-called rules-based order means it has to be a rules defined by the United Nations Charter and international law. Because when the US talks of a rules-based order, what were the rules when they invaded and occupied Iraq in 2003? And according to a study by Fareed Zakaria, I was reading in the Foreign Affairs, from 1947 to 1989, the period of the Cold War, there were 72 attempts at regime change by the United States. So I think that is a very important reality that we have to understand in this context. So the third important thing is that the British think tank, I think it was the Center for Business and Economy, announced at the end of 2020 that in the next 5-6 years, Chinese economy will overtake the American economy. This is a British think tank saying from London. And by 2028, China will be the #1 economy in the world. Now it is second after the US. It displaced Japan a few years ago. And China will grow at 5.7% per annum, they said, and the US will grow at 1.9% per annum, according to the British think tank. So in this context, what kind of world are we looking at? We are looking at what I call driven by 3 R's. The retrenchment and retreat of the United States, which is evident. And I mentioned about the figures about the post 9/11 world in Afghanistan, but the total expenditure of the US in wasting this on the war on terror, which includes not just Afghanistan, parts of Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, even Libya, Somalia, it's been since 9/11, $6.4 trillion. So you can see a retreat, a retrenchment of American power, hence this talk of Indo-Pacific, hence this talk of containment, hence this talk of a new Cold War, because they want to rope in other countries. Australia is perhaps one of them, India is one of them, Japan is one of them, and so forth. The second R is the rise of China, the peaceful rise of China. This is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in the history of the world, that a power is emerging, peaceful, successful. And I was reading an article in the New York Times. They was marking 40 years of the reform and opening of policy of China under Deng Xiaoping. And they had said that when this policy started, when China said we'll have socialism with Chinese characteristics, the New York Times wrote that the Western experts were very reluctant to accept this. And they were very skeptical. They said this is bound to fail. And the New York Times said, we will just wait. And we just have to wait and see how China fails in this experiment. It's not possible. The Communist Party of China cannot do it. And the New York Times concluded the article by saying, we are still waiting after 40 years. So this is how they get it wrong. And so the peaceful rise of China is a source of strength for countries in Asia. We feel pride in China's peaceful rise because China is a power which has no aggressive ambitions, no aggressive designs. They have not conquered any territories. They have not occupied any foreign lands. And it's a country which wants to develop peacefully and share its prosperity in its neighborhood, in Asia and the world. The third R, apart from the retrenchment of American power, the rise of China, is the resurgence of Asia. The great national poet of Pakistan, Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, who is also known in Turkey also, and he was a great admirer of Atatürk and the Turkish Revolution. He had said in 90 years ago in his poetry, see the sun rising from the east. He had talked of the resurgence of Asia. And he had also talked of the rise of China. He had predicted that 80, 90 years ago. when he said, the great Chinese nation is rising from slumber and the springs of hope are bubbling with optimism in the Himalayas. How this nation is rising. Gara khab chini sambalne lage, Himalaya ke chashme ubalne lage. This was his word in Urdu language, which again is Urdu is from Turkish. So this is a very important development that we face. Looking at this world, we see two contrasting models, two contrasting visions. One presented by China, by President Xi Jinping, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, of which Pakistan's China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is the centerpiece, is the pivot, because it is all about connectivity, and Pakistan is emerging as a hub of regional connectivity also. South Asia, the Central Asian republics of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Iran, Afghanistan. Through the port of Gwadar, which is in the Arabian Sea, which is part of the Maritime Silk Road, which was built by China, is also operated by a Chinese company now. So that is the shortest outlet to the sea for the Chinese province of Xinjiang, north from Kashgar down south to Gwadar, and also for Afghanistan's transit trade, because Afghanistan is landlocked, and also for the Central Asian republics, which I've just mentioned. So we are having this very close cooperation, and this is driven by ports and pipelines, economy, energy, roads, railways, and there is also now a project of Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, rail link going from Peshawar, then to Mazar Sharif, then up north to Termez in Uzbekistan. So a whole new world of connectivity is opening up, thanks to the Belt and Road Initiative, which has now over 117 countries, which has given employment to 300,000 people in the world, including 75,000 Pakistanis. And the projects in China has invested over $25 billion so far in Pakistan, and 28,000 Pakistani students are studying in China in different fields. So this regional connectivity is the need of the hour, and linking up with not just Afghanistan and Iran, we have Turkey, a great friend, a great brother, a great leader in the whole Muslim world. It's also playing a very active role. So there's this connectivity is extremely important, and we feel that this will be the element which will reinforce the future. Unfortunately, the second vision of a new Cold War is very dangerous. It is being pushed by the hawks of the military-industrial complex in America, in India, in Australia, in parts of Japan, which talk of containment of China, although the facts and figures are different. And recently, a study, I must say, we should all have it. It was done by the CNN. They said, America has 20 times more nuclear warheads than China. America has 400 bases in Asia. China has none. America's defense budget is $750 billion. China's is only $240 billion. And China has not launched any wars against any country. So this new trend, this new talk, and already America has imposed sanctions on Russia. The language used by President Biden about President Putin was very strong. It's not done diplomatically. And also the language about China. So you can see that the American military establishment needs a new enemy. They had in the Cold War the Soviet Union, communism. Then they had Islam for a while. Now they talk of China. We reject any notion of a new Cold War. We feel Asia and the world cannot have a new Cold War or containment policies. This mindset is a mindset of a tried, tested, and failed policy. The need of the hour is connectivity, cooperation, building a better tomorrow for Asia and the world, a better tomorrow with no overlords and no underdogs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank the Watan Party for organizing a very good, timely international conference on issues that are vital to our people's future. Long live Pakistan-Turkey friendship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very nice, very analytic, and very informative presentation. Plus, I followed you very clearly. Your voice arrived to Turkey very clearly. Thank you very much. And now it's the floor is to another neighbor, Dr. Sadullah Zerai from Iran. But let's make sure that we have the connection. Dr. Sadullah Zerai, do you hear me? Dr.
He's
Sadullah.
not online, Professor. He's not online yet.
All right.
But we are in contact, so he will be in a few minutes.
Okay,
So,
okay. Then while we wait him, I would also, I forgot something. While I presented Mr. Mushahid Hussein Said from Pakistan, he is also a member of the Senate Defense Committee, right? Yeah, also.
So I'm the chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee now.
Okay, he corrected me. So it was very nice, and I'm sorry I forgot to present you in a proper way. But
no, that's okay.
Now we are.
Professor.
Yes, please.
This is Erman. You may continue with the following presenter while we are try to connect Zarei.
The following presenter is also problematic. Mr. Ahmet Cevat. I think he had another presentation, so he will join us later on. We now have Fuat Izadi from Tehran University. The following speaker is Dr. Fuat Izadi from Tehran University here with us. We have the connection with him.
I suppose we satisfy the connection with Sadullah Zarei, if he confirmed me.
Yeah, all right. All right. We go on with Dr. Zarei from Iran. Okay. I think he's going to have his presentation in Persian, and then we have the translation. That's also nice to hear a Persian presentation. If he's ready, he can go on with his presentation. Dr. Sadullah Zerai. Excuse us. I mean, there are some changes that we had at the last moment, so that's why
we asked to unmute himself.
Yeah. All right. In other words, he is present.
Yes. Now he can speak here.
Okay. Dr. Sadullah Zerai from Iran. Do you hear us?
Can I also remind the moderator that I am present? I have been marked absent. I don't know why. I'm present in the meeting since last, 1 hour.
Okay,
so
great.
Just
Thank
remind,
you.
Yeah, because I was just marked absent that I'm not there. I'm surprised. I was also chatting with your team, reminding them that I'm present.
Take it. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Maybe I misunderstood you. The floor is yours. Please go on. Dr. Sadullah Zerai from Iran.
خیلی متشکر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. تشکر میکنم. من ابتدا لازم میدونم از رئیس محترم جلسه و همینطور حزب وطن که این جلسه بسیار مهم رو برگزار کردن صمیمانه تشکر کنم. امیدوار هستم که با بحث هایی که در این همایش در خواهد گرفت بتونیم گام های مهمی در جهت فهم دقیق و درست مسائل برداریم و پایه همکاری‌های پژوهشی و فکری خوب بین ماها باشه.
Yeah, now the translation, right? Who is going to make the translation? Hello?
We are informed like that he has a interpreter with him.
Good. All right, we wait for the interpretation.
If the interpreter is talking, we are not hearing.
Excuse me, I did not understand.
I'm translating. Can you hear me?
I think an interpreter is speaking from near Sadullah Saray, but we don't hear.
Yeah. Dr. Sadullah Saray, can you help us?
Can you hear me?
We hear you, but so slowly.
All right. So a little louder. Louder.
Microphone.
Okay. In the name of God. At first, I want to express my gratitude to the scholars and participants of this conference that is holding at the due time.
It's not hearable now yet.
Yes.
You should close the microphone. You should be close the microphone.
Get
close, please.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. A bit good.
In the name of God, at first I want to express my gratitude to the participants of this conference that is holding at a due time. And I want to express my gratitude to the respected leadership and members of the Vatan Party. I hope that this dialogue will be a common point for thinking about the important regional issues and international issues.
It is hearable, but please a little louder. Louder.
The bipolar system that was collapsed after the collapse of Soviet Union and the Berlin Wall has divided our region into two parts, one controlled by the United States and another controlled by the Soviet Union. 3 decades after this collapse, our war has turned into a...
Dear interpreter,
what?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but a bit. Let us to take a trial session without here with our friends with Emre. He had been connected with you before, and then we also again let you to join us when we are waiting for you. We can continue with the Ahmet Jawad, I think, Professor Akalın.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Excuse us, Dr. Sadullah Saray. We'll give the priority to Dr. Ahmet Jawad, who is from the ruling party of Pakistan. He is the Central Secretary Information of Pakistan, Tahrik-e-Insaf, and the topic of his presentation is how digital mediums can play most significant role for shared harmony and understanding among nations. It's a very, very interesting, very provocative title. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Ahmet Jawad.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I'm grateful to Watan Party that they have arranged this symposium on a very interesting subject. And the subject which I chose to contribute is, I think, very pertinent, keeping in mind that today the wars might be fought on the canvas of digital mediums. I was quite impressed when Mr. Mushahid Hussain mentioned about Hollywood, the propaganda ministry of United States. So yes, it is a fact that how mediums can be used to create a certain narrative, and then the narrative becomes the global language everywhere. And with regard to that, I would also like to mention that when Turkey started a drama serial, Ertugrul, it attracted a lot of attention from all across the world. And in Pakistan, it became quite a hype and a craze. And all Pakistanis would like to see Ertugrul and like to see the reflection of glory of an Islamic state in the past, which was Ottoman Empire. So that shows the power of the medium. So it is not just the movies. Today we have the digital mediums in many forms. It is in the form of social media. And I also like to mention that today we from different countries, from different cities are talking to each other, listening to each other because of this digital medium. So this perhaps in the past, it perhaps might needed a lot of resources and efforts to gather people at one place and talk and discuss and listen to each other. But today with the few clicks, we are able to see each other, we are able to talk to each other and give our opinions. So this is the power of digital mediums, which will play a very important and significant role in the coming years. It is already playing a very important role. The subject of today's discussion was basically hegemony, dominance, and monopoly of countries, nations, and groups. And digital medium are going to play a very important role, how to counter hegemony of one country or one region or the monopoly of one group. And here I would like to remind the audience that dawn of digital medium, which started somewhere 91 when first www website was launched. So it's almost 30 years that we are into the digital medium. And today the narrative, which is given on the digital medium has become a new battlefield. And this battlefield has equal opportunity for information and disinformation. So if the disinformation is strong, it will be able to create its narrative. If information is strong, it will be able to create its narrative. I give you a few examples in the recent years. If you can recall that how European Union complete mindset was changed when the body of a Syrian child was found on the beach. That was the power of social media. That was the power of digital medium, that how a simple image and a few words can change the mindset of the countries and the nations. I also give you the example that which is quite unique, and which is related to Turkey, that when there was a military coup in Turkey, and it had some indications, some investigation later on that some external forces were involved into this. So that was also fought with the help of digital mediums. So how the narrative was created in minutes and hours, and how the nation was inspired, motivated to stand against the military coup. So these are very interesting examples and indicating the power of the digital mediums. So it is very important, I think, for us, for countries which are developing countries, and those countries who might have been victim to the hegemony of one country, or they have been being victim because of the monopoly, whether in the trade or in the business or in the economy. So it is very important that we use this digital medium significantly, effectively, to guard our interests and to build our narrative, and tell the world what we, how we see the world. I mean, I was listening to the different speakers. So everything what the different speakers said, it has a message. Now, how far this message can go, and there is no other medium in the world which can take these messages as vast as social or digital mediums. So this is call of the day that political institutions like Watan Party has organized this thing, that we discuss, deliberate, that how in the future we can use this narrative building for the good of the nations, to fight against the hegemony, to counter the dominance and the monopoly of the groups using these tools. So I think this is all from my side. And if there is any question later on or now, I would be glad to answer. Thank you again to everybody, and especially the Watan Party, Turkey, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this subject.
Thank you very much. It was nice to hear from you that you underlined the importance of the digital media. It can be positive as well, it can be negative. We have to face the positive sides and try to eliminate the negative sides, which is not very easy, of course. Okay, thank you. Now, are we going to continue with Dr. Fuat İzadi, or are we going to continue with Dr. Sadullah Zerai? I'm asking our technical.
İzadi, please.
İzadi, doctor. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now I present you Dr. Fuat İzadi from Tehran University. It's a well-known Iranian university. He is going to have a presentation on culture of resistance and Iran's foreign policy, which is very interesting. I repeat, culture of resistance and Iran's foreign policy. All right, Dr. Fuat İzadi, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Welcome. Yeah, all right. Please.
And thank you very much for the party for organizing this very important event. I'm going to read a few articles from the Constitution of Iran. Since I'm going to talk about Iran's foreign policy, I think it's appropriate to basically find out what Iran's constitution says, that how Iran's foreign policy should be conducted. But before I read the parts of Iran's constitution, as some of you may know, the Biden administration issued a national security strategy, version of the national security strategy last month, basically listing the
difficulties that the US government has, highlighting 4 countries. Last week, we had the head of US intelligence community going to the US Senate and presenting this report that they call a worldwide threat assessment. And again, in that document, they list 4 countries that the US government has serious difficulties with. The 4 and North Korea. Given the theme of the conference that were present, it's obvious that the participants' difficulty with this type of foreign policy, with American imperialism.
Dr. Fuat Izadeh, we have some problems with the sound. I mean, it was very good at the beginning, but it became problematic after a while.
Can you hear me now? Are you okay now?
Yeah, perfectly. Okay. I hope we can go on with this.
So the question, very good, very good. The question is why the United States has difficulties with these 4 countries, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. We had the speakers from China. I think we're going to have the speakers from Russia. I'm not sure to see any, but I can tell you the reasons why the United States has difficulties with Iran. And I believe goes back to the nature of the government and the constitution that Iran was founded on. And so I'm going to read a few lines from Iran's constitution to basically prove my case and point. In Article 3 of Iran's constitution, Section 5, it calls for the complete rejection of imperialism and the prevention of foreign influence. As you know, before the revolution, Iran was a US puppet. We had the Shah ruling the country very much in line with US foreign policy interests. And one reason there was a revolution in 1979 was to get rid of that type of relationship between Iran and the United States. And the constitution that was written after the victory of the revolution wanted to highlight the problem that Iran had with imperialism, so that in Article 3, Section 5, you had that. In Section 16 of Article 3, it requires the organization of nations' foreign policy based on Islamic criteria, fraternal commitment to all Muslims, and unrestricted support for the impoverished people of the world. In Farsi, we have this word, it's also in Arabic, mustaz'afin, the impoverished, the segments of society that are doing not well economically. So in Iran's constitution, you have a commitment to not only support Muslim brothers and sisters all over the world, but also deal with the impoverished people of the world. And you see some examples of that in recent foreign policy of Iran, the help that Iran is giving to Venezuela, for example, selling gas, given the harsh economic sanctions that the United States has imposed on Venezuela. Iran is doing what Iran can. In Chapter 10 of Iran's constitution, Article 152, we have this sentence: the foreign policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran is based on rejection of any kind of domination. This is a problem the United States has with Iran, because they want to dictate Iran's foreign policy. They want to dictate Iran's security policy and defense policy. And because the revolution was formed on rejection of domination of any power, they are having problem with Iran. And we see the US government having the same problems with Turkish government as well. Whenever Turkey adopts an independent foreign policy, then generally the US government doesn't like, and they engage in sanctions with regard to Turkey, the same way they do with Iran. Last time I counted, there are 36 countries that are sanctioned by the United States. So rejection of any kind of domination, both its exercise and submission to it. So Iran's constitution requires not only Iran should not accept domination, Iran should not exercise domination. That's against Iran's constitution. The prevention of all inclusive independence of the country and its territorial integrity, its defense of rights of all Muslims, non-alignment in relations to dominating powers, mutual peaceful relations with non-aggressive states. So cooperating with non-aggressive states, rejecting dominating powers. When the Constitution of Iran was written, we had a multipolar world. We had the United States and the Soviet Union, and Iran rejected both. Iran did not fall from being dominated by the United States and being dominated by the Soviet Union. So there was this rejection of domination period. And Article 154, the Islamic Republic of Iran considers human happiness throughout human society its ideal. It considers independence, freedom, and governments of justice and truth as the right of all people of the world. Consequently, while it completely abstains from any kind of intervention on internal affairs of other nations, it supports the struggle of the oppressed for the rights against the oppressors anywhere in the world. So this notion that if people are oppressed, whether they're in Asia or Africa or Latin America or even inside the United States, there needs to be a country, at least one country, and hopefully many more countries, that oppose that type of oppression. And that has been a principle of Iran's foreign policy. And more or less, in the last 40-some years, since the 1979 revolution, the Iranian government has tried to basically follow this constitution. The only point that since my time is finishing, the only point, this is going to be my concluding remark.
No. We still have some few minutes. Please go on, please.
Very good. Your sign here says,
yeah.
I don't...
Just to remind.
Yes, so this is going to be my concluding remark, that what we saw today in your conference, in Vatan Party conference, was very interesting, because we have people from different parts of the world saying the same thing. So there is this common interest, common level of understanding, this sense of unity and brotherhood that you can hear from people's remarks. This is very good. Occasionally, in foreign policy, we see also competition. And there is this rule of divide and conquer. So we have the imperialists, we have the United States, for example, who want to create this unity among the oppressed. So when it comes, for example, between Iran and Turkey, they bring language differences. So Turkish people speak Turkish, Iranians speak Farsi. They bring religion The Iranians are mostly Shia, Turkish people mostly Sunni. There are some Turkish people who are not religious at all. So this creating discord because of religion, creating discord because of ethnic differences, all will be used by dominating powers, by countries like United States, to create this unity. What Vatan Party did today was to create unity, bring people from all over the world to show this solidarity for the principles that Vatan Party stands for, which is similar to principles of this Iran's constitution, a lot of similarity. And we have to find ways of overcoming these divisions. There are going to be divisions, there are going to be competition. Sometimes brothers compete, sometimes cousins compete. Competing is part of human nature. But competing in a way that is not disruptive, competing in a way that is doesn't forget the main problem and the main enemy is going to be important. And I think what Vatan Party has done is an important step. The first thing you need to do is to find people that believe in same principles. The second thing after finding these people is to engage in different types of activities, both elder people, students, different projects that can make people closer, because our nations in this part of the world are much closer than we think. Whenever I come to Istanbul, I enjoy reading Farsi poetry on old buildings. A lot of old buildings in Istanbul have old Farsi readings. And then a good portion of Iranians speak Azeri, which is a Turkish dialect. So there are a lot of common interests that should be used to enhance this level of unity and cooperation. And if that is done, then a lot of principles that Vatan Party stands for will be achieved. If the division and discord is present, if we give in to propaganda, as Dr. Sayed said, the propaganda that comes from the United States, and be affected by tools of dividing people who are a lot closer to each other than the divisions that they have, then we are going to face difficulties. Let me finish now, since Dr. Saadul Azari is with us. And thank you for the invitation. I hope we can stay in touch. We say Khuda Hafiz in Fars.
Thank you very much, Selam. And it was nice to remind us the resistance articles of the Iranian constitution. It was nice to hear from you. And now it's Dr. I think we have joined Dr. Saadullah Zerai from Iran, from Noor Foundation, if I am not wrong. All right, Dr. Saadullah Zerai, can you hear me? And can I hear you? The host your video for yeah. Dr. Saadullah Zerai.
سلام علیکم. من صدای شما و تصویر شما رو دارم.
Selamun aleyküm. Okay, please go on. Devam edin lütfen.
Teşekkür. Memnunum.
Ben de biz de memnunuz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. من در ابتدا درود میفرستم به اندیشمندان شرکت کننده در این همایش مهم که در زمان مناسب و لازم در حال برگزاری هست، و همینطور درود میفرستم به رهبری و اعضای محترم حزب وطن. امیدوارم این گفتگوها نقطه مشترکی باشد در هماندیشی پیرامون مسائل مهم منطقه و جهان ما.
Evet, translation.
Who are participating in this conference that is holding at the
I can't hear him. Translator, dear friend.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. At first, I want to express my gratitude to the scholars who are participating at this conference that is holding.
A little louder, please. Yeah.
International issues. Our system that
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. What I suggest is
lost, Professor.
Huh?
His connection is lost.
Has lost. Okay. Then once again, we while we wait, we give the priority to our Azerbaijani friend. Ahmet Shahidov from Azerbaijan Institute for Democracy and Human Rights. Mr. Ahmet Shahidov, do you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can hear you perfectly. Yeah. Hoş gelmişsiniz.
First of all, merhaba, hoş bulduk. Herkesi selamlıyorum. Sayın Profesör Doğu Perinçek'i selamlıyorum. First of all, I do express my deep gratitude to the Turkish Patriotic Party, Vatan Party, for organizing such an important international conference, because today it is very necessary to talk about these issues, exchange our views, and form a network of cooperation between like-minded people like us. So my speech today is called Message of Peace from the Caucasus to the World, Forces Interested in War, and Message of Unity for the Future. In my speech, I want to share my personal experience rather than theoretical knowledge. As you know, in October, November last year, there was a 44-day war in the South Caucasus, and my country, Azerbaijan, has been facing the Armenian occupation for 30 years. And in the 44-day war, we have finally restored the principles of international law, as well as restored the historical justice. Unfortunately, this time war was inevitable, because Azerbaijan did not want war and has always been a supporter of peace in the region. Since the early 1990s, Azerbaijan has lost 20% of its lands. And after the ceasefire agreement signed in 1994, we have always relied on international law for 27 years and hoped for the help of Western international organizations. And the OEC Minsk Group has been established to resolve the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And despite numerous meetings and contacts over the past 27 years, a peaceful solution to the conflict has not been possible. And there are several reasons for this. First of all, as a result of Armenia's aggressive policy, the talks were fruitless. And another reason was that some member states of the OEC Minsk Group deceived us. I will give concrete examples. As you all know, the OEC Minsk Group members are the United States of America, Russia, and France. Of these countries, only Russia had a position based on international law. And the United States of America and France, which were supposed to mediate between the parties to the conflict were remembered for simply taking sides and supporting the occupation. In short, these two imperialist countries have deceived Azerbaijan for years. And in this regard, we have seen the true nature, the real face of Western countries. And last year's war was the result of the irresponsibility of Western countries, which remained silent during the ongoing occupation. And as a result, war became inevitable, and Azerbaijan was forced to launch military operations to restore its state borders. And we have restored our territorial integrity and implemented 4 UN Security Council resolutions. And we also got to know our real friends and enemies. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Brazil and Turkey on behalf of the Turkish Patriotic Party, Vatan Party, because during the 44-day Karabakh War, Turkey stood by justice. Then I want to emphasize Russia's role in the region, because from the first days of the conflict, official Moscow stood by international law and supported the territorial integrity of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And today, Russia's role in the region is great, because Russian peacekeepers are monitoring the ceasefire in Karabakh. And in addition, a joint Turkish-Russian observation center operates in Karabakh, which is an additional guarantee for long-term peace in the region. But let's see what the Western countries did to resolve this conflict during these 44 days. Nothing. I even remember during the 44-day war, France openly supported the occupation and even blamed Azerbaijan. And the United States of America made similar statements on this issue. And imagine that these countries have been acting as mediators in resolving the conflict for 30 years. By sharing the experience of my country, I actually want to send a message as well. That is, any initiative within Western imperialism leads to occupation, barbarism, and destruction, because the main goal of Western countries, especially the United States of America, is to divide and rule. And finally, I would like to underline what Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan proposed during his visit to Baku. And the Turkish leader proposed the creation of 6 platforms in the Caucasus. And this platform includes Turkey, Russia, Iran, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia. And if this proposal is realized, it will shake the foundations of Western imperialism. And in the future, other friendly countries may join us in this platform. And starting with China, countries along the Great Silk Road can also join this platform, I think. In fact, this platform is realized in the form of mutual relations, bilateral relations. That's why we can see what the Western countries has become more aggressive in recent months. Western circles, especially the United States of America, are trying to slow down the platform initiative proposed by Recep Tayyip Erdogan by imposing sanctions on Turkey, Russia, Iran, and China. And we must be more flexible, more active, and effective in this regard. And in conclusion, I would like to give an example that this issue worries not only Azerbaijan, but also other countries around the world. Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev has repeatedly raised this issue several times, and this topic is related to vaccine nationalism in the world. I think that is really one of the most important issues on the agenda now, and because the nationalism of vaccines and the unfair distribution of vaccines is already an issue on the world agenda. And Azerbaijan was one of the first countries to raise this issue. And the countries that carry out vaccine nationalism in the world are especially Western countries. And today, most of the vaccines produced in the world are purchased by only 5 countries, which are Western countries. And there are so many countries today that have not yet been vaccinated because of this unfair sharing. And these Western countries, which have so far exported democracy to the world, have not been able to survive the pandemic and have openly exposed their racist and nationalist nature. I think the pandemic has also been a wonderful experience for the world, for us. We realized that it was dangerous to leave the future of the world to the West countries. And in this sense, we must not allow the West to dominate us. Therefore, we must be strong, act together, overcome our shortcomings, and be more and more mobilized. In conclusion, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of this conference, and especially Patriotic Party, Vatan Party, which is very close and very famous in my country, in Azerbaijan as well. And I send my respect to Professor Doğu Perinçek, which has done a lot, not only for Turkey, for all Turkish world, for Azerbaijan as well. And I believe that if such international events take place more often, we can achieve what we want. Thank you for.
Thank you very much. It was very nice of you. The best regards to Azerbaijan as well, like everybody, of course. Now we have Dr. Sadullah Zerai left. As we have the translation problem, I would suggest to listen to Dr. Sadullah Zerai in Persian and ask him to sum up in 5 minutes. Then we will maybe, or if the translation is okay, we can try again. But if not, I will suggest him to sum up in 5 minutes in Persian. Then later on we shall make the translation. Okay, please go on, Dr. Sadullah Zerai from Nur Foundation, Iran.
سلام عرض می‌کنم خدمت جناب عالی و حضار محترم دوستان عزیز در حزب وطن که این همایش با شکوه را برگزار کردند.
In the name of God, at first I want to express my gratitude to the scholars who are participating at this meeting that is holding at a very due time. And I want to express my gratitude to the respected leadership and members of the Vatan Party. I hope that this meeting be a launching pad for the future cooperation on the regional and international issues. The bipolar system that was collapsed after the breaking apart of the Soviet Union and demolition of the Berlin Wall has turned our region and divided our region into 2 parts, one dominated by the United States and the other dominated by Soviet Union. 3 decades after demolition and collapse of this system, our world has turned into a free world. But still, United States and some European countries are trying to reimpose their Cold War era dominance. Therefore, during the past 20 years,
bu Azerbaycanlılar değil, ben Azerbaycan'dan mənəm. Hamısı facilərdir.
So during the past 20 years, our region has witnessed 9 destructive wars. War in Afghanistan, war in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Yemen. This war, with all miseries that they have imposed upon our people and nations, have turned the region into a combat between the imperialistic powers and our nations. War in Afghanistan, as the Americans themselves confirmed, is ending, and the self-sufficient nation of Afghanistan has overcome an army that was the essence of the Western culture. war in Iraq that has claimed lives of at least 500,000 people was ended with the expulsion of American forces. 7 years after the occupation of Iraq, another phase of victory is shining itself against the American imperialism. Today, the remnants of American bases and forces are very under pressure from the Iraqi nation, and we should know that Americans will be forced to withdraw from their Iraq war in Syria that brutally has killed many people. With the resistance of Syrian people and its army is experiencing its last stage. In this war, unfortunately, some neighborhoods of Syrians have helped the United States to divide Syria from the resistance, but destiny of Syrian people will interweave with the resistance. War in Lebanon was the war in Lebanon in 2006 was ended with the defeat of Israeli regime. Israel at 1982 in Lebanon, but in 2000 was made to live there, and 6 years later it was defeated. Today, again, Lebanon is facing a conspiracy, but it is for sure that no foreign country and power can impose its views on the Lebanese nation. Israel regime have launched several wars against the oppressed Palestinian people, but with the resistance of children of Sheikh Ezzeddin Qassam, Ahmed Yassin, and Khalid Sharawi, they was failed. War in Yemen has entered its 7 years with the resistance of Yemeni nation against the Saudi and Emirati aggressor that was overtly supported by the United States and America. Today, we see that ever is talking about the end of the war, but we know that Saudi regime neither is able to continue the war, nor is it to end it. This war will soon be ended by the victory of the Yemeni people and Saudi people, and Saudi regime will suffer, will be defeated, suffering a $400 billion loss. From the other side, simultaneously with the decrease of the power of Western countries, Asian Asian countries are seriously cooperating with each other. Therefore, the Western and American countries are imposing every day new sanctions on them. Russia, Iran, China, Turkey are at the center of these questions. But Asian powers have come to this conclusion that only with cooperation they can defeat and overcome Western pressure. Imperialism in Asia has reached its end. The United States, in last Munich Security Conference, addressing the European countries, said only through challenges. Indeed, this was a confession to a defeat. 2 decades later, United States consulted with nobody to launch a new war in Asia, but today they call on the European for unity. Now, United States wants unity with the Europeans. Why? Britain is engaged in Brexit. And from here and there in the European bloc, we are hearing a whisper of separatism. France, as a one pillar in the European Union, responded to the Joe Biden's invitation, saying that we European states should concentrate on forming national armies to address our national and domestic challenges, saying to the United States President that even the United States itself is faced with the security domestic challenges, and reminding them that democracy in the United States was very hard with the recent elections and the monster called Donald Trump. France, the crisis in France called Yellow Vest apparently was ended, but it seems that with the rumors about the future victory of Le Pen, who is far rightist, will again shake the basis of the France system. The United States itself is built and is challenging with economic challenges. Joe Biden in his election campaign talked about $3 trillion to construct the United States economy. It is why the United States self-sufficient is still suffering $3 trillion. Dear friends, do you know what will make the future of our region? It is cooperation. Ethnicentrism policies and nation-making policies will destroy our future. If we condemn Europeans and United States for racism and consider this policy as doomed to failure, we should not ourselves fuel this ethnicity. Unilateralism and ethnicentrism is doomed to failure. It makes no difference if it is adopted by ourselves or our enemies. Borders in Asia should be turned into boundaries of friendship and cooperation.
Dr. Sadullah, I would ask you to sum up.
تشکر میکنم بنده از شما به خاطر حوصله‌ای که به خرج دادید و وقت اضافه‌ای که در اختیار ما گذاشتید. من این مقاله رو انشالله تقدیم میکنم تا بتونید کامل روی سایت بگذارید.
شکران. Selam. Memnunuz. Thank you very much for the solution that you found. Thank you very much for the cooperation. We were able to follow the translation, but quite difficultly. In any case, thank you very much. Your contribution, your participation was important for us. Thank you, and salam for our Iranian friends.
Teşekkür
ederim. Sağ olun. Okay. Now the session is over. Thank you very much to all contributors, and I will give my place to Dr. Mehmet Perinçek. Okay, is he here? Is he ready to?
Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you. Excuse for the technical difficulties. We were expecting some technical difficulties. Well, we had some, but I think next time we shall get better prepared to such problems. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dear friends, dear comrades, we continue our third session with West Asian countries that directly face the threat of United States in West Asia and even engage in armed conflict. I'll pass, first of all, the floor to Dr. Bessam Abu Abdullah from Syria. Syria's struggle against American imperialism and its instruments, separatist terror and fundamentalist terror, is a great experience. No matter where we are in the world, we all face similar problems. In this regards, Syria has achieved significant success, and these experiences are very important for all us. Here, Dr. Bessam Abu Abdullah, the floor is yours. He is a professor of international relations and Syrian political analyst. You have got 20 minutes. Please go on. Please turn on your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Mehmet Berinçik. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I agree with you that to talk today from Damascus, there are a very important occasion for Syrian people. Today it's 17th of April, the day of independence of Syria. I don't know if it happened like that our symposium today, we are talking about the struggle about imperialism. We are talking today about independence. We are talking today about the resistance against this imperialism and new liberalism. Anyway, my speech will be concentrated about the Syrian experience in fighting against hegemony, American hegemony, because the Syrian war, or the Syrian against, or the war against the Syrian people, the Syrian state, now lasting more than 10 years. And this is very important question. Why this war lasting more than 10 years? And why this war is important? And I'm considering this war as a turning point in the new world order, because many people watching this war through 10 years, but many people don't know around the world what's happening in Syria. After 75 years of independence of Syria from the French colonialism, the Syrian people returning to defend its independence after 100 years of Sykes-Picot, which divided the region into the different states: Lebanon, Syria, Israel. They create Israel, and we know what happened with Turkey. Anyway, I think that I should mention that one of the more barbaristic war against a state and a people, it's going now in Syria during 10 years. Why this war is happening against Syria? What is the targets of this war? I think the United States, since the 19th of the past century, and the intellectuals in America talked about the Greater Middle East Project. Then they revised this project and called it a New Middle East Project. This project based on the alliance between the Muslim Brotherhood International Organization plus dollar regimes in the Gulf states as a financial resources for this project, besides the extremist organization like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. The main goals for this project is to bring the Muslim Brotherhood organizations to control the Arab states under the title Arab Spring. Then the model was in Turkey through the AK Party. We should mention that. It was succeeded with them in Tunisia, then Egypt, then Libya through the NATO aggression against Libya, then Yemen. The main target was Syria because for many reasons. But before that, I want to mention three important things. What was the agreement between the Muslim Brotherhood and the United States at that time? The first condition is the security of Israel. The second is to connect the economies in these states with the new liberal system in the world and America. The third is kicked off Russia, China, and Iran from that region. Besides using the sectarian and ethnic wars in the region as an instrument. It's absolutely they succeeded in Tunisia, but in Tunisia still there are progressive powers who are confronting this project. In Libya, they could collapse the al-Gaddafi regime in 2011. Then the last target was in Syria. I should mention that when they started their aggression against Libya, the events in Syria started in the city of Daraa. Why Syria was the target? Because of its foreign policy, which is based on the independent foreign policy. Syria was or faced the occupation of Iraq, and I think all remembering that President Assad refused the conditions of Colin Powell in April 2003. Its relations with Iran, China, Russia. Syria supporting the resistance movements in Lebanon, Iraq, Palestine against the hegemony projects of American. So after 10 years, the resistance of Syrian people, Syrian army, President Bashar al-Assad was very strong, and we could they couldn't achieve all its goals, because if the project against Syria succeeded, it means the region will be under the control of United States and the new liberal systems, and they wanted to divide this region, including Syria and Turkey and other states in the region, into ethnic and sectarian cantons for controlling our resources and producing a new political regimes in the region as the toys in the hands of Washington. I should mention that the Syrian people faced this project from 2011 to 2015. Before the Russian engagement in the war in October 2015, anyway, we faced the international terrorism, extremism, criminal elements, and we should mention that the Russian and the Chinese veto in October 2011 was the first sign of a new world order when they hung up their hands in the UN Security Council against a resolution, Western resolution against Syria. The fascistic war against Syria was one of the worst wars since the end of the Second World War. Some sources talking about $1.2 trillion as they spent on Syrian war. Syria lost more than $500 billion from its growth, from its economy, and during these 10 years. I should mention that thousands of Western documents now showing how this war was disinformed, especially in the Western media, because the Western media wanted to show that it's a civil war, and it's not. They wanted to show that this war is for freedom, democracy, and human rights, and it's not. Because the United States, through its history, as a Chinese report recently showed us, that more than 82% of the conflicts in the world was because of United States, and the United States was behind 82% of the conflicts. We should remind everyone that the wars in Latin America, Africa, Vietnam, Palestine, the Arab region, and either inside Turkey. The last war was in the 18th of the past century in Yugoslavia as a model. The fascistic war against the Syrian people and Syria made a turning point in the New World Order. First of all, the growth of the Russian role in the Middle East and in the world. The growth of the Chinese project, One Belt, One Road, and China became more aggressive to defend its interests and to
to show it as an international player. The growth of the Iranian role in the region. Besides that, we could defeat the instruments of United States, including Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and some regimes in the region, the petrodollar regimes. And there is a new orientation in the world to cooperate against the American hegemony. I should remind that everyone in this symposium that the practices against Syria was horrible during 10 years. I will remain some of it. This information in the Western media was very wide. At the same time, the credibility of the Western media, I think, collapsed. Nobody should believe this Western media. The second, that they used against Syrian people fascistic, criminal, and systematic discrimination of the basis of the life in Syria, against culture, against the electricity, water, education, university, churches, and mosques. They used one of the worst criminal extremist organizations like Al-Nusra now in Idlib, and ISIS and other extremists from Europe, from America. The Pentagon recognized that there are more than 82 nationalities in Syria. They used chemical weapons and as an instrument to say that the Syrian government behind that. They used narcotics as one of the instruments in this war. They tried to divide the Syrian community on the sectarian and ethnic basis, and they are now supporting the separatist movements like YPG. And at the same time, now America is controlling and occupying part of the Syrian territory, and they are stealing the resources of Syrian people. They are stealing the water, the cotton, and other resources of Syrian people. Besides that, I should mention that the Turkish government should change its policy towards Syria and should stop its attempts to make demographic changes in Syria, because it's not acceptable. If the Turkish government looking for the future, they should understand that that dividing Syria is achieving to divide Turkey. The main dangerous thing against Syria is the embargo against the Syrian people, the Syrian economy. One of the model is a Caesar law. It's one of the models of economic terrorism against Syria and against other people. They are now trying to making this embargo and these sanctions against Russia, against Iran, against Turkey itself, which I think it's a very good lesson for Turkish government to understand what is the goals of this war against Syria. And I think so because of that, I invite everyone in the world to ask the United States to leave this embargo against Syrian people. I think if we will talk about the new world order, it's first of all, it's a interest of all independent states in the world. It's the time to say stop to American hegemony and globalization and neoliberalism, which want to which achieve to destroying the values of our societies, the values of our families, the values of our states, and they want to enforce their culture. Because of that, we should face these attempts in our mutual cooperation. The last point which I want to mention, that I should appreciate a lot the position of Vatan Party, and especially his chief president of party, Dr. Doğu, who didn't stop its support to Syria, Syrian people, Syrian leadership, and Syrian army. And his position didn't change since 10 years, and he visited Syria. And I think that his position is appreciated a lot in Syria and in Syrian public opinion. the price which the Syrian people paid is very high, very expensive, and but I think that Syria put a very important model in front of the other people to face the old world order. And I think our dream in a new world order is not a dream now. We are in front of thousands of people who paid their life for this new world order. We should working together with China, Russia, Iran, and the progressive parties in Turkey, in Latin America, and we are seeing now that a lot of changes in the world. I think a lot of, or one of the big intellectuals in America recently wrote an article in the Foreign Affairs, and he said that the time of Western hegemony, which continued more than 2 centuries, is already finished and end, and there is a new world order is pouring, and he talked about a new basis. He recognized that the new world order should be based on the China, EU, Russia, Japan, India, and USA. And he invited for a new regional order, which in this point I want to invite and to talk to the Turkish government directly, that without a direct talks with the Syrian government, there is no exit for the problems which is Turkey facing. And I think after 10 years of the war in Syria, the Turkish government should understand that it's impossible to continue like that. The occupation is not acceptable for Syrian people and for the free Turkish people who are looking for a good relations between Syria and Turkey. I invite everyone to solidarate nowadays with Syria, with its people, with its leadership, to finish all kinds of occupations, the American one, the Turkish existence in the north, and to combating together the separatist models, which is getting support from America. We should say together, stop the embargo against Syria, stop terrorism against Syria and Syrian people. And I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk from Damascus in this day, the day of independence of Syria. And I want to tell everyone in Turkey that Syria is still important for the national security of Turkey, and we should, the Turkish government should revise its policy. Turkey should looking for its interests and should leave the NATO and looking for the future with its neighbors and with the new uprising powers in the world. Thank you very much.
Shukran, Professor Bessam Abu Abdullah. And we congratulate the Syrian people on the day of liberation from French colonization. And we are sure that Syria will defeat US imperialism this time. In the meantime, I'd like to tell you a short anecdote. It goes like this. A delegation from Ukraine comes to Stalin and they say, Comrade Stalin, how would you like us to present or report? Briefly or detailed? Stalin says, as you wish, brief or detailed, but you have got 10 minutes. Yes, dear friends, you can present your reports as you wish, brief or detailed, but now you have only 10 minutes. Now it's Russians' turn. In the strategy of the USA to siege Russia and Turkey and of course whole Eurasia, Eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea are inseparable. While the US is encircling Turkey from the Eastern Mediterranean, it is encircling Russia and whole Eurasia too. And the same applies to the Black Sea as well. The US efforts to enter the Black Sea is not only a part of the Russian siege strategy, but has a role in the containment plan of Turkey and all Eurasian countries too. For this reason, developments in the Black Sea, especially today, concern us all closely. And Leonid Savin knows the region and geopolitics of this region very well. The floor is yours, Mr. Savin.
Thank you, Mehmet. Sound is okay? You listen me?
Yes, very good.
I will continue old story, anecdote about Stalin when he met with Pope of Rome and discussed it about power of ideas. Joseph Stalin asked him, how many divisions you have? And Pope of Rome answered nothing. But Soviet Union was collapsed and Vatican still existed. It's about power of ideas. And my presentation is about power of ideas. Of course, idealistically, in the politic of realism, we also need to mention opposition of different forces and necessary to be armed. But as Commandant Fidel told me, word is our arms. So, because dimension of intellectual sphere is also front line. So my proposal is to act personally in the domain where you are the most effective, reputable, and credible. That does not change the opportunity of political activism or social agenda with same goal. But intellectuals should change the world mostly through intellectual practice. And there are many things we need to do. The problem is that we live in a world where many phenomena, things, and processes are not designated by us. This means that we must follow the formulas and cliches that are imposed on us by force or suggestion. In 1977, for example, Stanley Hoffman, in his article, An American Social Science, International Relations, claimed that international relations is an American social science. Of course, he mentioned Aristotle, Machiavelli, Hobbes, and many European philosophers, as well as politicians, but Stanley done very important accent that it was in the United States, not UK or Europe, that international relations became a discipline. Besides institutional activity linked with state interest and especially defense and special services, he noted that American universities resulted in part from the fact that mass higher education was already a fait accompli. They had large departments of political science which could serve as the matrices of the discipline of international relations. And many scientists in the United States, but also in many countries around the globe, till now still agreed that the United States has the most influential system of the distribution of that knowledge. If we follow the thesis of Michel Foucault that knowledge is power, there will be clear understanding that political science is another sector of the war that the United States and its allies conducts against other states and nations. They're interested to grab as much power as possible, including way of thinking or people mentality. It's attempt to get domination in the noosphere. And now this approach is more visible because in open source we can find many different documents about information and psychological operations of different American units, military and non-military, and under the umbrella of North Atlantic Treaty Organizations. In the countries of NATO, founded many think tanks, special groups, and centers in universities dealing with the strategic communication and hybrid warfare, where narratives and discourse are important, most of them acting as engines of anti-Russian propaganda, but also anti-Chinese propaganda and anti-Turkish propaganda and anti-Iranian propaganda in a battle for the hearts and minds of our citizens. And about 10 years ago in the United States was introduced a complex approach named mimetic warfare, because of global distribution of the mobile applications and social nets, American military scholars became focused on this type of propaganda and manipulation. It's well-organized practice implemented in daily activity, and the political science going the same way. If theory of political framing mostly used as practical tool during American elections, political scientific machine works for decades in more refined method. They set of rules imposed in academic sector mostly by two centers, the United States and the United Kingdom. Technically, they do it by implementation of determined standards like California Index and Chicago Style Quotation, Scopus, etc. But they also pioneering for many terms and concepts and a specific manner where some limits from one side, but also backdoor for own reconfigurations. And when we discussed, it's just my personal experience, about terms of multipolarity in one famous university in Moscow a few years ago, one professor who is follower of Western liberal political ideas, he is from Moscow also, told the term multipolarity was proposed by American scientist, Deutsch. So we must follow this concept only, proposed by American scientists. Actually, concept of multipolarity in the United States was proposed initially by Richard Rosecrans, not Deutsch. It was his first mistake. Second, why we need to follow American understanding of geopolitical polarity in general, or understanding the pole in pure geographic term. In my book, Ordo Pluribus Stalis, The End of Pax Americana and the Rise of Multipolarity, I presented how it's possible and why it is important to do deconstruction and reconstruction of the many concepts from the etymological level. For example, the pole may be presented not like a position of the magnetic poles of the Earth, north and south. This is the idea dealing with source code of American understanding of multipolarity, but also like place around which all beings turn and precisely in such a way that in the domain of this place, beings show the totality of their condition. The pole does not produce and does not create beings in their being, but as pole, it is the adobe of the unconscious of being as whole. It was proposed by Martin Heidegger in his book Parmenides. And Heidegger's idea of design was used by my colleague, Professor Alexander Dugin, in development of the fourth political theory. I know that Professor Dugin will deliver a speech later today on this conference too. And now this intellectual activity particularly important because last time we see attempt of hijacking multipolarity by globalists. Even proponents of American unipolarity or non-polarity like Charles Kupchan and Richard Haas became talks about new concept of powers and effective multipolarity. But it's obvious that they make another sense that in Russia, China, Iran, and other countries where idea of multipolarity implicitly linked with justice, authenticity, and conservative values. And it's correctly for many other terms and concepts, because many old formulations from antique or medieval times were inverted by American scholars in way they interested for political reasons. So we must bring it back to the initial original sense and to unite our scientific effort and to propose a new, more just world order. Thank you for attention and thank for invitation to this conference to share my ideas.
Спасибо, Leonid. And Abkhazia is another country in the Black Sea and Caucasus that has disturbed US plans. In this sense, the sovereignty of Abkhazia concerns not only the Abkhaz people, but also the countries of the region and even the entire Eurasian geography area. Now it's time to speak from Abkhazia. I want to present General Secretary of Communist Party of Republic of Abkhazia, Victoria Asvaturyan. Please go on, dear comrade.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your attention and for your invitation to ask with you. The theme of our topic today is the future of the world. It's a socialistic idea. The severe crisis has hit the global economy. It causes all other pandemic of coronavirus and the weakening of the world financial empire, the loss of the United States of the leading positions of the world superpower, and an environmental crisis. In the certain political situation, strategic nuclear parity between the United States and Russia has an important stabilizing role. This is a deterrent force that prevents American expansion. The modern world stability can be achieved only if the world-leading countries fight poverty and protect the interests of ordinary citizens. Only the idea of organized society can lead the world out of the crisis. Modern capitalism itself creates the prerequisites for establishing a better social system. The driving force of this process was and remains the main of labor, the working class. Scientific and technological progress leads to a radical requiring qualitative and structural renewal of the working class of the city and village. Engineering and scientific workers, service workers, or the most part, mostly employers today. As a result, we have formed the core of the modern working class. In the communists see their main social support. They address it primarily with the ideas and promote the awareness and realization of workers' interests nationally and internationally. The following Cuba, the desire for socialist choice in Latin America is increasingly evident. The national liberation struggle is intensifying in many countries of the world, depriving capitalism of the most important reserve and source of extension of existence. The movement of opponents of imperialist globalization loudly declares itself. This is why there is every reason to believe that in 21st century, socialism is a doctrine, a mass movement, and the social system will receive its second breath. A lot of socialistic idea in terms of a just social structure of society was perceived by European countries. In China, the communists who carried out the largest modernization of cities in history are in power. In the United States, under the coronavirus pandemic and the election of new president, unprecedented steps are being taken to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. To improve the lives of ordinary citizens. The role of trade union organization defending the interests of workers is especially significant in the modern world. Nowadays, when society is faced with problems of corruption, high crime rates, suicides, death and road accidents, injustice distribution of significant material benefits, a decrease of the standard of living of the majority of the population, only parties such as communists can return to society faith in the future. Our task is not to build a paradise on earth, but to prevent hell on our planet. We cannot deprive the person of suffering because they are given to him by God, but we can round a person, dress and feed him. China has the greatest historical experience of our time, where the communists have created the world's greatest producing economy. The sun rises from the east. China gave us a vivid example of a management of society around the world. The first state to recognize independence of Abkhazia is the Russian Federation, to which we are bound by the Soviet historical past. The Soviet Union saved the world from the world plague of fascism, but many now trying to forget the lessons of the past. Only an alliance of the truly independent states, including China and Russia, can save the world from Americanism, experiencing the deepest crisis in history. America is trying to shift its consequences to other states. Only by united can we prevent this. So that's all our idea in this of our task. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to ask our ideas. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Victoria. we continue our session with Rodina Party from Russia. And I think that there is a bronze law of the history of the relations between Turkey and Russia. Throughout history, there has not been a winner among the sides of the Turkish-Russian war, conflict, tensions, from the Ottoman Tsarist Russia to the Turkish Republic Soviet age, from the Cold War era to our days. In other words, both sides are the losers of these conflicts. The only winner has been the imperialist powers of the West. Even the regional plans of the West have continuously relied on Turkish-Russian conflict. From this point of view, Turkish-Russian cooperation is very important for the security and stability of Eurasia. Unfortunately, Lubomir Radinovich, the representative of the Rodina Party, is not among us at the moment, but they send a video record. Please, can we open the video?
Уважаемые коллеги, всем доброго дня. Мы сегодня обсуждаем давно актуальную, злободневную тему. Я хотел бы выразить благодарность за возможность участия, а прежде всего за идею обсуждения сегодняшней темы.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The issue we are discussing with you now is a long-standing, yet burning and true topic of the day. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to participate, and especially for the idea of discussing today's issue with you.
Империальный глобализм уже буквально съел и доедает многие страны и народы. Я бы даже сказал, и суть самого человека, и человечности на планете как таковой.
Imperial globalism has literally swallowed many countries and peoples, and it is chewing up even more of them now, destructing not only the peoples, but, as I would say, the very essence of human and humanity on the planet.
Я бы хотел вспомнить сегодня одну из первых жертв так называемого нового мирового порядка, родную Югославию, народы, которые до сих пор кровоточат после тех трагедий, через которых проехали под конец 20-го столетия. Остатки несломанного духа на просторах бывшей Югославии идейными творцами передела, то есть порабощения мира, добиваются и в сегодняшнее время, только, на первый взгляд, более гуманными методами, без открытых военных действий.
I must recall today one of the first victims of the so-called New World Order, my native Yugoslavia. It's peoples that are still bleeding after the tragedies they suffered at the end of the 20th century. The remnants of their, and not only their unbroken spirit, are attacked with even greater severity by the ideologists of the globalist redivision of the world. Being actually is total and complete enslavement, but these attacks are launched with all agedly human methods at first glance, without open military action, without hostilities.
Особую цель на Балканах представляет непокорный сербский народ. Прежде всего, из-за его схожести и близости с русским народом и Россией.
And their special goal is the rebellious Serbian people in the Balkans represent, primarily because of their similarity and affinity to the Russian people and Russia.
Мы видим активную ежедневную работу заговорщиков нового мирового порядка на территории Украины в развязывании вражды искусственной между братскими русским и украинским народами.
We are observing the activity daily, subversive activity of the New World Order conspirators. I would say the evil itself in today's Ukraine, their vile rule in unleashing artificial enmity between the fraternal Ukrainian and Russian peoples.
Мы свидетельствуем ежедневному переписыванию истории, бессовестным и беспочвенным обвинениям в адрес России, поскольку она считается главным врагом нового мирового порядка, а с другой стороны основной надеждой свободолюбивых народов и стран мира на самосохранение.
Dear colleagues, what we are witnessing now is the day-by-day rewriting of history, a shameless and groundless accusation against Russia as the main enemy of the New World Order, and I would even say the main hope for self-preservation of all freedom-loving peoples of the world.
Мы на самом деле с вами, уважаемые коллеги, многое видим. И не только на упомянутых территориях, а гораздо шире. Наша обязанность говорит об этом открыто и явно, объединяться группами, странами, народами против явления, которое уничтожает наши культуры, традиции, самый фундамент нашего существования.
In fact, dear colleagues, too much have been exposed, and not only in the territories I have mentioned above, but much wider. It is our duty to speak about this openly and explicitly, to unite in groups, countries, peoples against the phenomenon which destroys our cultures, traditions, the very foundation of our existence.
Методы нашей самообороны могут быть самыми различными, и не надо стесняться их применять. Мы имеем дело с оккупацией духа, которая не всегда и не для всех выглядит именно таковой.
Our self-defense methods can be very different, and we should not hesitate to apply them. What we are dealing with is actually the occupation of the human spirit, yet seeming and looking quite different sometimes and not so obvious for everyone.
Поэтому наша задача открывать людям глаза, влиять на кадровые и другие решения в собственных государствах, делать все для сохранения подлинного суверенитета наших стран, как единой гарантии сохранения свободы, традиций и материальной базы для наших народов.
Therefore, our task is to make the people's eyes wide open, to influence the staffing policy and stimulate many other decisions in the social and educative policy in our states, to do everything to preserve the true sovereignty of our countries as the only guarantee of preservation of freedom, traditions and material base of our peoples.
Всем успешного проведения конференции добра желаю. Спасибо.
I wish you a fruitful and successful work at this conference and a lot of good to everyone. Thank you.
We thank to Rodina Party and its representative Lubomir Radinovic. Recently, Belarus has witnessed a colored or orange revolution attempts of the Atlantic fronts. These actions, however, ended in failure, and the US attempt to make Belarus a new Ukraine has come to nothing. And Belarus is resisting at the front door of the Eurasia. Now it's Alexei Zerman's turn to speak from Belarus. He is the director of the Research and Development Center for the North Eurasia Continental Integration. And please, Alexei, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to such an important symposium and for the possibility to represent our Belarusian view on new international order. As you mentioned, Mehmet, yes, we in Belarus faced another attempt of color revolution. It's not the first attempt. I think they were 6 or even 7 in our history, in our modern history. And of course, there are some reasons for that. The West, the collective West, tries to establish different power in our country, different authority. What is the reason for that? You know, our government is trying to establish real sovereignty in our country in cooperation with different powers in our continent, especially with Russia, China, then with Turkey and Iran and so forth. And of course, the West don't like it. And the main reason is that on the eastern borders of European Union still exists a sovereign independent country with its own internal and external policy. And I think the main reason for the West to try to organize color revolutions is just to colonize territories and destroy states. And we also saw what has happened with Ukraine, with Moldova, with Georgia, and different countries, other different countries where color revolutions won. But what we can do with that? Of course, in internal affairs, we should build strong authority and strong state. If we have strong state, the West cannot do anything with it. But the second thing is to cooperate within Eurasia, just not to allow the Western forces to interfere in our internal affairs. What I mean, there is a good example for such cooperation in Nagorno-Karabakh. We saw during decades that this problem cannot be solved with interference of the West. But if Turkey, Russia, Iran decided to solve this problem, we saw real result. That's why I think that alternative organizations, alternative to, for example, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, such as Shanghai Organization, should be developed and should be also created, because we need in Eurasia our own cooperation, especially in the field of security and in the field of economy, without any Western influence. Because I am convinced that the main goal of the West is to divide us and to organize conflicts and wars between main forces in Eurasia. That's why we need to establish real new international order, at least in our continent. That's why we should develop such organizations like Shanghai Organization of Cooperation. Maybe we should create new organizations for security, just to solve conflicts and not to allow wars to be in our continent. I think it's very important. It was a very perspective goal for us, because as previous speakers said, the West, the epoch of the West is going, and the epoch of the East is coming. That's why we need to organize new architecture for security, for economical cooperation. And we saw attempts, for example, from the side of China to organize One Road and Belt initiative. We saw a very interesting initiative like different Turkic organizations, which unites Turkic countries. But I think we should create more wider contexts and wider architecture, including the main forces in Eurasia. I mean, Russia, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, China, and maybe countries of ASEAN. It's very important. For example, I saw some parallels now between a situation in Myanmar and between situation and attempt of color revolution in Belarus. We saw absolutely similar dirty political technologies like social punishment, which tries to divide families, country, all traditional institutes and so on. And that's why we should not allow to do from the Western side to do this in our countries. Maybe we should create some kind of organization against color revolutions, because, for example, here in Belarus, we have a good experience, and we can propose such experience to explain what we do and what is really working in such situations for our neighbors, to our comrades. I think it will be very useful for different countries just to study such experience and to establish some approaches against color revolutions. So I think we need new institutions, especially in Eurasia, excluding any Western dictatorship, excluding any Western attempts to establish their hegemony, especially in the ideological, technological, economical, and financial sphere. And that's why I think the main goal for different poles in Eurasia just to cooperate, to resolve old problems, not to allow West interfere in our affairs, and to create new architecture and new infrastructure for cooperation. I think it's very important. And the first steps, we saw them. Cooperation between Turkey and Russia in Syria. Cooperation between Turkey, Russia, and Iran in Karabakh. Between Russia and China in Eastern Asia, and so on. And I see, for example, the great role also of my country, Belarus, in such architecture and possibility to establish more interesting for countries order in international sphere. Thank you very much for attention and for possibility to propose our view on international affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Now it's the turn of Vietnam. And there is a monument of Ho Chi Minh in Moscow, here in Moscow. And underneath it's written his words of Ho Chi Minh. There is nothing more valuable than independence and freedom. I think these words of Ho Chi Minh are the most concise expression of the purpose of our symposium. And Vietnam is still an important inspiration in our anti-imperialist struggle. Yes, now I pass the floor to Mai Buick Xuan from Vietnam.
Thank you
Please
very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for inviting me to the new International Order Symposium. I have my topic presentation about the multiple work confidence equality for mutual benefits, mutual respect, and no interference in the affairs of the country. I can send you my one moment because I have some. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I have
Yes.
some techniques in the program here. Yeah, it's my
we can't hear you.
After the breakup of oh. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, okay.
Can you share your screen?
Mr. Buyukşan.
Yes.
We can see your screen, your whole screen, and we see the Google Chrome.
I
open the presentation file.
Yeah.
And we will see it.
I wrong about.
You can click the close button for the Zoom Cloud Meetings window.
Okay.
Yes. Then please try to share screen. Yes, Mr. Buyukşan, now you are here again. We are waiting to connect your voice connection. Okay, your microphone is open.
Yes,
Don't.
I want to share my. I couldn't share my file.
Please open file first,
okay,
and then share this file.
I open my presentation. Okay. Okay, so sorry because
yes, it's okay now.
Okay.
You can go.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, my topic about the multiple work copyright equality for mutual benefits and mutual respect and no interference in the international affairs of the country. After the breakup of Soviet Union, the United States, the only remaining superpower, launches a new global strategy, attempting to capture the entire world in the ego of America view, making the 21st century the American century with the strategy overcoming prevention, overcoming peace. President George Bush, the father, on the September 11, 1990, declared establishing a new world order, launching the World War, and sent for to participation in the Middle East. Dissatisfied with the Bill Clinton administration involved and expand strategy, which was seen as sentimental to stay the same. The George Bush administration introduced a new global strategy with three content, expanding the right to the unilateral preemptive blow into a new preventive war doctrine, democratization of the Muslim Eastern country, and change is a political regime in the country, where America ranks as asset of ever that's to on traditional all in the international organization, including the United Nations. International nations are introduced in the U.S. international security strategy in 2002, follow a real war introduced through the Taliban and the Iraq. and a multiple polar is strongly formed with a country like China, Russia, EU, BRICS, ASEAN. The multiple work will make advantage of the country, community power and responsibility to the all nations. The EU multipolar work created the healthy environment as Beijing form nation to cooperate equally, promote respect, mutual benefits equally. For example, like China has risen strongly, surpassing to Japan become the second economy in the world after the US, and the military strength is constantly improving. After more than 30 years of the reform and opening up, China has achieved material achievement to economy develop swiftly and continuously. China has foreign currency reserve of up to 3,312 billion USD, on the first rank in the world. China, One Belt, One Road, China increased investment in the defense on the security, become a global power and avoid its side rule in the international affairs. With the project on Belt on Road in the progress, China will surely be more important, contributing to the social economy in the security development of the world. And in you can see the map of the One Belt on Road. And Russia has recovered and developed strongly, returned to one of the leading economy and military country. Russia continue to maintain its importance as the world and leading military power. The EU Union, a layer economy entity of 27 country members, had an increasingly global influence on the economy, playing a leading role in the world. And Japan continues to maintain its position of the economy power, gradually strengthen its political and military strength, and has increasingly influence on the international arena. Japan has highly developed science technology background. Many Japanese science and technology branches first in the world, and especially high technology. And in the Middle East, like Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, continue to accept their position in the region. This is an important trend, proving 70% of oil energy to the world and keeping the sea routes of Europe, Asia. The country of the region has a layered Muslim population with a worldwide influence. The country play an important role in the energy security, international maritime routes, and contribute to reducing conflicts in the region. All the countries cooperate equally for mutual benefits, respect for each other, and do not interfere in the affairs of security. For the paragraph on of Article 2 of the UN Chapter status, this organization is based on the principle of the equality and sovereignty of the all members of the organization. An equality between the 5 permanent members of the Security Council and the remaining member states. Great Britain, the United States, France, Russia, and China are away on the Security Council, while 10 non-permanent members will be elected for a 2-year term, and many not even assume the position of the member of the consecutive term. The 5 standing members also have the power to vote and draft decisions of the Security Council. ASEAN countries have a total population of 70% of the world population, but only one permanent member of the Security Council is China. For the Middle East Africa, It is even worse when there is no country as a permanent member of the Security Council. It is an inequality that exists in the world layers organization, the United Nations. Of course, it both historically and now affect all the countries when the resolution of the Security Council area passes. In fact, when the cooperation between country impossible many conditions exist. The developed Western country often offer human rights, democratic citizenship, and opposition on the less developed country. But in fact, the undeveloped or the developing country, they need an established environment to build the economy, improve the living condition of the people before democracy. It is the unrealistic imposition of the Western rules and country with a different culture and religious view. Pressure the West and the Western America system blatantly interferes with the internal affairs of small and vulnerable country. It is in violation of the Clause 7, Article 2 of the Chapter of United Nations. The UN Security Council, seen as exception, has performed many important missions. However, there are still many shortcomings that need reform, especially the fuller of the Palestinian issue, the Yemen civil war, Syria, or Cuba to fighting poverty in Africa, and now cooperation against the COVID-19 pandemic, inequality in access to the COVID-19 vaccine between rich and poor countries, the US, the West, and the rest of the world. The US and the West continue to monopolize in the keep costs high in the order to benefit from vaccines. Western countries have the right to choose which vaccine to use, while many poor countries do not have a single dose of vaccine access. COVID-19 will certainly last for the next 2 to 5 years until the country of the world and fully vaccinated. So from now to that time, more people will die because of inequality in the vaccine distribution. So as the reason and example I give in the present work order, personally, I support a new multiple work order. States have a right to equal cooperation, respect, and non-interference in the domestic affairs. Thank you for listening my presentation. Some technical mistake. I'm so sorry.
No. Thank you very much. And thank you all speakers and all participants. Our session is over, and I am passing the floor to Çimen Filiz Pasha, moderator of the 4th session. Thank you.
Mehmet Perinçek, thank you very much. It was really very informative session. I'm expecting same after this also. Well, welcome dear guests, dear comrades. Welcome to our symposium, in New International Order Symposium. Since this is a full day program and we have many guests waiting, I'm also expecting from all the contributors to keep on time and to try to check the time before they go too long, please. Right now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Semih Koray, who is the head of the International Relations Bureau of Vatan Party, and to present his speech. Professor Semih Koray, sir, can you hear me? Yes, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to start my talk to welcoming you all once more on behalf of the International Relations Bureau of Vatan Party, and thanking you for having kindly accepted our invitation. We are very pleased, honored, we get enlightened through your presence in this symposium. The title of my talk is The Content of Internationalism Today. Concerning the principles on which a fair international order can be based, the oppressed and developing world owns a very valuable accumulation acquired in the anti-imperialist struggle for independence and liberation. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, first formulated by Zhou Enlai and then also adopted by the non-aligned movement in the 20th century, reflect the essence of this accumulation most concisely. They are mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. In a world where the nation states are the main actors, the appropriateness and importance of any of these 5 principles can hardly be denied. On the other hand, there is no doubt that such an order can be made prevail in the whole world if and only if one can put an end to pursuing domination and root out its source. The neoliberal international order, which is in collapse now, was designed to sustain and consolidate the US domination. The Atlantic system not only represents domination over the oppressed and developing countries, but in its internal hierarchy, USA also exercises hegemony over other developed capitalist countries in the system. The recent change in the governing power in the US has given impetus to attempts aiming to revive the neoliberal international order. Thus, the task of limiting further the source of domination jointly has become more urgent than ever. The creation of a rising system that forms an alternative to the imperialist system in every field of life is a prerequisite for abolishing imperialism. The 20th and the 21st centuries are quite different in that regard. The formulation which best reflects what happened during the period between World War II and the 80s is that states demand independence, nations demand liberation, peoples demand revolution. It was during that period that naked colonialism was ended. This was a great victory won on the part of the oppressed world with great sacrifices. Although it reflected a great progress on the political plane, the oppressed world was still far from competing with the Atlantic system on the economic, scientific, and technological planes. The era we are going through now, on the other hand, is rightly referred to as the age of rising Asia. The roots of the rise of Asia naturally lie in the 20th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, when the capitalist system entered its imperialist stage, mankind also witnessed a rising wave of democratic revolutions in Asia. In the first decade of the 20th century, Russia, Turkey, Iran, and China became the stage of democratic revolutions, which were followed by the October Revolution in Russia, the National Liberation War and the Kemalist Revolution in Turkey, and the Chinese Revolution following World War II. It is interesting to witness that these same four countries are currently among the main targets of the sanctions, oppressions, and threats of the imperialist system. It is even more interesting to see that the strategic relations and cooperation between these four countries are on the rise, paralleling the rise of Asia. After the so-called Cold War was over, the clash of civilizations was introduced by Huntington, not as an objective forecast, but it was meant to provide a ground on which the new imperialist policy system could be based. The maxim that would best reflect Huntington's approach is, let them clash. Perhaps even said better, make them clash. However, China, Russia, Turkey, and Iran belong to different civilization categories according to Huntington's classification, but are able to develop strategic cooperation among themselves to oppose imperialist domination. On the other hand, Huntington's approach should also be taken into account seriously for two reasons. One is that the past does not consist of contributions to human progress upon which further social progress can be built up. The past also contains a scrap heap providing a suitable ground for manipulations aiming to make civilizations clash. To get rid of obstacles to cooperation of this source of hostility creation, a possible antidote is to have effective communication and interaction channels via which such problems can be dealt with diplomatically. It is the objective needs of the oppressed and developing countries which drives them to come closer and cooperate. In case this process is left to sheer trial and error, its achievements cannot go beyond some accidental and temporary gains. However, today we live in an era in which not history itself, as Fukuyama claimed, but spontaneity in social progress has historically come to an end. As technological progress that is not based on basic sciences has become impossible, the guidance of science has also become a categorical imperative for human progress. A holistic and strategic approach formed under the guidance of science is needed to make tactical priorities subject to strategic interests. The absence of such an approach may lead the country to the adoption of a follower's position, which opens the way to manipulations via inducing short-run, fake best responses that may damage strategic partnerships. The only way out for imperialism today to lengthen its life is to force the countries fighting against domination to make errors so that the anti-imperialist front can be divided. The era we are going through can rightly be described as the age of national democratic revolutions and opening up to socialism. Around the turn of the millennium, the world witnessed two crucial breaking points, which USA was not able to take into account, as it was left as the unique superpower on the globe. One was the rediscovery of the nation as the main social force to overcome imperialist domination. The revolutionary movement seems to have been set back at first glance when one compares the last 30 years with the 60s and 70s of the 20th century. There is no doubt that the targets of the worldwide revolutionary movement were more advanced and more comprehensive in the latter than in the former period. Nevertheless, following the climax of the revolutionary movement reached in 1975 with the victory of Vietnam over the US, the imperialist system was able to organize a neoliberal offensive that became temporarily successful and even managed to put an end to the Soviet Union. Today, the targets of the revolutionary movement in the world may seem to be much humbler in a sense. Reaching a classless society may seem to be shifted to a farther future. But yet, the oppressed world gave birth to a developing world in front of whose strength the Atlantic system entered a process of rapid decline. The internal fragmentation of USA reached a depth never paralleled since its foundation, except for the period of the Civil War. It is the US itself who taught the whole world how valuable the nation states and the nations themselves are in the struggle against imperialist domination by attempting to destroy the nation states of the oppressed world and to liquidate their nations. The second breaking point is insistence on revolution. The two legs of the so-called Chinese miracle can be stated as the aim to rejuvenate the Chinese nation and insistence on socialism. The imperialist system has got so rotten that now human dignity can only be protected by revolution. It is this fact which also drove, quote, conservative, unquote, sections of the societies in several countries into the anti-imperialist front. On the other hand, especially starting as of the 1980s, the neoliberal ideology has started to forge concepts, that is, to empty the social content of reputable notions as freedom, human rights, democracy, and turn them into gilded packing materials. Thus, the yardstick of what is socially progressive and what is reactionary have changed today. The invariant major yardstick of political and social stance today is its positioning against imperialist domination. This yardstick also applies to alliances of countries and has to be taken into account in forming a strategic anti-imperialist front. Globalization has gained two entirely opposite senses within the last 30 years. In the lexicon of the imperialist system, the globe is something to be dominated. In our lexicon, it is something to be shared. The nation states of the oppressed and developing world have been regarded as the main obstacles to the formation of a global market dominated by the imperialist system. Thus, they had to be destroyed. The nations themselves represented an outmoded, backward social category. Thus, they had to be dissolved. This is globalization according to imperialism. On the other hand, it is true that the rapid development of communication and interaction technologies has brought remote corners of the world closer to each other. This equipped different countries with means enabling them to interact and cooperate politically, economically, scientifically, technologically, and culturally. Although each sovereign country is to determine its own way of development, depending upon its own characteristics, international cooperation from which all the participants can benefit has now become possible. Nations to share their experiences and learn from each other. The coexistence of different cultures can now genuinely be turned into a source of richness as a more advanced and more common culture can be produced out of them via active interactions of the oppressed and developing world face threats coming from a common and global source. If the obstacle is global, then the social power which can overcome that obstacle is also to be constructed globally. For new international order, which will meet the desires and needs of mankind to be sustainable, the corresponding international mechanisms and institutions have to be designed and formed so that the planned aims can be implemented under the guidance of science. The very design and construction of a new human-focused international order doubtlessly requires the formation of an international network with a broad spectrum of channels between different nations. This symposium is a humble attempt to contribute to the construction of such a network. I wish to close my talk with a short abstract reflecting its title, which was The Content of Internationalism Today. Internationalism today is cooperation and solidarity between different nations on an egalitarian and mutual benefit basis on which they can develop by sharing and oppose any kind of domination jointly. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Semih Koray. Thank you for your very clear, informative inputs. Now I would like to continue and invite Professor Dr. Alexander Dugin, who is the leader of Eurasia Movement. Professor Alexander Dugin, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
Yes, here you are, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for invitation. I'm really happy to see all my Turkish friends from long date. So I'm a long-term friend of Vatan Partisi when it was İşçi Partisi, and of Mr. Perinçek, and all of you and your friends and all who support and support you, your ideas and share your views. Thank you once more for inviting me. My panel, my discourse will be dedicated to the topic, the last agony of unipolarity and irrevocable emergence of multipolar world order. So what we see now, it is precisely transition. And transition has clear frame in the international relations. One world order is finishing, is ending, the other is beginning. But that is the process. It is not just the fact. So there is still ending order, and there is already emerging order. And that is very, very important. That makes our analysis difficult because it is not yet absolutely certain where we are. Because we are at the same time in two different levels of the reality. There is a two platform, tectonic platform coming one upon the other. So the global world order we are living now was and still somehow is unipolar. It was created after the fall of the Soviet system, Soviet Union, and represent the unipolar moment, as Charles Claude Hammer has called it. The unipolar moment, that means that the West, global West, capitalist West, United States of America, NATO states represented from some moment in the history the only one political ideology, only one strategical and geopolitical hegemony, and only one civilization. So one global civilization based on liberal democracy, individualism, capitalism, human rights ideology, technical modernization, cyberspace, technological progress with the ideology of gender, where gender and all the form of sex became optional, became sexual identity became optional, as is in the liberalism, national identity, religious identity, professional identity, and so on. So, and the last point to destroy was the human identity, and this unipolar world order led us toward post-humanism and discarding of human identity, because as well it is collective identity, and modern liberalism tries to overcome all forms of collective identity, promoting only individual identity. That was, and that still is, the world order that is ending, that is in clear decline. Decline began long time ago already, 2000 with 9/11. There was the first strike of alternative civilization. Maybe it was a kind of artificial construction. Maybe it was that was false flag operation. Nobody knows. But there was the sign that there is something wrong with unipolarity. After that was the growth of China. China became a kind of serious competitor to the West, not only to the United States, to the West in general, with particular ideology, particular social and political and economical structure. There was the growth with Putin of the sovereignty and independence, strategical independence of Russia. That as well was a new phenomenon. There was the new self-affirmation of Turkey with late Erdogan politics that was very different from the time of his alliance with Fethullah Gülen and pro-Western liberal globalists. Because Erdogan in Turkey became more and more sovereign in its politics. Iran tried and tries to affirm itself as independent, strategical, political, economical pole. So, little by little, the frame of multipolarity started to emerge. That is very important. It was in the beginning, that was just competition between Russia and China, some regional rivalries and competitions between Turkey and Iran for the influence in the Middle East. By little, that was accompanied by a growing decline of possibility of the West, of United States, to solve regional problem, to find the real solution for economical growth, and some incapacity of the global West to lead the world became more and more evident. And the last element in this manifestation of the ending of the unipolarity was Trump's presidency, because that was agonizing effort to change the main direction, to America to concentrate in the domestic affairs, economic affairs, fighting against immigration. That was awkward. That was not consistent. That was really successful. But nevertheless, that was self-acceptance and recognition of United States of America of the end of the globalism. And Trump's discourse was oriented against globalization, against this unipolarity. He wanted to present United States of America as the great power among the other powers. Maybe first, but not the only one. That was not idea to project American influence and American liberal civilization through all the world. And there was the real questioning and challenging of this global system of vision in favor of much more moderated capitalism, much more traditional liberalism, that new form of gender-centered BLM, radical left liberalism that was represented by Democratic Party. So, if Trump wins elections, we could affirm in this moment, after half a year of his possible and probable second term, we would say with absolutely certainty the unipolar world is over. It was recognized by the United States themselves. So let us define the new conditions. Let us explore more what will be new alliances, or what else poles can emerge, because we have three already existing poles: American or Western, Chinese, and Russian. And we have Turkey and Iran as very, very important regional poles that pretend to be the poles of attraction for other countries and peoples. And so multipolarity would become something irresistible. So India would join in some point this process. Europe, Western Europe can find the other way, not only follow NATO Atlanticist tradition, but affirm its own strategical identity. Africa and Latin America could turn into poles, or future poles as well. And there are some tendencies in Latin America to organize the continental bloc, Southern American continental bloc, at lesser scale Africa, but as well the growth of some African powers and regional big state and economy and socially politics. The awakening, some beginning of the awakening of the Africa could be interpreted as well as African first manifestation of will of the African peoples to affirm their own civilization. Pan-Africanist movement and Urgence Africaine, very interesting African movement led by Kemi Siba, young African leader. All that could be the sign of very important growth of the multipolarity. The idea to transform African continent in the independent pole as well, it is a part of that. But there was not Trump, but Biden who has won. Or maybe that was with the fraud electoral, maybe not. I don't like to enter in the details. Nevertheless, we have the reality. There is a Biden. And who is a Biden? Biden is a radical neoconservative politician. He is in favor of unipolarity, of Atlanticism, of he wants at any price to prolong unipolarity and Western hegemony, and that is why he is so radically anti-Russian, anti-Chinese, anti-Turk, and anti-Iranian. So he tries to save unipolar world. Is it possible? In a peaceful way, no, because it is clear that Russia, Putin's Russia, is very decisive defending sovereignty, defending multipolar structure. In the case of the Xi Jinping, it's clear that China is decisive to defend its independence. We see some growing manifestation of the will for the sovereignty on the Turkish part, and that is good sign. Maybe we don't agree in all with Erdogan politics, but some of it is very independent and positive. He has repositioned his stand much in favor of Kemalist national vision of the interests of Turkey, rather than the follow Atlantist liberal pro-European or pro-American line. The much more openly multipolarity is stressed in Iran, that Iran is challenging this unipolar world order. So Biden is against all. Biden has no friends now in the world. He has just puppets. He has slaves, and they are slaves of unipolarity, of this globalist liberal ideology. Is return to unipolarity possible? Peaceful? No, because there are too much players to gain everything in multipolarity and to lose everything in the case of the return to unipolarity. So it is peacefully, it is impossible. But we see how Biden wants to promote his unipolar agenda by war. What we see now in the Black Sea and Ukraine, in the Pacific Ocean as well, we see preparation of America to go to war. Go to war against whom? Against Putin's Russia, because of being pole of emerging multipolarity, against Xi Jinping's China, using all the allies of NATO against these goals, and try to establish more and more control over European, trying to avoid this context of direct American domination. We see the agony. Empire, global empire, is an agony. It could bite, it could hit, it could strike. Can it be successful? Has United States in present condition any chance to win Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, and everybody else? I doubt it. But to create the bloody chaos, try to overturn a hostile for the Americans regime with a regime change operation, with promoting color revolution, it is possible. So we could not exclude this attack. That is the ending. Unipolarity is like wounded dragon that could kill. He is wounded. He is weak. He is losing its forces, but it's still a dragon, and still that is still the main and much more powerful state in the world, and that is very risky and very dangerous situation. So the unipolarity doesn't want to end peacefully. That doesn't mean that I don't see any possible rational solution for unipolarity to win. And the main bulk of the American experts, they agree with that, including more globalist Council on Foreign Relations specialists recently have published the article in the Foreign Affairs, Richard Haas, about necessity to accept multipolarity as the fact. But Biden considers situation differently. So there is last possibility, last chance of neoconservative, of unipolarists to keep their position is to start the war. So I see no probability, no possibility in this possible ongoing war to be won by Americans. But I should recognize that it is possible. That doesn't depend on how Putin will conduct himself or Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping always choose the peace, because the peace is on our side. If we still manage to keep the peace for some time, unipolarity will be destroyed forever by itself. It will be implosion or explosion of unipolarity. It is in a clear decline all these 20 years. No sign of revival of this globalization, unipolar globalization. All signs, all possible signs of the coming decline. That doesn't mean that everything is quite right in our countries. We have as well some problems, serious problems, but the main idea is that we represent multipolarity that is growing, and they represent unipolarity that is falling, in self-destroying. But they could not win, they had no chances, but they could start the war. And the war is always the great tragedy for all of us. But you can say, let Putin and Xi Jinping, Erdogan, Khamenei, let them accept American demands in order to avoid. But that is also impossible. So Putin we will win with the peace, but not at any price. We could not give up our national interest. We could not give up our sovereignty. We could not let American fifth column to operate freely in our operation, on our territory. In our territory, we could not accept slavery, and that is impossible. And Americans know that, so they have no chance to win. They have no chance to submit, to enslave anymore. Neither Russia, nor China, nor Turkey, nor Iran, or any other growing, emerging civilization. But they still have a possibility to start the war and to create a chaotic situation in the Middle East, on the border of Russia. They would try to use local regional powers against each other, trying to manipulate Turkey against us, as that was the case with Ukraine, trying to organize, provoke confrontation between us and Chinese, and so on and so on and so on, trying to put against each other Turkish and Iranians, and so on. We should follow the logic of multipolarity. Our governments should be conscious, should be coherent, should be intellectually awakened in order to use all means we have in order to promote multipolar world order, to avoid the war, and to make this decisive step toward the future. So that is my vision. We are balancing between ending unipolarity and emerging multipolarity, but that could come the war, because for them that is last moment, if last chance to start the war, because otherwise they will have no possibility, including to start the war, because they will be overthrown from inside. And now there is in the United States, that is the real dictatorship that was created, left liberal dictatorship of the half of American political establishment against the other half. That is usurpation of the power. That is a coup d'etat that Biden and neocons have accomplished in the United States. And they regard the half of their American population as the enemies of them, as the racist, so-called Nazi, fascist, and so on. And everybody except globalists are considered to be nationalists, religious extremists, and so on. And half of American population. So the Biden's rule is very fragile. Very fragile. And that is why the war is possible. But we need to defend and fight for the peace, for real international democracy. We should help to our leaders to avoid confrontation, emphasizing that that is not moment for Russian, Turkish, Iranian, Russian, Chinese confrontation. We should fight together against the same common enemy of this, against this wounded dragon. But we should fight not with the war means, by the means of the peace, because peace is our weapon, main weapon, but not on the price of the defeat. So we should win with the peace, not betray ourselves with that. So thank you for your attention. And I wish to your conference, to all of you, the best and the great conclusion of your very important and very actual work. Thank you very much. Güle güle.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Alexander Dugin. It was always good. It's always good to see you too and see all our comrades. I believe we are going to see much more often each other. And I would like to thank you for really mind-opening points like informations. And I really think it is important that you are insisting on winning our war via peace for now, for this condition. And also you pointed out that the beast is injured now and it's more dangerous. That's why we have to be more careful and we shouldn't underestimate it. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Hüseyin Macit Yusuf. He is the traveling ambassador of Rauf Denktaş, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. He will present his speech to us, and his title is very important for, especially in these days, the security of Mediterranean and Black Sea begins at Cyprus. Mr. Hüseyin Macit Yusuf, are you there?
Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
We do hear you, sir.
It was nice to meet Dugin, Mr. Koray. I haven't seen Mr. Dugin since, 15 years now. And he was very cooperative in our Cyprus affairs with the Greeks. He was very supportive. I thank him again that he took some time to visit our late President Denktaş in Cyprus. And I am honored to meet him again here. And I would
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dugin. I would like to start my speech by presenting the greetings and good wishes of TRNC, Turkish Republic of Northern and Cyprus President, Mr. Ersin Tatar, and the Foreign Minister, Mr. Tahsin Ertuğruloğlu, to all the symposium participants. And I myself want to thank
all the organizers, and of course, Patriotic Party, Vatan Partisi, for inviting me to talk in this, to make a speech in this important symposium at an important time for Cyprus. And in 2020, there was a revolution in Cyprus. A revolutionary development took place in Cyprus. The elections, the presidential elections, which was supposed to be held in April 2020, took place in October, and we have a new president now. The new president, Mr. Ersin Tatar, won both rounds of the election, and he is supporting a new policy now. And after he won the elections, a new era has started in Cyprus. What Mr. Tatar has put forward is a cooperation between two sovereign states. So from now on, what is our policy the Turks are putting forward is based on two sovereign states. For this, the ongoing federal solution tactics of the Europeans, of the Greeks, is over. We have been negotiating on the table lately 53 years without any solution, and now with Mr. Tatar's electing as president, this is over. And that's why I called it revolutionary, because from now on, we will go ahead for a two-state solution. Whether the Greeks like it, whether the Americans like it, or whether the Europeans like it, we will put forward this policy and we will fight for it. Mr. Dugin has mentioned about Biden coming to power in the United States. He honors himself, Biden honors himself to be called Biden, and we know that he will support the Greeks and Greek policies in our region and in Greece, in East Mediterranean, in Aegean, and he has been using Greece, unfortunately, as a puppet state, and he has been arming Greece against Turkey, against Russia, against all region. So I hope Greece understands this and reviews their policy towards their neighbors, both with Turkey and both in Cyprus. Before I conclude, I want to, of course, put forward some historical facts. In order listeners to understand me, they have to know what happened recently in Cyprus. It is utmost important. Without knowing some facts of history, it's not possible to understand our cause and what we are fighting for. You all very know that the island of Cyprus was Ottomans between 1571 and 1878. Can you imagine? We ruled Cyprus for 307 years. 307 years. Cyprus has never been under Greek rule. This is very important. Ottoman rule were living very peacefully. We gained independence in 1821 when Greeks Enosis meant union of Cyprus with Greece. So the Greek population of Cyprus, with the independence of Greece, tried to gain their independence from the Ottomans. They had made several movements for that, but thanks to the sultans of the Ottomans, it was not possible. So when time came in 1878, the British rule came into Cyprus, and the Greek community was very happy. It would be easier for them to rule. Of course, this was not the case. The Greeks tried several times to gain independence from the British and establish their own state and united with the Greece, but that was not possible. So in 1955, they formed a military terrorist organization, EOKA. EOKA. This is a terrorist organization which fighted with British, and they tried to gain their independence, as they called. But independence meant destroying the Turkish people. We the Turks were the main obstacle against fighting the Turkish people, the Turkish Mujahideen, the Turkish resistance forces, and the organization which we formed with the cooperation with our mainland Turkish fight against this terrorist organization. Never gave up from our rights, from our freedom, and at the end of the day, we came to 1960. There republic. We formed the Cyprus Republic with the British, Turkey, and Greece being the guarantor powers. But the Greeks, of course, the Greek Cypriots saw the independent Cyprus state as a way again forward for Enosis. They thought that they will use the Republic of Cyprus as a means to go to their final targets, which was Enosis. And so in 1963, it is very unfortunate to tell all this, they fought against us. They killed civilians, they killed children, they killed young or older, elderly. They didn't mind, women or men, and they killed, as you know, in 1963, December, they attacked a lot of locations, Turkish locations. The Turkish people didn't have enough weapons. So many villages, 103 village people had to leave their homes, had to leave their properties to save their lives. So they moved to several enclaves to save their lives. And in 19, after all these incidents, there was a conference in London. One of the guarantor powers, British, called this conference, but that conference didn't succeed. Of course, the Greeks insisted on their union with Greece, Enosis, so it was not successful to make an agreement. But now what I am going to tell you is the crucial moment in our history. 1964, United Nations Security Council came together to discuss the situation in Cyprus. In March the 4th, they passed a resolution This is an incredible resolution in the history. It's a great injustice, and it's an illegal decision and illegal resolution. It doesn't match with the realities of Cyprus, and it gave, unfortunately, this resolution 186 of March 4th is a disgrace for the world, is a disgrace for United Nations, and this, according to this resolution, they start to treat the Greek government there as the Republic of Cyprus government. And they avoided the Turkish Cypriots' rights. They kept us aside. They throw us outside of the state. Our fathers, our grandfathers couldn't go to the government mechanism again. They were thrown out of the parliament. We were thrown out of the Cypriot Republic. And at the end of the day, they turned this republic into a Greek republic. So what all the world now calls republic is the Greek Republic. There is no Republic of 1960. This republic, what the world is recognizing, is not Turkish. And what is the fight for us after this 1964 resolution is asking our rights as a co-founder, equal side in the 1960 Republic. We have been asking our rights. We asked to return to our post in the Parliament of the Republic, which was avoided. When my father and my grandfather was a member of Parliament, when they went to enter into this Parliament, they were avoided by the EOKA terrorists. They were threatened with their lives. The late President Denktash has been tried to be killed by these EOKA militias. So what we have been fighting was our equal sovereignty, for our equal rights in this state. So please, whoever is listening us must see this injustice and must know that this 186 resolution, as long as they see the Greeks as the legal, the only legal, the sole republic, legitimates administration, this is not correct. So our efforts has been to change this towards with the negotiations, which started in 1963 until recently in 2017. For 53 years, we worked to find a solution to the Cyprus problem. A bicommunal, bipolar solution has never been possible. 53 years, can you imagine? I am 59. I was born into the Cyprus problem. My father was born into the Cyprus problem. My grandfather was born into the Cyprus problem, and we couldn't solve it. Why we couldn't solve it? As I tried to explain you before, we couldn't solve it because the Greeks want to Hellenize the island. The Greeks wants to make the island unite with Greece. And we will never let them do this. We are fighting for our independence. And in 1983, we formed our state, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Whether the world recognizes us or not is there. And you know, at this point, I don't know how much time I have, but I cannot hear you.
1 minute.
1 minute. I will ask you 3 minutes, please. Because I know everybody tolerates Turkish.
We already.
I need this special tolerance from you. So
okay.
Now, at the end of this month, there will be in Genoa there will be a 5+ conference. There we will put forward our new policies. 2 sovereign states on Cyprus, which matches with the realities of Cyprus, and which is a just solution, which will be for the good of the 2 sides, the Greeks and Turkish Cypriots. So, since I have 3 minutes, I can tell you it is not possible to reach an agreement with the present framework and the conditions that the Greeks are putting forward. We cannot accept that the legitimate state is the Republic of Cyprus. We have our own state as well, and we cannot accept to be the minorities, as they tell us, as they pressurize us. We are not the minorities on the island. We have an independent state. Of course, the USA is helping the Greeks. They lifted the arms embargo with them, and they are at the moment helping the Greeks to fight for their causes. Thanks to Turkey, our mainland, we are embraced with Turkey, and we will do whatever necessary in Cyprus, in East Mediterranean. It's on our blue mainland to do what is needed to fight with this. Mr. Dugin has put forward that the USA is a sick dragon. It's not a sick dragon. He is a dead dragon. USA is a dead dragon under intensive care. USA will never be cured. They lost all the wars. They lost in Syria. They lost in Cyprus. They lost in Middle East. They lost in East Mediterranean. So we will never let them to win again. And this is a multipolar world, and United States will never be again a superpower. So I am finalizing. 1 minute more, please, because we will now be asking the recognition of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Can the world recognize Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus? In the new world order, yes. I want to, before I conclude, I would like to greet and thank to Mr. Perinçek, the president of Vatan Partisi, who has, and many people that I see on the screen that are helping us to make our cause get, which is the recognition of our state. I thank to Mr. Perinçek, who was a very close friend of Mr. Denktaş, that he is helping us for the recognition, and he has been very contributive, and I thank him for this. And I see the several people who is with us on this cause, and I thank you all as well. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hüseyin Macit Yusuf. It was very, very good to listen to you once again. Now we are going to invite Mr. Abdullah, the member of the Palestine Liberation Organization. Mr. Abdullah, can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Here you are, sir.
Let me start by thanking Vatan Party for organizing this symposium and inviting Palestine to contribute to the theme of this symposium. Dear participants.
Abdullah.
Yes.
Your camera is switched off. Could you please open it?
The camera?
Yes.
Ayat. The camera switched off. Camera.
Ses var mı?
Is it okay now?
Mr. Abdullah.
Yes.
Next to the microphone, there is a camera icon.
Yeah.
If there is a red line over there, would you please click on it? Then we can see you.
Oh, sorry.
Öyle devam edelim.
That'll take us 2 minutes.
Can you go to the next speaker? Go to the next speaker until we fix the camera here. Is that possible?
Okay, değiştirelim mi şey hazırsa? Let me switch your turn with the next our next participant, Mr. Professor Dr. Recep Recepov. If he's ready, he will be participating on behalf of Sahip Kıran Center for Strategic Researches.
Merhabalar.
Merhaba. Buyurun.
Herkese ilk önce
bir saniye Recep Bey. Mrs. Sıla Özer Çelik, she is going to be translating. Yes, please come this way. You can start now, sir. Başlayabilirsiniz.
The situation in the world that is undergoing profound shocks, leading to exasperation, contradictions, growing tension, and various threats for different countries. In various regions of the world, the consequences of the global and financial economic crisis are not abating. The immediate vicinity of Russia in the European part, in Ukraine, with unresolved issues inherited from the past, exacerbations periodically arise associated with both territorial and border delimitation. A prepared and provoked conflict in Ukraine with the aim of isolating and weakening Russia. Added to the problem above was the renewed tension in relations with Russia, which stem from cooperation with China, along with public accusations against the leadership of two countries. As an example, 2 words from a short interview with the US President Joseph Biden. Biden's insulting statements about Putin shocked the Putin regime, led to the only solution to unite with the other authoritarian rulers or countries. And this will require much more resources from the United States to implement its plans than they had expected to date. The joint solution of global problems experiencing by Russia and China, which are 2 neighboring states that adhere to similar or close positions on the main issues of the world politics, pushes them to establish powerful organizations in the region and the rules of their interaction. They are gaining specific weight and changing the accustomed balance of power previously adopted by both the rules of the United States and the West. China is activating its role in addressing global challenges by promoting its participation in international affairs. Beijing is activating not only multilateral policies, but also bilateral ties with neighbors, which provide an opportunity to group these ties in 3 directions: large, neighboring, and developing countries. China's intentions to develop and strengthen relations with neighbors can be traced in the interactions between China and Russia. Following the above logic, we can say that the relations between Russia and China on rapprochement are important and necessary for both sides. And the rapprochement between Russia and China to oppose the United States and the West leads not only to criticism, but also to their recognition as dangerous neighbors. This definitely makes both Russia and China behave more cautiously. Raising the stakes by Biden in relation to Russia and China returned the United States of America to a tough policy of simultaneously confronting Russia and China. The policy of the United States and the simultaneous confrontation to Russia and China, for which the collapse of the USSR did not become a lesson, increased the likelihood of the start of the Second Cold War. The Cold War, the prerequisites of which were pointed out back in 1994 by the former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, who called a cold peace the relations between Russia and the West, led by the United States. The cold peace became even colder and less peaceful. A less peaceful and colder world began to strain relations not only between the United States and Russia, but also with China. The cold peace of the 1990s and 2000s is in the past, giving way to a new Cold War. The biggest mistake that Washington can make is confronting Russia and China at the same time. Against the background of increasingly tense relations of Russia and China with the United States, there is a higher level of trust between Moscow and Beijing. After intensive negotiations between the Chinese Foreign Ministry and the U.S. State Department in Alaska, as well as Russia's recall of the ambassador to the United States, tensions have increased. The analysis provides an opportunity to predict the essence of the U.S. intentions, having analyzed the United States' intention of the plans to simultaneously start a new Cold War against Russia and China. One can come to a conclusion that the Biden administration is pushing two major nuclear powers towards each other. If the simultaneous confrontation to Russia and China continues, the United States may make the same mistake that the USSR committed during the First Cold War. Naturally, with the continuation of the simultaneous confrontation led by the United States, Russia and China will rebuff the United States in the new Cold War. This raises the question of how Moscow can help Beijing, or how Beijing can help Moscow in the confrontation to Washington and its allies and alliance. The First Cold War was between Moscow and Washington, and it cannot be said that Washington fought that war unsuccessfully. The confrontation that is intensifying between China and the United States can be called a prerequisite for the Second Cold War. The first high-level talks of Biden administration with China and Alaska that started quite tough can be considered the beginning of a new round of Cold War II. Maybe the United States is making strategic plans to win the Second Cold War in the hope of China's internal weakness. The idea of internal weakness in America is associated with the leading role of the Communist Party in the political system of the country that reminds them of the Soviet principle of leadership. But this association of Americans is deceptive because they forget that the Soviet principle does not work in China. The state pretends to pay and the people pretend to work. Bearing in mind that parts of the American establishment counting on internal factors that can supposedly weaken China in the future, Moscow and Beijing can enter into cooperation in the confrontation to Washington in the following ways. Russia, having inherited the experience of a superpower from the Soviet Union, can share it with China, its most important ally. There will be fruitful cooperation between Russia and China in the field of public administration and economy, from which Russia can learn managing the state and economy. Cooperation with Russia in three directions would help China's confrontation against Washington in the new Cold War. First, a military alliance between Russia and China. Secondly, cooperation between Russia and China in the field of providing transport energy resources and goods by Russia to China. Third, Russia's political assistance, mainly assistance to China in the integration of Asia-Pacific region. Therefore, an alliance in the form of an alternative political and economic structure of Russia and China is unacceptable for the United States.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Recep Recepov. Thank you very much, Ursula.
Biz de size teşekkür ederiz. Bütün bu etkinliğe beni davet eden Vatan Partisi'ne bu etkinliğin güzel bir şekilde, bu şekilde güzel bir düzenlenmesi için uğraşan tüm elemanlarına, özellikle Kurtuluş Bey'e, Emre Bey'e, Hakkı Bey'e, ve kızımıza özellikle teşekkür ediyorum. Yineki yıllarda diğer bir sempozyumlarda buluşmak üzere, yüz yüze görüşmek üzere. Herkese iyi çalışmalar.
Mr. Recepov would like to thank everyone involved in organizing this event. First of all, Vatan Partisi and all of our comrades here who have assisted in organizing this with technical help and other types of assistance. And he says he'd like to meet us in the future for more events such as this.
We thank Professor Dr. Recep Recepov, and we really thank also Sıla Özer. She has very great interpretation. Now I would like to go back to Dr. Abdullah, if he is ready. Dr. Abdullah, are you ready? Welcome, sir. Floor is yours. Can we have your voice? Do you have your microphone is not on. Microphone. Thank you, sir.
Is it on now? How about this? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Benim sesim yok mu?
It's on?
We hear you. We hear you, Dr. Abdullah.
Yes, thank you very much.
And we see you. You're welcome.
Once again, yes. Back in 1948, my country was dismembered and my people were scattered as refugees outside of their homes and property. This, of course, was a collaboration between the superpowers of the time. They were racing who will recognize the new entity created in my country at the expense of my people, because each has his own ambition. The Soviet Union thought that these Jewish immigrants coming to Palestine are socialist and they will spread socialism in the area. The other camp, led by the Americans, thought that this is an advanced post that will help the secure the routes of trade for the Western world and to make sure that the energy, which was very important and very essential for the industrial progress of the West, so they can be the vanguard of these interests. Now, in the 60s, the Palestinians who felt that they were deceived, they were cheated, and their rights were ignored, started to build an organization that will leave the status of the Palestinians as refugees, leave it behind, and start to work for the liberation of their country and for the return of their displaced people. This, of course, developed, and the world bipolar world order was also engaged in this development. The Soviet Union considered the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, as a national liberation movement, and it gave support to this organization. The others, that's the United States of America and its allies, consider the PLO as a terrorist organization that has to be eradicated. Now, with the development, of course, the determination of the Palestinian people, the steadfastness of these people, they reached a point where, by talking to the rest of the world leaders, not only the two polar system, but beyond that, and they got some sort of understanding, in some cases, some recognition. This encouraged the Palestinian people to put forward a peace plan that brings about peace and stability in our region, ends their displacement, and allow them to have the right to self-determination and establishing their independent sovereign state on the territories occupied in 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. This was not only accepted by the world leaders at the time, although the Soviet Union was in its last days of being a superpower, but even Israel itself, the government of Israel, accepted this approach, and an agreement was signed on the lawns of the White House in 1993. It seems to me that the fascist elements of the right-wing Israeli political parties, they assassinated the Israeli leader who signed on the Declaration of Principle to end the conflict between Israel and Palestine, whereby a Palestinian state will be established next to the Israeli state and normal relations will be built over. Now, after this assassination of Ishaq Rabin, who signed the peace accord between Israel and Palestine, the Israeli society turned into extreme right with fascist, racist leadership that denies the Palestinian people their right to existence, not only right to self-determination or statehood. Now, with this, of course, they started a new policy of which is considered colonial settler plan, whereby they confiscate the land that's supposed to be the state of Palestine in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. They started demolishing homes of the Palestinians, assassinating Palestinians on the checkpoints that were created, over 600 of them across the Palestinian territories. And the world leaders were not, although they have condemnation, they have opposition to these Israeli practices, but they never took a decision to confront, to deter the Israeli colonial settler policy against the Palestinians. This, of course, was faced by the Palestinian people inside their country by steadfastness, by resistance to all these designs. Many Palestinians were imprisoned. In fact, more than 1 million Palestinians passed through Israeli jails since 1967. And more than that, the lives of the Palestinians were controlled. Gaza Strip, for example, is under siege for the past 16 years by Israel from the sea, from land, and from the air. So with all this, of course, that never stopped the Palestinians from struggling inside their country and around the world with the new emerging powers, because the United States failed to become the unipolar state that controls or hegemonizes the whole world. There are new leaders started to emerge from the European Union to China to the Russian Federation and others. So this helped us continue to contact these new forces, and at least at the United Nations, more than 750 resolutions passed in support of the Palestinian rights. And Security Council passed 86 resolutions that recognize these territories as occupied, recognize there is Palestinian right to self-determination, and the freedom of Palestine to establish its own independent and sovereign state on these territories. Now, this was, of course, met with the new wave of policies that adopted by the American administration, the past American administration under Donald Trump. The White House became like a foreign ministry for Israel. They denied the Palestinian people their right to be a people. They denied the Palestinian people their attachment to their occupied territory in 1967, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. And they went even beyond that and granted East Jerusalem to Israel and moved the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which is against all Security Council resolutions, all previous American administration policies concerning the rights of the Palestinians. Now, but this never stopped the Palestinians from fighting for their rights, from working hard in educating the other world leaders about the calamity that was forced on them. And this, of course, led to a new phase. This new phase that our president presented this in 2018 at the Security Council forum in New York, whereby we call recognizing that the world is no more a unipolar system as the Americans wanted to have it. There are new poles, new powers. This is why we called for a new peace conference, multilateral peace conference, that is governed by international law, by relevant resolutions passed by the United Nations, including Security Council, and this will be within a limited period of time, whereby it works for implementing these resolutions and forcing Israel to end its occupation and allowing the Palestinians to establish their independent and sovereign state in these territories. Then, and only then, justice can triumph, peace can prevail, and prosperity and stability can be the order of the day, and not only in Palestine and Israel, but in our region, the whole region at all. I just want to conclude by reminding that we Palestinians, we experienced in our country some 2,000 years ago a miracle of resurrection. We are confident with our steadfastness, with our strong will, with our determination that we Palestinians will resurrect once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdallah. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really very open-minding and reminding what was going on over there for everybody. And now, dear comrades, this symposium is the declaration of the new international order that is establishing. And it's real, yes, the new international order established. The Asian age produces fruit in Africa, triggering independence revolutions. 2019, Algeria, 2020, Mali, Ivory Coast, and Guinea. Revolutions are the leading symbols of the new international order in Africa. Our guests now, two guests, Mr. Ismail Dibesh and Mohammed Akratane, are pioneering patriots from Algeria and Mali. I'm just happily inviting now Professor Dr. Ismail Dibesh is from the Faculty of Political Sciences and International Relations Director of the Laboratory of Researches and Studies in International Relations in University of Algeria. Mr. Ismail Dibesh, are you ready, sir? Here you are. You are on stage. You have 10 minutes. Could you please turn your microphone on? Your mic.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
Yes. Well, good afternoon to you all. I am Professor Ismail Dibesh, as the Honorable Lady Professor introduced me. At the same time, I am the President of Algeria-China Friendship Association. That's why maybe I chose the title to talk about China. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to participate in such a highly important conference with distinguished professors, experts, and personalities who I share with them ideas and views. I'm especially delighted that I met and I heard Professor Dugin, who is a major reference for our students and researchers here in Algeria. I hope I will host him one day in our faculty. My intervention is titled The Belt and Road Initiative, a base for a new international order. Prior to the announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, the Chinese had already been able to successfully set up a scientific and economic developed peaceful ideas basis for the initiative in China itself for over 1,300,000,000 people. That's 25% of world population. 70% of the Chinese people rose out of poverty by 2010, with the aim of eliminating poverty within the next few years. China owes the world the recognition of such achievement for humans, for one out of four of the world population, humans, by respecting its national unity, stability, as well as hailing its model of development. A model constitutes a great contribution for an alternative world system valuable for all, a sharing world guided by the Chinese meaningful 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. The historical content, experience, and exercises of the Silk Road 2,000 years ago, and the Belt and Road Initiative concepts and dimensions in the 21st century of coordinating states' policy for land routes, railways, airports, dams, sea roads, or sea networks, ports, reduction of customs and trade barriers, financing of infrastructure and trade connectivity aimed at increased trade volumes and exchange of culture, science and people. All are constructive in nature, civic in character, human in objectives, with meaningful new opportunities, guided by mutual benefits and dimensions in the wake of the highly rising exploitative policies and actions by Western imperialism or Western neocolonialism as a whole, and by the United States in particular. Within such high content, Belt and Road Initiative can serve a viable alternative even for Europe, escaping from US pressure and blackmail politics. The initiative is a major link for European and Asian Pacific economies, providing great opportunities and benefits to promote China-Europe relations based on win-win cooperation. The original aims of the Belt and Road initiatives are to promote the connectivity of Asia, European, and African continents, and their adjacent seas, establish and strengthen partnership among the countries along the Belt and Road Initiative, set up all-dimensional, multi-tiered, and composite connectivity networks, and realize diverse, independent, balanced and sustainable development in these countries. The timing of the Belt and Road Initiative coincides with the gradually and globally progressing refusal of unipolar world led by the United States, a position resented even by US Western allies in Europe, not to mention the developing countries. The latter's governments under escalating pressure of their own people are heading for adopting policies and taking actions outside the Western orbit. Western world is shrinking, giving way to a balanced and multipolar international order. Outside the West, the world is already witnessing new emerging alternative poles, especially China as a world economic and industrial great power, and Russia as a major technological and military power. Both together can set the lead to a multi-order, especially with the wake or in the wake of Russian independent policy. The West is no longer the dominant source of technology and industry. Western countries themselves are market for the Chinese economy. The coronavirus pandemic has confirmed the fragility and the failure of Western health system. Many of others may face the same destiny in the following years. The human nature and soft approach reflected in the civic program pragmatism of the BRI can be a promising initiative as an alternative to the existing international order than those of the actual system full of wishful thinking, promises, democracy, freedom, human rights, far from being meaningful or realizable in the field. The actual international order is rushing to reinforcing rules and conditions, imperialist in nature, including creating crises and conflicts among nations for obtaining Western financial and economic interests, of course, at the expense of the majority of the people and the states. So far, the international system, including the UNO, has been imposed on the world, including the Soviet Union before and Russia now, because of Western domination. The vast majority of the countries in the world were not there when the international system was made or shaped before or after the Second World War II. Through the Belt and the Road Initiative, peaceful in nature, along with other contributions, the time is ripe for a new international order or multipolar order, changing the existing world system of imperialist domination and USA blackmail politics, derived from international military crisis and wars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismail Dibash. Thank you. And now, yes, from Mali, our guest, Mohamed Akaratin. He is the General Secretary of the African Solidarity for Democracy and Independence in Mali. And are you ready, sir? The African Solidarity for Democracy and Independence, it's SADI Party's General Secretary. We are waiting for him. I think there is a internet problem, and we are trying to fix it immediately. Africa is getting very important, and it's just giving us a big happy excitements when we hear, Mr. Dibash, this from your side, all the news coming very good. And I hope Mr. Akaratin will come soon and he can share his speech with us. And his speech is for Mali torn between the occupations, the title of his speech. Nasıl beyler? Bağlı değil mi? We are going to move, and as soon as we get in touch with Mr. Mohamed Akaratin, we will get him back in our session. Right now, I would like to thank you all, dear participants, and I would like to especially thank also to Professor Dr. Semih Koray, head of the International Relations Bureau of Patriotic Vatan Party, and Professor Dr. Alexander Dugin, leader of Eurasia Movement, Mr. Hüseyin Majid, traveling ambassador of Rauf Denktaş from Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, Abdullah, member of Palestinian Liberation Organization, Professor Dr. Recep Recepov from Sahip Kıran Center, and also Ms. Sıla Özer Çelik, I would like to thank, and Professor Dr. Ismail Dibash from Faculty of Political Science and International Relations of the Laboratory of Researches and Studies in International Relations University in Algiers. And we are going to try to get again in touch with Mr. Mohamed Akaratin from Mali, General Secretary of SADI Party, the African Solidarity and Independence. And I would like to thank to you all and to all my friends, so technically helping us to keep in touch with you and listen to you. And now I would like to invite Mr. Kaan Cenk Salihoğlu to take his moderation session. Hello, Kaan, and here you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do, Kaan.
Thank you for introducing me. And And hello, welcome to the New International Order Symposium also from my side. We now continue with the fifth session in which several young politicians and political scientists will have their say. This session is maybe one of the most important since the youth is growing up with and witnessing the global technological change, and also a new world order is being formed that will be tomorrow led by the youth of today. My name is Khan James. I'm joining you from Germany. We'll hear now young talents from different countries of the world, from Bangladesh to Switzerland, from Palestine to the US, will explain to us mainly from the point of view and that of their countries what the new international order will look like. We have a full program, so let's get started. Our first speaker is Mr. Işıkgün Akfırat from Vatan Patriotic Party Vanguard Youth International Relations Bureau, and is joining us now live from Istanbul. My dear friend Işıkgün, welcome. Nice to have you on the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
So Işıkgün, you're very experienced in international cooperation and you have a very close view. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
You have a very close view of international politics. Please explain to us and the world how the future of youth and the new era of revolutions will look like, especially from Turkey's, your party's, and your personal point of view. Here you go. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I first greet our chairman, Dr. Doğu Perinçek, our distinguished participants, dear guests, comrades, and friends. I would like to start my speech with a short poem from Rumi. He said some 800 years ago, a poem on the climate of change, saying this: everything about yesterday has gone with yesterday. Today it is needed to say new things. In Turkish, dünle beraber gitti cancağızım, şimdi yeni şeyler söyleme zamanıdır. Today our world has been through a great period of change. We all speak of the defeat of the US hegemony, the collapse of dollar dominance, the rise of a multipolar world. The molds of the bygone era that captivate even our imagination are being broken now. Now is really the time for saying the new words. And our chairman, Dr. Doğu Perinçek, has said these new words in his speech. He said that we are at the threshold of a new era of revolutions. It can be thought as the third wave of national democratic revolutions and opening to socialism. Yet this new period has an important difference from the previous ones. This new climate of revolution will not only break the links of imperialist chain one by one on a country basis, but it will give rise eventually to a brand new international order, as all the speakers stressed. This is because the current system has exhausted all of its options. The system based on the insatiable profit greed of finance capital, the system which has made its democracies basically nothing but a mafia order, the system consuming humanity and the earth more and more greedily is rushing now to its debacle like a truck that brakes fail. On the other side of the coin, there arises a new civilization that shares, that leans on its own culture, human accumulation, and answers the perennial aspirations of humanity. In such a period of upheaval, at the dawn of a new order, we youth, as the biggest shareholders of the future, would and should ask rightfully, where do we stand in face of this development? What kind of life, what sort of future does it bears for us, holds for us? Will youth be a passive bystander of this process or become an active subject that partakes in forming the future? I will try to give a revolutionary answer to these questions in the following. First thing to set, the principal contradiction of our era has not changed. Our world is still in the age of imperialism. At the end of it, yes, but not yet out of it. So this means that the contradiction between the oppressing and oppressed nations remain to be the principal contradiction. According to this conception, the world is divided into two camps. On the one camp, there are oppressing nations. On the other, there are oppressed. But the latter, if does not act on this very fundamental fact, fact of imperialism, would never be able to break the yoke of systematic oppression. Today, the oppressing nations are the Western countries and their allies. However, the whole system is based upon an institutional architecture in which the US gets the lion's share in exploitation and has a central control even on the other countries of the West. Even though they have formed an alliance of profit on the exploitation of the oppressed nations, there is ever-growing contradictions between the rest of the oppressing world and the US government. The oppressed nations, on the other hand, are basically the rest of the world. It is Asia, it is East, it is South. We might call all of these, but recently it is much more preferred to term developing countries. From Latin America to Africa, from Balkans to Caucasia, and to the whole Asia. It is the majority of humanity, and as our great poet Nazım Hikmet once said, it is the great humanity. And the US relation of oppression with the rest of the world is not only through capital export or crude military control or intervention. The US empire today is continuing its sway also through an underground control organization called Gladio in NATO countries, the special warfare operations in the developing countries, and its great hegemony on the big capital fractions, educated segments of society, and the realm of ideas by academia and media. In other words, by the virtue of this covert empire, the revolt against US military bases, revolt against cultural invasion of American way of life, revolt against irrational dominance of the dollar is contained. For that very reason, all the movements that does not position with regard to the fact of imperialism would find themselves in a place in this system of worldwide exploitation. And this means they would become a part of the problem, the biggest impediment in front of the progress of a nation, of a society, and humanity at large. Therefore, we should understand this point very clearly. One can very well be an anti-imperialist without being a socialist. However, one cannot be a progressive without being an anti-imperialist. The position against imperialism is the litmus paper for all political people and organizations. And the nation and national state are still valid and primal categories of the world politics. The claim that nation and national states are outdated is nothing but an imperialist mythology. If you put out of equation the US state with all of its world gendarme forces on every corner of the globe, the whole system would immediately collapse. Without the US state, no trade of sanctions or missile attacks would mean anything and would alarm no one. Without the US state, those apostles of the NGOs who propagate the American way of life, culture, ideology will starve. Without the US state, the terrorist organizations like PKK, PYD, or Turkestan Islam Party cannot stand even 3 days. The power behind the dollar grows out of the American barrel. If there were no US army, the dollar banknotes would be nothing but paper sheets. On the other side, if we put out of equation the national states and national armies, the entire potential for resistance and revolution against imperialism would be gone. No political and economic independence is possible without the resistance of national state. This is why the ideologues of neoliberal globalism demonizes and try to tear down national state and national army. We witnessed as Turkish people in Turkey this very closely and very intensely. So the position of resistance and revolutionary advance must be in the line of national states. This is why we speak of new international order instead of the so-called supranational new world order of America. Internationalism is based on the existence and solidarity of national states, not the destruction of them. So in the new era of revolutions, the main character of revolution is still to break from the ties of the imperialist system. This is what unites us despite all our differences. The rise of Eurasia as a geopolitical bloc is also based on this fact. The immediate threat of the US government to Russia, to Iran, to Syria, to Turkey, and to all the countries of the region united us. It is important that the youth of these countries, all of youth these countries, is anti-American and on the forefront of struggle. The rise of multipolarism is also based on this fact. The US hegemony tries to suppress the Western countries and its allies' sovereignty as well. They are also trying to find a way out from the US hegemony. The youth of Western countries is also in search for an alternative. That means all the historically progressive developments on the world scene is happening on the front of fight with the US imperialism and hegemony. Now I'd like to propose some general lines of uniting youth struggle all around the world. First, we should unite with no precondition, with no reservation against US imperialism and hegemony. All the youth organizations around the world should come together to share their experience, show their solidarity, and grow an international consciousness of struggle. This is why, as Vatan Party Vanguard Youth, founded the World Anti-Imperialist Youth Union, WAYU, in 2014. It has more than 40 organizations from 25 countries, and hereby I call forth all youth representatives and all the parties who listen to us right now to join our union and lead their youth to join our union. And this system divides youth into ethnicities, religious sects, gender, and cultural identities. We should be blind to all these differences and eyes wide open to the common enemy. In the division, there is death. In the unity, there is life for us. Second, we should act as a single unit against the US aggression and intervention to all oppressed and developing countries, from Yemen to Syria, from Bolivia to Brazil, from Myanmar to Bangladesh. The oppressed and developing world is resisting hard to the assaults of imperialism. They should hear the solidarity of the world, and we should echo their voice all around the world. Third, we should fight against the ideological siege of the US hegemony and neoliberalism. The US-based Atlantic system offers us nothing but more debt, more war, more internal intervention, more sanctions, more terrorism, and no peace, no production, no prosperity, no security, no human rights, no democracy, and no justice. It offers the youth, their own youth and the all youth in the world, nothing but drugs, blind consumptionism, nihilism, anarchism, and decay until they consume their relationships, consume their joy of life, and even consume themselves. It offers no bright future, no hope. The West has failed in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. They lost not just many lives, but their humanity as well, as they compete with each other rather than cooperate. This is the time we should challenge the Western ideology, what Samir Amin, whom I commemorate with great respect, once said, liberal virus. This is the time we should challenge liberal virus more powerfully than ever. Fourth, we should show courage to imagine an alternative world. Frederick Jameson once said, an American Marxist in 1990s, it is easier to think the end of the world than to think to the end of the capitalism. This can be adjusted to this American-based system, but it is no more unthinkable right now. It is right in front of us. A new world is rising. And this new world is based on the benefit of the public, development by sharing, peaceful coexistence, non-interference, and the idea of the common future of humanity. The rising values of this new world are humanism, revolutionarism, populism, and altruism. Now it is really the time to say new worlds, to name that rising world. The era of revolution is the era of youth. This new era of revolutions is the time that we should take much braver steps to put much more effort to unite and rise international youth struggles. In this world, in this new world, youth is not just the vote constituents, but they are the historical subjects that affect the course of history and their own fate. It is the force that fights on the forefront of defense for homeland against imperialism. That's why I conclude as the following. The future of youth in this new era is the same with the era's future, bright and full of hope. As we unite, we will win and shape our common future together. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Shikbin. That was a revolutionary speech as well. We expected from the youth. You have given us very important and critical information everyone should internalize. And also your call and advices should be followed by everyone who seeks for serenity and freedom. We see that Dr. Doğu Perinçek can be reassured. His youth is on the best way to lead Turkey and to lead the world. And now we turn to Bangladesh, to Mr. Ali Collins, the chairman of Youth Unity of Bangladesh. First of all, Mr. Collins, thank you very much for joining us and welcome. We have heard Mr. Akra presenting us the view of Turkey. Now we're eager to hear your assessment of the new international order with the title American imperialism always patrons the fundamentalist communal terrorist forces. Now it's your turn. Here you go. Mr. Collins, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to organize this session by the Bhatan parties. I am express my best greetings to Bhatan party over there, and also organize a youth session to give us the chance to express our speech and make the movement for future youths and present youths. My greetings from my organizations, Youth Unity of Bangladesh in Bangladesh Jubo Moitri. However, when we're in this symposium, when New World Order Symposium, when we are in the session, by this time around the world in the pandemic COVID-19. So this is very significant for the youth. Some youths looking for jobs, they cannot get the jobs. Some youths already drop out from this job, and jobless people is in the world day by day is increasing. This is very significant for the life and face the pandemic also. So my speech title, American imperialist always patron the fundamentalist communal terrorist forces. You know, already we have celebrated Golden Jubilee of Bangladesh, independent of Bangladesh last 26 March. We have passed our Golden Jubilee is going on. And also at a time we were very lucky to celebrate anniversary, birth anniversary to Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Their 100 years celebration. We have anniversary in this last month of the March. So if we think about the Americans, so it's a history. Need to go back to 15 years back. That 15 years back. That's mean 1971. 1971 is the liberation war period. You know about the liberation war. We are in the war that time. America is totally against of us, and very interesting. When the war collaborate the Jamaat Islam, you know, Jamaat Islam was the totally against of our liberation, and also this political Islam party, Jamaat Islam, also collaborated with the Pakistani armies that time, and not finish the war this time. That time the freedom fighter have to recover our country, but till today Jamaat Islam is the feel pain their failure in 1971 16 December. Till today they are making very types of terrorist movement, violence in our country, and patroned by America directly. It has been proven. So the last month in the March, when we are in the celebrating the anniversary of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, our great national leaders, as at the same time the golden jubilee of the Bangladesh. That time Hepazat-e Islam, I think you know, Hepazat-e Islam is another one Islamic fundamentalist terrorist forces. They have make some violence in Bangladesh, some areas. So they are not forget the failure of the 1971. Anyway, where in Bangladesh is sharply divided the politics in one side is the pro-liberation forces, and one side is anti-liberation forces. This is the scenario is here. BNP, Bangladesh Nationalist Party, and some reactionary Islamic party, they are unitedly make a 20-party alliance is here against the government, and government is pro-liberation government, and Awami League led by 14 parties is here. So this time, at this moment, Bangladeshi people always pro-liberation, always they are tagged with the pro-liberation forces. But Bangladesh has some problem. This is the same problem around the world. The pandemic COVID-19. So Bangladeshi youth, unemployed youth is growing up, and youth people who are working, they are day by day jobless the work, and the small enterprises and informal sectors peoples, they are losing job. But government is try, but this is not enough to save to them their life in this moment. Already lockdown is going on. Anyway, I'm not taking more time. I talk about in Bangladesh, Myanmar have push to Bangladesh around 1 million peoples, refugee in more than 1 million refugee peoples in the Bangladesh at this moment, and very significant issue that these Myanmar's peoples cannot carry Bangladesh carrying these peoples, but Myanmar government is now the vulnerable situation is there, but Myanmar has no headache. Their people who are there in the Bangladesh. So I am talking about that. So whole world make a pressure to the Myanmar to come to take over their citizens from the Bangladesh, and it's very true. Is America never ever is the friend of the human peace and humanity around the world. It's a proven matter in the world. The imperialist against imperialist, now the high time to raise the voice around the world. Youth people make a very strong movement against the American imperialist policy. I hope if we are making the raised voice and united movement against the American policy, so present and future youths will be present present and future youth will be seen bright era. This is I'm talking about that. So including I'm saying included sentence I am trying to say imperialist America be destroyed now, and the high time to resist and make a raise united voice and movement around the world against American imperialism. Thank you with solidarity. Thanking you, the organizer, and hope we have to make a very united movement against America around the world. Youth make a win from the American imperialist attitude and policy. Thank you all, and stay safe and secure from the COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you for being with us today. It was an informative speech. So you briefly outlined the harmful US foreign policy, especially with respect to Bangladesh, public order, religion, and factor humanity. Thank you very much again. And now we turn our attention to Palestine, a country that has experienced decades of war and has been repeatedly ignored by the major part of the international community so far. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Yusra Abdallah from Palestinian Students Front to present her speech titled Palestine and the Struggle Against Imperialism. Ms. Abdallah, we're very eager to hear what you will tell us and the world from your point of view. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. In the name of the revolution and in the name of every drop of blood that was shed in defense of a noble idea, in the beginning I dedicate the most sincere feelings to all comrades all over the world, each in their position, who are fighting against imperialism that is robbing us of everything. In the last 2 years, we see the imperialism is manifested in its ugliest form, controlling over treatment, aid, and controlling countries' management of crisis. In Palestine, we face the spoiled son of imperialism, Israel, which controls all our lives, the water, the air, the food, and also the treatment and medication, especially in corona pandemic. Palestine was and is still the spearhead of the struggle against imperialism, and this is because the Zionist ideology and its reflection embodied in the global Zionist movement and its racist colonial entity. That is supported by the imperialist friends all over the world. These imperialist countries, their interests goes side by side with the Israeli colonialism regime and goes against the interests of all people around the world, especially marginalized people. So along with Israel, these governments denies the rights of Palestinian people, the right of return for refugees, the right of sovereignty and independence of our people. On the other hand, Israel supports the imperialist regimes of this government and its control over the people and policies that makes the richest richer and the poorest poorer. It is prevalent that the popular alliance between the Jewish bourgeoisie and imperialism is the basis for the suffering of Palestine. The Israeli occupation continues its colonial policies, aiming to dismantle the Palestinian cause through ethnic cleansing plans, daily invasion and arrest military action against Palestinian communities, and the ongoing siege of Gaza Strip, house demolition, graping land and water resources, controlling all lives of Palestinians around the world. 4,500 Palestinian prisoners are in Israeli jails today. Only during COVID-19 pandemic, more than 2,300 Palestinians were arrested, including children, women, and sick people. 38 women prisoners are today in Israeli jails. 18 of them are mothers. Last year, 5 Palestinian women have been illegally detained in interrogation centers, suffering the several methods of inhuman interrogation and psychological and physical torture. Israel has also continued its inhuman executions of Palestinians in what we call on the spot killing, such as Jerusalemite Yad Halak, who suffers from autism syndrome and was executed on his way to school in Jerusalem last year. And just last week, a man and his wife were shot on their car on their way home by Israeli soldiers. The 54-year-old man died, and the wife suffered from an injury. The blockade on Gaza continues, make the lives of Palestinians in Gaza impossible and hardens any possibility of normal life. Today, poverty in Gaza exceeds 15%. Most of them are women and families are there headed by women. On the other hand, the control of water resources, which leads the consumption of polluted water in Gaza Strip, also the siege is leading to increase of deaths in Gaza due to no access to health outside of Gaza Strip. Also, the Palestinian students have the largest part of suffering, that more than 15 students from Birzeit University and other universities were arrested in the last 2 years, and many students were prevented from obtaining entry visas to European countries and United States for security reasons. Further, the recent annexation plan, which started practically, which imposes Israeli sovereignty over 13% of West Bank lands, mostly agriculture lands, and lands with the nature resources, enhancing the apartheid regime. Toward the Palestinians, which is an indirect ethnic cleansing for the Palestinians, COVID pandemic showed that Israeli occupation seeks to make use of the COVID-19 pandemic to make more pressure on the Palestinians, especially in Jerusalem. Pandemic to make more pressure on the Palestinians, especially in Jerusalem, through the racial policies and health access negligence, the control over the entry of medical supplies to Palestinians, the arrest of voluntary workers who volunteered to help through the pandemics in Jerusalem. The Palestinian people, nevertheless, is still steadfast and is in solidarity with all victims of discrimination and colonialization around the world. We call people around the world to fight against the Zionist colonial regime occupation of Palestine, and we emphasize on the importance of solidarity among us, all to fight against imperialism and neo-imperialism. And in the end, I would like to send all moral support and love to all revolutionaries against imperialism all over the world, and in particular Latin America, which suffers a lot these days, and to Iran, Lebanon, and Syria, and for the strongest and most beautiful continent, Africa. Much love and thanks to our comrades in Vatan Parti C for their hard work and for this great meeting. The comrades united, never be divided. Viva la revolución, and thank you.
Well, thank you. That was a really sobering speech. Thank you very much. We hope that the world hears your voice here, and we will fight together for a sovereign Palestine. You're not alone. Thank you again, Ms. Abdullah from Palestinian Students Front.
Thank you.
And now we are going to Europe. They considered to be neutral in terms of foreign policy by the international community, which is Switzerland. Zeno Casella of Swiss Communist Youth is now waiting for us. Mr. Casella, thank you very much for your participation. We hope you're well. Now it's your turn. We are curious to hear what you will tell us from Switzerland's point of view. If you're ready, we can get started.
Yes, thank you very much, comrade. And I joined the call for solidarity for the comrade that preceded me, and I express all my solidarity and solidarity of Swiss Communist Youth toward the Palestinian people which are suffering in the context of pandemic, but every day from decades because of US imperialism and Israel imperialism. And I would like to thank you also the comrades of Vatan Partisi and the Vanguard Youth for organizing this important symposium and this appreciated youth session. The topic we're dealing with today is of crucial importance for the Swiss Communist Party and its youth organization, the Swiss Communist Youth. The anti-imperialist struggle and the construction of a new world order based on multipolarism have long been top priorities for us. The pandemic has certainly accentuated and highlighted the difficulties and the selfishness of Western imperialism, while emerging countries such as Russia and China have sent concrete signals of solidarity to developing countries, for example, in the case of vaccines. However, we know that when the beast is cornered, it reacts in a more violent and unpredictable way. We must therefore keep our guard up against the Biden administration, which has already declared that America is back. New conflicts, new sanctions, and tensions are therefore very probable. As we well know, imperialism does not easily resign itself to its decline. Our task, especially of the Swiss and European communists acting, as we can say, if you can say so, in the belly of the beast, is to promote a distancing from the Atlantic system and the American imperialism in favor of greater cooperation with emerging countries. A new kind of cooperation as equals with mutual benefit, which distances itself from the neocolonial practices that Western multinationals have adopted for decades. In this sense, we have defended the free trade agreement concluded by Switzerland with China, which is, however, increasingly being questioned by not only by the pro-Atlantic liberal circles, but also by the Swiss government itself. The new policy of relations with China, recently adopted by the Federal Council, foresees a greater attention to human rights. And we all know how this pretext is used to impose sanctions and diplomatically isolate countries not aligned with imperialism. For this reason, we continue to fight for greater cooperation with China, with Russia, and the expansion of trade outside of Europe, which is also in deep crisis. Talking of China, we have also launched a campaign against xenophobia in our country, one of the most serious forms of racism that we breathe in Europe and Switzerland, especially after the pandemic. We are therefore promoting political training courses among young people and young militants to show that China is not capitalist, that the ethnic separatism of the Uyghurs is a tool in the hands of the United States, and in general to show that China has no hegemonic aims and it can be an ally and for a truly independent and neutral Switzerland. As mentioned, however, the Swiss Communist Party also seeks to outline an exit of our country from the Atlantic field, of which we are not formally part as a neutral country, but to which our entire foreign policy, trade, and military is based. Imperialism uses all the instruments at its disposal to keep Switzerland on its side, from the outright corruption of army officers hired by the American military industry to favor it in large defense contracts, to the spying on the federal administration, a scandalous practice for a neutral country, and of which more details you can read in the political document that I will send to the organizer for publication. In order to succeed in opening new avenues for multipolar cooperation, it is therefore essential to guarantee Swiss neutrality and to fight against the pro-Atlantic militarism prevailing in our country. The Swiss Communist Youth plays an essential role in this struggle. Our militants are called to make consensus objection and to refuse military services in this army that indoctrinates young people to Atlanticism and bourgeois nationalism. While we regularly conduct campaigns to fight against militarism and to build a broad peace movement because the Swiss army is no longer a defense force, but for example, occupies Kosovo together with NATO troops. On May 21st, for example, we will take the streets with the movement Fridays for Future, a movement that we know is ambiguous, and many of you view with suspicion, but that gathers wide support among the new Western generation, from which we do not want to separate ourselves. But we will be in the streets with young environmentalists to denounce the responsibilities of imperialism, wars, and Swiss militarism in global warming, and to explain how, to avoid pollution, we must build a planned economy and get out of the productive logic of capitalism. In this regard, we bring as an example countries such as China, which has invested heavily in clean energy. Therefore, it is essential for us to work and fight in collaboration with all the anti-imperialist youth organizations participating in this symposium, in order to succeed in overthrowing imperialism once and for all, and to open the way to new forms of cooperation and diplomacy at the new international level. I thank you for your attention, and I express once again all my solidarity with all the struggles and the organizations that are participating in this symposium. Thank you very much.
Mr. Casella, thank you. If you say all this as Switzerland about imperialism, what should the rest of the world do? So notwithstanding, it was a great enrichment. Thank you much for your informative speech. So we have especially underlined Russia's and China's importance in this regard. Later, we will hear the Secretary General of your party, Mr. I, and we are curious to hear what the elders have to say about this in Switzerland. Thank you again. And now we're going to Russia, one of the key states in Eurasia and in the New World Order. We welcome Maxim Medovarov from Eurasian Youth Movement. Welcome, Mr. Medovarov. We hope you're well. How do you see the International New World Order as a representative of the Eurasian Youth Movement and the largest state in terms of territory in Eurasia that we will hear a lot about in the coming decades? That's also why we will be listening to you very excitedly. Mr. Medovarov, here you go.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to greet all the participants of today's conference. And today I'd like to touch a new distinction between closely related concepts of a multipolar and pluriversal and polycentric world order, the future world order. The similarities and differences between these terms, as well as the reasons for their popularity, should be now discussed. The problem of the degree of readiness of modern great powers, such as Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and so on, for a new, more just world order, is outlined in my today paper. Today we are experiencing the collapse of the unipolar world order, American world order. The USA is the hegemon, the world hegemon, is constantly weakening. But the multipolar world of the future carries with it a number of difficulties and threats. And I think we should have some thoughts about them for future, for the 21st century. We must work hard to overcome the contradictions between our countries. We are talking today about a multipolar, polycentric world, pluriversal. What does it mean? The word multipolar, we still use it. We still use it. In any sense, we do not reject it, but side by side with it, with the word multipolar world. Now we put new terms, polycentric or pluriversal world. Because are we doing so now? We are doing so because the word multipolar can also mean a conflict of some poles, about 10 or 15 poles in the Earth. The polycentric world is more interconnected. Strong countries retain their strength and sovereignty, according to, for example, to the teaching of Carl Schmitt about great powers and their spheres of influence. But nevertheless, they meet each other halfway in a respectful dialogue. That is our hope for the future century, for the 21st century. This especially applies to the old world, to Eurasian continent. It is more important for our continent than, for example, for America. Nevertheless, we see today at this conference some very important reports from USA, Venezuela, and so on from the New World. Nevertheless, today I'm now speaking at the first time about Eurasian continent, about the old world. Our common task today is to get rid of the American hegemon on our continent. To get rid of it. But what is next? The world of the 21st century will not be just a world of a unipolar world government. But it also will not be a world of small national states. Instead of this, it should be a polycentric world of large integration associations of sovereign states and autonomous regions. I emphasize, there are not military political blocs in the old sense, in the sense of the 19th or 20th century. It is not. It will not be blocs in the old sense of NATO or the late Baghdad Pact or Warsaw Pact and so on. There will no longer be associations of small and weak countries around some superpowers, as it were in the decades of Cold War, when some small countries formed groups of satellites around the USSR or the USA. In the 21st century, there will be integration fields around several major players in the international arena at the same time. Let's look, for example, at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We see in one organization such huge powers as China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and as its members. And we also hope in some recent future, in nearest years, to see Iran also as a member of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We are waiting for Iran to join. This is a good example, and of course, we will be glad to see even Turkey in this union, in the case if Turkey will get out from NATO. A less successful example is the contemporary Eurasian Economic Union. It is now a quite weak and soft union. Its members now include only Russia and 4 post-Soviet countries. But if also great powers, Iran, Vietnam, Venezuela, Turkey, if they would come its members, then in the geopolitical sense, it will be a prototype of the future polycentric world, where in the world where not just 1, 2, or 3 countries would be strict hegemons instead of the USA, but a world when the dialogue between some some countries with approximately even weight of power, weight of economics, and so on, they should formate a new type of integration blocks and union. There are contradictions between our countries, yes, they exist. But the main thing is that they are less acute, less sharp than the contradictions between all of us and the contemporary hegemony of Atlanticism, of Atlantist countries and the Atlantist authorities such as the USA and the United Kingdom authorities and their financial allies with their neo-imperialism. I urge the representatives of different countries and as a representative of Eurasian Youth Movement of Russia, we urge them to realize this and not to bring contemporary conflicts with neighbors to the fore. Our common conflict against the neo-imperialistic hegemony of the Atlantist countries is more important now than any border conflicts and neighboring conflicts between our countries, which are presented today at this wonderful conference. So, for the future of the polycentric world, it is in the exclusive role of the large equal integration blocks of the new type of blocks of the type of the 21st century. I'd like to emphasize this moment. So the main question for today is raised about the exclusive role of economical, political, and military integration blocks of the new type in the process of building of the new anti-imperialist world order. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Medovarov. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the position of Russian youth on the New World Order. The speech was very extensive and covered many areas of public and international life. So we had also heard Mr. Duganello today. Thank you again. And I think our next speaker, Mr. Alex Dillard, is missing, so that we will go on with Argentina. Okay, and let's switch to one of the most developed countries of Latin America, to Argentina. We now listen to a pre-recorded video from Juan de Vida from Partida para Todos youth, who unfortunately cannot be live with us today. Latin America will play a very important role as Africa in the New World Order. First of all, Brazil, Argentina, and Venezuela, but also other countries from the continent. Hence, we are pleased to hear the Argentine perspective today. The speech has the title, Multipolarity as a Necessary Condition for a Viable World. The technical committee can now play the video. So I think we can't hear him now.
My name is Juan de Vida.
So,
non, mais là, on a un problème, on a plein disparu, ça va. Oui, oh, tu sais. Oui. Voilà.
So technical committee, we can't hear him now. And okay, then okay, once again, try it again, please. Okay, we'll maybe try it later on. And now with this last presentation of Mr. Medovarov, we close the fifth session, and I would like to hand over the moderation to my friend Gökhan Tatekin. He's joining us also from Germany. Gökhan, here you go. I wish you good moderation in the sixth and final session, and I hereby take my leave. Thank you and goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have another technical problem. So, Gökhan, are you ready now? Okay, maybe we can go on with Mr. Akaretane from Mali. He couldn't connect to us before, so I think he's with us now. Mr. Akaretane, can you hear us?
Friends, dear guests and viewers, I welcome you to the final session of our symposium on the new international order. My name is Gökhan Datikin. I am the editor for Europe. Sorry. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I will start again. You can all hear me?
Do you hear me,
Gökhan? This is Erman. Can all hear me?
Yes, we hear you. But let me talk first.
I hear an echo.
The participants from Mali is here. We couldn't reach him at that time. If you permit us, we can invite them to the stage.
And then I will take over after.
Mr. Akaretane, do you hear me? Muhammed Akaretane. Muhammed Akaretane from Mali.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. It's your turn. Please go on.
Geçmesi lazım. Yapıyorum.
He seems to be connected, but we can't hear him. Işıkgün, your microphone is not open.
Mr. Mr. Akaretane, do you hear me? Benim sesim geliyor mu yani? Biraz kapalı şu an.
Mr. Akaretane, do you hear me?
Şu an sen duyuyorsun. Sen Erman.
Yes.
Okay, it's your turn.
Neyden oluyor? Sesim mi açık? Evet, onu diyorum.
Ben şu an kapattım ben sesini.
Tamam. Şimdi
nereden duyayım peki?
Şimdi sen
neyi duyayım ben?
Sonra buradan açacağız. Bu sayede sen onun cevabını konuştuktan sonra duyabileceksin. Şimdi konuşabilirsin.
Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak.
Konuşmadığımız zaman kapatır mısın?
Muhammed Akaretene, do you hear me? Kulaklık takıp baksana, beni duyuyor. Gökhan, I think my voice is coming to you, but not to Muhammed Akaretene.
Okay,
am I right?
Should we try or should we proceed with the sixth session?
Yes, yes.
We should proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay. Okay. Please excuse the technical difficulties. It's not always that easy. We have participants from all over the world. And so we can't avoid technical difficulties. So, dear comrades, friends, dear guests and viewers, I welcome you again to the final session of our symposium on the new international order. My name is Gökhan Dartekin. I am the editor for Europe of Theory magazine, which is the official theoretical publication of the Vatan Party, Turkey. I'm the moderator for this last session of our symposium. I am saluting you from Frankfurt, Germany. We have here a quite sunny but cold day, but the climate of our event is warm and sunny. I hope you all agree with me. We'll listen to 9 distinguished speakers in the session from Greece, Turkey, Austria, Italy, Switzerland, France, United Kingdom, and Venezuela. For the sake of the progress of our event, I would like to remind kindly all our speakers to stay within the time limits that is given to them. We will start our session with Dimitris Konstantakopoulos, who is also our keynote speaker. He is a journalist of geopolitics. His topic is the crisis of the unipolar world and the need of a global alternative. We are looking forward to this speech. Dear Dimitris Konstantakopoulos, you have 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Also, for a Greek, it's a terrible torture to impose him timeline. We are known for speaking too much, and we want to say everything we have in our mind, which is an advantage and a disadvantage at the same time. I want, first of all, to thank you deeply for your invitation to this conference, which takes place in a very timely moment, when we all wait to see where the United States boat will direct itself. But a conference which is organized also from one of the centers of the geopolitical contradictions of our world, that is the greater Middle East. Our region has been the cradle of great ancient civilizations and also of the 3 great monotheistic religions. Without belittling the dangerous potential of instability prevailing in other regions, like Ukraine and the former Soviet Union or East Asia, our region, the broad Middle East, has a very high probability to decide here the issue of world peace or world war, a war which in prospect can put at risk the very survival of humanity. For various reasons, the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean can play the role of a fractal of a world situation, and it is probably here that history will choose what path to follow. The empires which came from far away to dominate our region have been usually able to do it by applying the rule of the Romans, divide and impera, divide and rule. The ability of our nations to exercise sovereignty will depend to a large extent upon our capacity to avoid falling into the trap of conflicts between themselves, which third forces are trying to provoke. My topic today will not be the Greek-Turkish antagonism. Still, I cannot resist the temptation to make some general remarks on that too. I understand that many Turks are concerned, among other things, about what they perceive as an imperialist encirclement of their country through Greece and Cyprus, just as many Greeks are concerned about the Aegean army opposite of the Greek islands and also of the presence of a very strong Turkish military presence in Cyprus. History weighs heavily on our region, and this factor tends sometimes to increase such concerns. But I must note that United States bases in Greece and British bases in Cyprus do not target mainly Turkey. They target Russia and Iran. And the same is true of the United States bases in Turkey. It is a pity that there is not today a strong movement against the presence of those bases in all our countries, like the one that has existed during the past, and I hope that such a movement will exist in the future. It would be a great progress for both our countries and for Cyprus to be able to solve the problems between ourselves accumulated during past decades in a just, equitable, and stable way. Unfortunately, I don't believe the necessary conditions for such a solution exist today. I don't think we have achieved such a degree of maturity. As for a conflict between us, it would be a disaster without victims, given the capacity of our weapons to inflict unacceptable damage to the other side. Even a Cold War would inflict us great damage and would curtail strongly any margin of exercising sovereignty. As Lenin used to say, we must make concrete analysis on the concrete situation. And my analysis, maybe I'm wrong, brings me to the conclusion that the best solution by far in the present conditions is the preservation of the status quo, in spite of many unpleasant, unjust, and even unacceptable characteristics it bears with. I must note that there are probably extremist centers of power in the Western system which would like to provoke a Greek-Turkish conflict in order to dominate the region, exclude any Russian influence, bear a coup to the One Road, One Belt project, and also to the European Union. I hope that the powers in both Athens and Ankara will be careful to avoid playing their game. Now, turning to the main point of my presentation, I must remind that our world was born in 1990 with the collapse or the suicide, if you prefer, of the Soviet bureaucratic so-called socialism. This collapse represented a historic triumph for the forces of Western capitalism. It opened the way for the world domination of the empire of finance, including on the advanced capitalist countries, in a condominium, I would say, of finance with a strictly speaking American empire. The unipolar world, or to be more precise, the way to such a world was wide opened. The Soviet collapse created the conditions for attempting the world domination of capitalist relations of production and distribution and the accompanying civilization, the system which became known as the neoliberal globalization and which is a deeply hierarchical system meant to assure the domination of the empire of finance on the whole world, either directly or indirectly, through the states, the international, political, media, and intellectual institutions controlled in last analysis by the world financial capital. Already at the time of Soviet collapse, George Bush called this project the New World Order. Western ideologues and politicians presented this project as a democratic and liberal one in order to win the popularity for it they needed. In reality, it has been a deeply anti-democratic project, and it can hardly be called even liberal. That was proved only 2 years after the Soviet collapse, when Americans pushed their puppet, the Russian President Boris Yeltsin, to attack his own parliament, thus terminating the ill-conceived project of Soviet and Russian democratization begun under Gorbachev and opening wide open the way for the most massive plundering of property in history, the privatization of Soviet and Russian state property. The fact that imperialism has used democratic slogans to justify its interventions, and the fact that important forces inside the Western left have quite often used also them to side with Western imperialist interventions, has created an enormous confusion about the most fundamental notions. Democracy and liberalism are not the same thing, although they can have some relationship. The slogan of the French Revolution, freedom, equality, and fraternity, has to be understood as a whole. It is a civilization proposal which is different from the proposal of liberalism. Liberalism is not the same as neoliberalism, although they bear some relationship. But what has nothing in common is democracy and neoliberalism. Democracy means the kratos, the power of the demos, the people, and the absolute power of capital is the neoliberalism, so they are the opposites. This is why I personally refuse to give any democratic and even any liberal credit to the late capitalism and imperialism. I believe we will be more effective to fight imperialism by claiming for ourselves the democratic ideals which inspired the French, the Russian Revolution, and also its child, the Chinese Revolution. I'm a student of Western policies towards Russia since many decades. My personal conclusion is that the West prefers, of course, a kind of pseudo-liberal banania in Russia, banana republic in Russia. But if it cannot have it, it certainly prefers a neo-Stalinist regime than a really and deeply democratic Russia. By the way, by insisting on opposing liberalism and not so much capitalism and imperialism, we run the risk to help inadvertently far-right movements which are against the liberal establishment because they need a different ideology to create the prerequisites for great wars. Hitler's example remains always relevant. Hitler was an opponent of the liberal establishment, even if history is not repeating itself in exactly the same ways. In the light of the 30 years which elapsed since the Soviet collapse, there can be no doubt that the project of New World Order is a totalitarian project of world domination, including domination on advanced capitalist countries. It is also a project of transformation of capitalism by abolishing any democratic characteristics it was obliged to tolerate in the past, by extending the power of finance into the whole economy, and by beginning the transition from the neoliberal to the disaster capitalism. This latest phenomenon we have witnessed in the former Soviet Union, where capitalism has inflicted the biggest social, demographic, and cultural destruction since the beginning of the whole industrial era, destroying the first in history social welfare system, and also later with the debt war against Greece, which was the beginning for the destruction of all the European welfare system. The project of the New World Order was presented in the beginning as a sort of project of eternal candy and peace, but very quickly acquired also the characteristics of generalized wars against Yugoslavia, against the Middle East and Islam, indirectly but clearly against Russia. It is developing into a kind of war against human civilization and even nature through climatic change. Here we have also a transition from the imperialism of conquest to the imperialism of destruction. There is a very significant, I believe, difference from the imperialists of the past. Now, imperialism does not want so much to control the process of accumulation. They don't want so much to control and conquer countries. They want to destroy countries, to deny the use of their accumulation and productive capacities by others. For instance, the Americans essentially controlled Iraqi oil. If the aim of the war would be to control, it would not have a meaning. They destroyed Iraq. The imperialist change of the wars in the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, it is the most important example of interventions after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And I must remind here that the known project of neocons was the overthrow of the regimes of the whole Middle East and also of the regime of North Korea within 2 years. It was an exercise of imperial power which was not aiming only to seize the Middle East, but also to send a terrible message to the rest of the world. If this plan had succeeded, the empire would have traveled would have crossed 80% of its way to full world domination. This is why all mankind owes a great debt of gratitude to the masses of Afghanistan, Iraq, and Lebanon, who their resistance and paying a terrible price with their blood did not allow this project to be completed, and they inflicted a first and very serious defeat. Many other, I will not stop to the other incidents of this long travel of interventions. What I want to say is that every time that imperialism has encountered a defeat, it is reacting in, there is a double kind of reaction. There are the forces which propose to go ahead to escalate the war. When it became clear that the war in Iraq was not so much a triumph, and that there was the risk of letting Iran reigning over the region, then there was a proposal which is repeated systematically since that time by the extremist forces of the empire around Benjamin Netanyahu, who was also the architect of the whole neocon project, and also the mentor of Donald Trump regarding at least Middle East. So there was always the proposal to escalate the war, to go to Iran, and probably, as we know, even from the leaks from the Pentagon, this war would lead to the use of nuclear arms, of tactical nuclear arms. On the other hand, we see that there are forces inside the establishment, the imperialist establishment itself, which begin to be afraid of the consequences of the extremism of the neocons. For example, we have Obama, who has been able to stop the invasion of Syria in 2013, which was prepared with the so-called chemical weapons of Assad. Obama also signed the agreement with Iran on its nuclear program. But even he was contradictory, because at the same time, he permitted the generalization of the conflicts inside the former Soviet Union, in Libya, etc., and also with the encouragement to ISIS. So we see that there is a constant escalation. There are also attempts of some kind of retreat and re-equilibration, but then we'll go for and forward. The great defeat of this project was China. Western capitalism exported to China large parts of its production capacity. It sought to lower this way the cost of production in the West and to damage the strong position that Western popular classes had acquired after the Second World War. They were also hoping that the introduction of foreign capital would undermine the Chinese political regime, the rule of the Communist Party and the alliance of farmers and workers, and the economic regime of the plant economy. In other words, it would lead to a Chinese perestroika developing into a catastroika. The calculation proved wrong. The Chinese Communist Party, unlike the Soviet, maintained the image of the West as an enemy at the center of its communication policy. Unlike the Yeltsin regime, they did not agree to implement the neoliberalism recommended to them by the Westerners. They did not adhere to financial globalization, that is, to the control by the power of the world power of the empire of finance. I'm not a specialist on China. I adhere to the opinion of my friend, the great Marxist Samir Amin, who said that China is not a capitalist country, is not a socialist country. So it is an open question, and we will see to which direction it will evolve. But it is sure that it puts the United States and the West in general into a huge dilemma. Now, we don't know, now under Trump, we had a radicalization of the United States policy in the Middle East towards Iran. We had also the destruction of the whole system of nuclear arms control. We had a terrible program of modernization of nuclear weapons. We had also the United States bombing in Syria, in spite of the presence there of Russian troops, which was a test of the Russian nuclear reflexes. We had the threats against North Korea, which were a test of Chinese nuclear threats. We had in general the threat also of annihilation of North Korea, that is the legalization of the nuclear threat of using nuclear arms into public consciousness for the first time since 1945. Now we have the interesting phenomenon of Biden. Trump was defeated. For me, I know that this is a source of difference with many friends and comrades, but I believe that Trump was representing the party war, in spite of his anti-war, so to say, the party of war, in spite of his anti-war demagogy. Now we see that under Biden we have an interesting situation and a very contradictory one. On the one hand, Biden has rushed to sign a new extension of the START Treaty. The START Treaty, the nuclear arms control, means that you accept the other side. You don't. It is irrelevant. It is inconceivable. It is not. You cannot compromise this with a policy of regime change. In the same time, he's encouraging, or at least accepting, the hostility in Ukraine, which is a very situation which can easily lead to a huge international crisis. I don't have the time to speak about Ukraine, but it is ridiculous to speak of not to understand that Donbass and Crimea are Russia, as maybe more than Moscow itself. In the economic field, we see that many of the advisors of Biden are left-leaning proponents of a Keynesian correction. Now, a Keynesian correction is not compatible with new Cold Wars against Russia and China. In the same time, we see the attacks by Blinken on Russia and China, and we see also the fact that we have by a cardinal person of the United States establishment, Mr. Richard Haas in Foreign Affairs, the acceptance of a multipolar world. Those are contradictory signals. Maybe here we don't have the contradictions, so much the contradictions of Biden, but a real and very serious struggle inside the imperial establishment about the direction America and the West will take. We are not, this is beyond our power to influence. What is inside our power to influence is another thing. Up to now, the resistance in various parts of the world and the ascension of the emergence of China, the re-emergence of Russia, have played a great role in containing Western imperialism. The West does not have the means to dominate the world, but it has the means to destroy the world, trying to defend to its dominating position. In order to counter such a threat, it is imperative to produce a political counter vision to the Western decaying world, a new vision for humanity, a new vision for a new world order, a new vision which will be able to attract also a part of Western popular masses. Because if Western capitalism and imperialism are able to enlist the popular support, that will make more easy for them to go to extremist war solutions. Even if the nuclear arms are a relative obstacle to the prospect of a generalized war, they are not an absolute one, and we have a tremendous other probabilities of waging war, like cyber war and many other new forms of technological wars which can be applied. By the way, this we have to do it. I mean to articulate the much needed counter vision of a new democratic, social, economically just world order to counter oppose the Western imperialist order for even a more fundamental reason. If there was not even imperialism, if tomorrow we would not have imperialism, we are now facing the most formidable challenges and threats in the history of humanity. And sometimes the geopolitical challenges are hiding us the fact that after 1945, with those productive forces and with those technologies, humanity cannot survive by repeating the domination claims of that it used to places the Neolithic revolution. It's good to hear about the rise of Asia, because the rise of Asia can somehow contain the West. But there is no more possibility of having the domination of the West over the East, of East over the West. This era has finished. If we insist on playing these games, there will be not any future for humanity. We are speaking about oil in the Middle East, but according to we have gone to war 3 times during last summer, near to war, Greece and Turkey in Eastern Mediterranean, for an oil which maybe does not exist. And in any case, we will not be able to, I am finishing, to exploit it because of a climatic change, which if it continues like it is, it will make all our countries of the Middle East uninhabitable in 30 or 50 years. So the new problems need a new proposal, political, social, and civilizational. And the forces which resist the imperialism have to produce this proposal before it is too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech, Dimitris Konstantakopoulos. Our second speaker is Professor Dr. Defne Tamar Gürol from the Vanguard Women's Organization of Vatan Party, Turkey. We will concentrate on the role of the woman in the constitution of the New World. We are eager to hear your views on this important facet of the New World Order. Dear Professor Tamar Gürol, you have the word.
Thank you very much. Dear political party representatives who will be among the founders of the New World, and dear participants, we salute you all with respect and love as the progressives of the Turkish Revolution, which was carried out with the determination of imperialism will be ruined and destroyed under the leadership of our founding leader, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, and created a leap human rights. We demanded to raise the issue of human at the new International Order Symposium, which we believe will build the unity that will pave the way for humanity as well. Because the eradication of the inequality between man and woman, which begin with the transition of humanity to class society and deepened by neoliberalism, will be possible by the construction of a new world order that will bring equality based on rights and justice. The achievements of the universal struggle for human rights, which rises in the face of male-female inequality, can only come to life with the destruction of the existing system, which naturalizes the phenomenon of oppressed people. The period ahead is a period of historical opportunity in terms of women's freedom and equality. By sharing this understanding and approach with you, our valued participants, we hope to weave networks of cooperation and solidarity between women's organizations. In Turkey, we know the history left behind by imperialism is full of the destruction it has left to humanity. Attacks on oppressed and developing countries are based on destroying the independence, economy, culture, and people of countries. Iraq, Vietnam, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan are living examples of the bloody boots of imperialists in our recent history. Turkey is at the historic turn today called the Second War of Independence and is fighting with the United States in the first place on many fronts. Oppressed and developing countries are no strangers to invasions, coups, assassinations, terrorist acts, sanctions, interventions. The world is witness to the deaths of millions of innocents, rapes, tortures, babies whose lifeless bodies turns up ashore, mothers whose children were taken away. Photo frames full of pain and shame remain fresh in international memory. In Turkey, we know the force that grows and supports separatists and reactionary terrorist organizations such as PKK and ISIL, which we are resolutely fighting. Today, we are faced with the bloody actions of various separatists and reactionary terrorist organizations that are supported by imperialism in China, Russia, Iran, India, Pakistan, Turkey, Syria. As Eurasian countries, although their names are different, in essence, we are fighting the same threat in this regard. Our country is going down in history with the resistance of mothers, who are as effective as an army alone in the fight against separatists and reactionary terror. And we are proud of this. As vanguard women of Vatan Party, we consider taking leading duties in the struggle for independence of our countries against imperialism as the greatest struggle for women's rights and human dignity. We combine our struggle to become an upright and honorable citizen of an independent country with the case for the elimination of male-female inequality, one of the most deep-rooted and petrified problems in history. It is clear that we are the target of armed political and economic attacks of imperialism, as well as an ideological and cultural offense. The new lifestyle and culture imposition has gained momentum today. When technological developments have limited the borders of the country with the speed of the internet, the female body and sexuality to be turned into an object of consumption by being a woman unworthy of unnatural sex and ideological propaganda render the normalization of gender. And the sexual revolution of pornography under the name of breakdown taboos, pedophile, the dissemination of incest, a resurgence of individualism with an increase in depression and suicide, alcohol and drug addiction, prodded the opposite face of the freedoms we are exposed to cultural and human values, reveals the opening of the war, the size of the attack. Cultural effects of imperialism are also our common problem, although their weight in our countries varies, and are major obstacle of women's freedom. Although there are time differences in social transformations on Earth, the inequality to be experienced by women and over the years has progressed in similar ways in every geography. A woman who broke away from production relations once lived lives that were no different from being imprisoned in a cage in terms of her rights. It began to get rid of the cage that she was bound by her chains only with the revolutions that begin in the 18th century and continued to increase her gains until today. However, the path we have to move forward is quite long. Our world will no longer carry this injustice on the shoulders. It should not. Dear participants, we should see that the injustice to be experienced by our women at this historic turn in front of oppressed and developing countries is a humanity problem. Our founding leader, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, said, "The human community is the total of two sexes called man and woman. Is it possible that we advance one part of this mass, neglect the other, so that the integrity of the mass can move forward? Is it possible that as long as half of an object is bound on the earth with chains, the other part can rise to the heavens? We have to move forward without leaving a part of us in chains." We find that imperialist hegemony has collapsed and that neoliberal economic models remain unresolved. The stagnancy, looting, profiteering, and unequal development to be imposed on oppressed and developing countries by neoliberal economic policies are disappearing. A model that grows its resources by producing and aims to develop by sharing is sprouting from Eurasia. In the branches of this sprouting tree, we must expand the employment of women. Women should be part of their country's economic breakthroughs in all business lines and play an active role in production. Opportunities for cooperation encourage women's entrepreneurship in national and international trade are ahead of us. The women's struggle is part of the struggle of power. Women cannot just deal with women's problem. Women's problem cannot be solved by just dealing with women's problem. Just as the problem of women will be solved by the joint struggle of men and women, political problems will be overcome by the joint management of men and women. Our countries and our world belong to all of us. Unfortunately, when we arrived in 1920, women in only 10 countries were able to vote and be elected. Today, although she has the right to vote and be elected, we see that women who has been left out of public life for centuries has not been able to participate enough in political life. We call for a common struggle to come to the days then when we increase the representation of women in politics and do not need to emphasize this sentence. We face the fact that women are not being given equal access to the right to education. Societies that leave their women uneducated are doomed to decline and even extinction. Access to education, which is one of the most basic human rights, is unfortunately still a problem in many countries. Women should have access to education so that they can take leading roles in science, sports, art, politics, working life, production. Violence against women is one of our common problems. Especially during this pandemic period, we see that discrimination and violence against women are fueled. In addition to legal regulations on violence against women, we should be able to bring radical solutions to the problem. The pain of our sisters, whose right to life has been taken away because there are women anywhere in the world, is in the hearts of all of us, and the responsibility belongs to all of us. Today, we all observe that an important problem, such as women's problem, is deviated from the essence through neoliberal feminism and pushed into a deadlock. The feminist movement, which expresses progressive demands at its birth, targets nation states and freedom from identity politics. It turns into a prisoner and a toy of the system in our country. The events that occurred together with the adoption of the Istanbul Convention have shown the neoliberal attack in all its essence, an area of struggle that everyone should share, such as the prevention of violence against women, has been used for imposition that cannot be accepted. It is women and children who suffer the greatest harm. Declaring the ruination of the neoliberal international order, this symposium instills hope and for the real struggle for human rights. Dear comrades, at our symposium, the new international order, we call on women's organizations of all participating parties. Let's establish a common solidarity. Let's ensure the collapse of imperialist system, and the more effective women are the formation of a new world in which women and men will live in a fair share. We know that we are moving to the days of a new world where we will put an end to the imperialist exploitation and free women from all their chains. Finally, we present the words of Doğu Perinçek, the leader of the Vatan Party, that if there is a woman, there is a revolution as well. It is from an aspect a revolution as the women take place. Hoping this conference to be a new beginning. We salute the vanguards of the new world with respect. Thank you.
Dr. Defne Tamargiro, thank you very much for your speech. Following now is the speech of Alexander Markowitz from Austria, who is the Secretary General of the Suvorov Institute. The topic chosen by him is about the famous state and law theoretician Carl Schmitt, and about Schmidt's vision of a post-liberal multipolar world. So, you have the word, Alexander Markowitz. I can't hear Alexander Markowitz. His microphone seems open, but I can't hear anything.
Go ahead and speak.
Your microphone is on. You should select the input option as microphone. We cannot hear you. The input selection is located under the mute button. There is an...
Okay, yes. Does it work now?
Yes, clear.
Great, thank you very much. So first I want to thank you very much for the invitation, especially Vattenpartisi, of course. The global liberalist order is collapsing, whereas its elites are calling for a great reset. Populist movements across the globe strive for a great awakening. But where can these anti-imperialist and anti-globalist forces look for an inspiration? The ideas of German philosopher, jurist, and conservative revolutionary Carl Schmitt, who lived from 1888 to 1985, are an important inspiration for the creation of a future post-liberal multipolar world order. A controversial thinker for the liberal capitalist intelligentsia in the West, Schmitt's thinking influenced the radical anti-capitalist left after World War II, but also the emerging new right in France, Germany, but also Russia. Today, his thinking is widely discussed in the People's Republic of China, but also inside Russia, especially in the thinking of Professor Alexander Dugin and Leonid Savin, but also, for example, in Turkey. Whereas Schmitt is well known for his definition of the political as the definition of the main enemy, which in his thinking was clearly liberalism and political modernity, he also laid down a vision of the upcoming multipolar world, already in the early stages of the Cold War and shortly before. So the first important aspect in his thinking are great spaces and the people. Following Schmitt's political theology, the main definition of the political consists in the identification of the main enemy. In applying his principles on the field of geopolitics in 1939, before the outbreak of World War II, Schmitt laid out the vision of a multipolar world order centered around the ideas of great spaces combined with the principle of non-intervention, liberated from Western universalism. Criticizing the US for turning the Monroe Doctrine from a great space order into an universalistic concept, Schmitt pleaded for Europe forming its own great space, emancipated from the Order of Versailles. In order to achieve this liberation from Western imperialism, he argued for cooperation with the Russian great space of Soviet Union. The precondition for a great space, according to Schmitt, are a political idea in order to organize the space and a leading folk, similar to Russian Narod or in a narrow sense, English people, joining with other peoples of the same civilization, having common roots in religion and history, in building a political order. This order included in the eyes of Schmitt not only the West, Europe and Russia, but also the possibility for other powers to form their own great space. Whereas the fight against the common enemy of liberalism is paramount, Schmitt is not speaking of a morally evil enemy, but an ideologically just enemy who needs to be fought. Whereas conflict takes an important role in his thinking in the struggle against liberalism and capitalism, as Chinese scholar Zhao Tingyang highlights, cooperation between different civilizations is possible according to Schmitt. Therefore, Schmitt's international legal order of great spaces constitutes a first attempt at imagining a multipolar world. Second, there is this notion of land and sea. At the height of World War II, the German philosopher reflected on the nature of politics and history in his work Land and Sea from 1932. Therein, Schmidt regarded history as a struggle between land and sea powers, symbolized by the fight between the monsters of Leviathan and Behemoth in the Holy Bible. Taking the conquest of the sea by England as an example, Schmidt identifies liberalism and Western universalism with the power of sea, pirates and thieves, trying to liquidate all kinds of collective identity, whereas he equates the socially more conservative societies of the Eurasian continent with land power, being forced to come to a mutual agreement with each other since they are sharing the same space. In his critique of the civilization of sea, Schmidt identifies it with capitalism and regards the emancipation of economics from politics as a grave problem. Referring to World War I, he identifies the politics of free trade as a mean of exploitation and domination. According to Schmidt, these tactics can be suddenly turned into a trade blockade by the Leviathan, suffocating its enemy to death under the weight of sanctions and food scarcity. In order to avoid these dangers of international capitalism and universalism, Schmidt once more pleaded as a German conservative revolutionary and Christian thinker for the political organization of great spaces and the defense of the power of land and tradition. As his disciple Alain de Benoit has shown, today's globalization and alienation are a consequence of consumerist society, are themselves a consequence of the civilization of the sea Carl Schmitt spoke of. The third aspect is a new nomos of the earth on upcoming multipolarity. In his book, The Nomos of the Earth in the International Law of the Jus Publicum Europaeum, Schmidt confronted the bipolar system of the Cold War. Seeing his fatherland Germany occupied both in the West and the East, and Europe vanished as the geopolitical power, Schmidt recognized the reason for Europe's downfall in its universalist expansion around the globe. As a problem of this universalism, he not only regarded the military expansion, but also the cultural imperialism of the Europeans, especially the projection of European laws on the Americans, Africa, and Asia. In this process, according to Schmidt, the Europeans fell victim to their own universalism, emptying their own essence and spirit and becoming hollow beings, no longer connected to their own Christian religion and cultural heritage. For Europe, Schmidt refers back to the Holy Roman Empire of the Middle Ages and the figure of Katechon, the emperor as the deputy of Jesus Christ on earth, preventing the advent of the Antichrist, the Dajjal in Islam. He argues that it's Europe's traditional role taking the position of Katechon in its great space in order to prevent the arrival of the Antichrist and therefore the total domination of sea power. In the face of the oppressed peoples in the world, Schmidt pleads for a new nomos of the earth, a redistribution of land according to his teaching of great spaces and therefore the liberation of people suppressed by universalism. A devout Christian, Schmidt appealed to human dignity and called for a rejection of political romanticism and other philosophies reducing humans to one-dimensional beings. Whereas the ideas of Schmidt are widely discussed in Russia and China nowadays, he seems to be despised in European politics at the moment. One could argue that this is only natural, since his thought is in radical opposition to globalization and liberalism. Schmidt does not believe in the one truth of capitalism, of liberalism, and of globalization, but he believes that every people, every civilization is capable of forming his own political order and therefore shall not be subjected to foreign oppression and dominance. He realized Europe's colonization by its own universalism and envisioned a more just multipolar world. His thinking is important for the realization of a multipolar world, which is first and foremost a spiritual struggle of liberation against the spiritual principles of liberalism, of capitalism, and the current unipolar world order, especially in Europe itself, as Schmidt shows in his writings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanking Alexander Markowitz for his speech. The next speaker is from Italy, Fabrizio Verde, director of the newspaper L'Antidiplomatico. Fabrizio Verde, alas, can't speak in person, but our friend Silla will read his speech on his behalf. We are curious to listen to his chosen topic, which is Italy and the new Eurasian multipolar order. Now we are listening Silla Özerçelik reading the speech of Fabrizio Verde.
The US-led unipolar order has entered a phase of inevitable decline. The time has come to build a just system of international relations. The old order has passed. The rise of China and Russia, the economic growth of the developing world, and the move of a number of nations in Latin America toward a socialist agenda are the realities that facilitate the advent of the new multipolar order. Trade between Russia, China, Iran, and South America is booming now, and it will continue to grow as their economies trade with their own currencies, bypassing the US dollar. In a vain attempt to stop the rise of China and Russia, the United States attacks these countries with imperialist fury, but the alliance between Russia and China represents a mighty shield of peace and global security. As affirmed by the leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, in one of his latest articles. Now, Italy is a country cornered between two types of imperialism. The main one is American imperialism, which uses its military presence, occupying the country with several NATO bases. Not a leaf moves in Rome without Washington's approval. The second one is the European Union's imperialism. Although it is subordinated to the US and NATO, it exerts further nefarious influence on the Italian peninsula, particularly from an economic, financial point of view. The notorious external budget constraint and the euro issue represent a real condemnation of eternal austerity for Italy. Rome is actually imprisoned by the action of these two imperialist forces and needs to turn its gaze eastward towards Eurasia to free itself from this infernal grip. In particular, it can receive assistance from the two bastions of the new multipolar order, China and Russia. In this scenario, Italy has the opportunity to break the cage in which it is currently locked up, depressed, humiliated, deprived of any residue of sovereignty. Embracing the new multipolar order, Rome can break the disastrous submission to the Atlantic geopolitical interests. Italy can also take advantage of its central position in the Mediterranean, which has once again become a strategic quadrant of geopolitics and geoeconomics in the world. The Mediterranean Sea is central for international trade. The foreign trade of some of the largest economies in the world with the countries of the southern shore of the Mediterranean has been growing steadily for 15 years. The unprecedented ascendancy of People's Republic of China is in part a result of this increase in trade. The Asian giant is preparing to overtake the United States as the world's leading economic power in a few years. Beijing's trade in the Mediterranean area in the last 15 years has had a monstrous increase, about 841%. A large chunk of this trade passed through the Suez Canal, central location for Chinese strategies based on a strategic initiative of the New Silk Road. The Mediterranean has become a key hub for China to reach the European market and the MENA area, which together represent the largest GDP and trade area in the world. And let us not forget that the Mediterranean is fundamental as a gateway to Africa, a continent with serious growth potential and resources. Due to its geographical position, Italy represents the natural platform for connecting the Asia, Suez Mediterranean sea routes with continental Europe. It is best to play this role by recovering its historic role as a stabilizing power rather than subordinating itself to imperialism. For example, through collaboration with Turkey and recognizing the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, the right climate could be created for the Mediterranean of peace and prosperity. Italy and Turkey are two maritime and Mediterranean powers. They have a balanced bilateral trade worth about $20 billion. Italy is Turkey's fifth trading partner and the second largest in the European Union after Germany. Rome and Ankara have common geopolitical priorities in the Mediterranean. The Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is definitely a sovereign and independent state that controls and governs a territory effectively since its proclamation took place on the 15th of November in 1983 by the Turkish Cypriot Parliament. This parliament is an entity that articulates the free will of the Turkish community in Cyprus. A decided Italian government with straightforward strategic vision could proceed with the recognition of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, a move with the potential of changing the game and displacing those, like France, who try to enter the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as to disrupt the imperialist plans of the US-Israeli alliance. In conclusion, the long-term strategic perspective for Italy now is to break with the US-led unipolar order to embrace the emerging multipolar order based on mutually beneficial cooperation between sovereign Russian, Chinese, and Eurasian states.
We are thanking Fabrizio Verde for his contribution and our friend Sula for her reading. I was informed that my voice is a little low, so I tried a headset. Can you hear me better?
Now, it's better now.
Okay, perfect. Now we have a speaker from Switzerland. Massimiliano Arif is representing the Swiss Communist Party. He will speak about the Swiss communist approach to foreign policy and the relations between Switzerland and Eurasia. A very interesting topic. Dear Massimiliano Arif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear comrades, dear friends. Thank you very much to the Vatan Party of Turkey for the invitation and for the interesting reports we have been able to hear today. First of all, I would like to say 2 words of introduction about the Communist Party of Switzerland. We are still a small vanguard political formation, territorially rooted mainly in southern Switzerland, where Italian is spoken. And so today I would like to propose a few considerations. Our party's approach to foreign policy and the relation between Switzerland and Eurasia, and particularly China. The last Congress of the Communist Party of Switzerland, held in 2016, set out to give force to our party's international policy. Among the priorities we set were not only to build and consolidate relations of friendship and solidarity with the left-wing parties, popular forces and governments of emerging countries, especially the BRICS, but also to try to build concrete forms of cooperation with them. In fact, we recognize as the primary contradiction in the current historical phase imperialism, as opposed to nations defending their independence. From this point of view, we believe that the absolute priority is to fight against the US-led Atlantic unipolarity in order to promote multipolarism. Being communist means for us being, first of all, anti-imperialist. And it is clear that the clash between emerging countries on the one hand and Atlantic imperialism on the other is underway. We are aware that multipolarism is not yet socialism, but it remains a central objective in our view in order to open margins of political agility that can be to the benefit of peoples who aspire to break out of the chains of neo-colonial dependence. Today, we find ourselves in a phase of encirclement that Atlantic imperialism exercised against Eurasia in general and Russian Federation and People's Republic of China in particular. This is expressed in various types of provocation, not least the military one, that try to affect the national and regional security of Russia and China. As Swiss communists, we are convinced that it is necessary to act so that the internal contradiction of the European and of the Swiss bourgeoisie are identified and used to make a change so that our country, for example, can act as a bridge between West and East, diversifying its economic, cultural, political, military partners. We hope that Switzerland can open up more and more towards China, also promoting the project One Belt and Road that will radically change the opportunities for all the peoples. In short, it is necessary to renew the practice of internationalism so that it may once again become not a simply testimony of solidarity, but rather an effective instrument of cooperation to have an impact on reality. In recent months, especially with the onset of the pandemic, we have seen a sharp rise in xenophobia. The attack against all countries that oppose the Atlantic liberal model is total, and these countries are immediately identified as dictatorships. For example, a former Swiss public prosecutor wrote that those who denied the so-called genocide of Uyghurs in Xinjiang should be tried under Article 261 bis of the Swiss Criminal Code, an article that is called anti-racist, but it is in fact used politically against historians who try to research other sources than the dominant ones. A psychological warfare is underway against anyone who does not obey this vision. Therefore, it is very important to develop international solidarity and a better cooperation and coordination between our organizations. Otherwise, it will not be easy to resist these attacks in Europe. Switzerland is an officially neutral country that is neither a member of the European Union nor a member of NATO. Unfortunately, Switzerland is closely linked to the European Union with bilateral agreements that encourage economic liberalization and competition between workers. At the same time, the Swiss army is losing its defensive value to become more and more integrated in the Atlantic structures, for example, by occupying Kosovo with the KFOR or by signing various partnership agreements with NATO. The last one during the first lockdown, when there was no possibility to oppose them. Relations between Switzerland and China have historically been good. This is true both on the diplomatic side and on the economic side. More recently, this has led to a free trade agreement that allows Switzerland to diversify its outlet and its economic partners so that it could be no longer exclusively dependent on the USA and the EU. In recent days, however, the Swiss government published a very serious document, very critical on China. Neutrality should be an instrument for dialogue between, without prejudice with the rest of the world. Instead of respecting the different social systems in the world, the Swiss government explains that the imperative is to protect the liberal international order. This is an insult to all those countries that don't want to be capitalist. Switzerland also insists on defending multilateral organization, but multilateral only means the supranational institution founded by the West, like the IMF, when Switzerland would have every interest in dialoguing with those international organizations that are demonstrating economic and diplomatic vitality, such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, an organization that is never mentioned in the Swiss government document. The free trade agreement between Switzerland and China is an important factor, but liberals that call themselves progressive, ecological, and humanitarian are actively trying to sabotage it for the benefit of Atlantic imperialism. In this sense, it would be very useful to be more coordinated at the trade union level as well, because it is primarily the workers and not only the capitalists who should benefit from multipolarity. If the broad masses of the people do not share the Eurasian integration or the new Silk Road project, multipolarity will only be partial. We need to learn from Latin America's ability to build with the peoples the Bolivarian integration process that Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez were able to launch. We need to have a political class-oriented mass line and not just an intellectual approach. We must first realize that xenophobia is not only racism against the Chinese people, it is also the resurgence of anti-communism that wants to prevent the existing minor revolutionary party in the West from raising their voices. It is now important to discuss how to relaunch what Fidel Castro called the battle of ideas, so that the cultural hegemony of socialism and national liberation can prevail over the popular classes in the imperialist countries and over the youth. To do this, it is necessary to act on soft power. First of all, in our view, there must be more exchanges between parties and organizations with a view to greater political coordination between revolutionary in Switzerland and in the Eurasian countries, including in terms of the political training of people. Secondly, it would be useful to coordinate in terms of communication. It will be necessary to invest in the alternative mass media in a way that is appropriate to the culture of the place, because in the West, we communicate differently than in the East. Creating, for example, counter-information networks that can be used by a broad masses of the people, with particular attention to the younger generation. In addition to the media, it will be useful to speed up cultural and academic work. With the collaboration of the Revolutionary Party of the various countries, we will therefore have to evaluate new way of winning this form of class struggle. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much for your speech, Massimiliano Arifai. We have, relating to your speech, a comment on the chat function of Zoom from Professor Alexander Dugin. He's saying, great discourse of Massimiliano I, and he wants to add some words to your speech, and I want to give him the opportunity to do this. So, Professor Alexander Dugin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just would like to add one remark. So that that is beautiful that we could unite the communist, the traditionalist, the conservative, the people of all ideologies in the common struggle against liberal hegemony. That is really very important. And I would like to stress that in the speech of Mr. Markowitz, the speech of Massimiliano I, and many participants, we don't share the ideology of each other, but we are absolutely together. We are united with the things we deny, we refuse. And that makes us closer to each other. And I would like to stress that it's very important to transcend the traditional things and lines that divides all the people from the left, from the right, from Europe, from Asia, from China, from Russia, France, Turkey, in order to create common front in geopolitical struggle, and a front not of only tactical, but strategical, trying to establish new world vision based on real democracy, real social justice, a real fight against capitalism, because that is about our common refuse of global liberal capitalism. So I would like just add these words, and thank you very much for this excellent conference. It's very important. That is breakthrough that gives us new horizons, I would say. Thank you all participants. That was really happiness. That was really joy to hear all of you. Thank you. Sorry for taking your time.
Professor Dugin, thank you for your valuable remarks. Our sixth speaker is Professor Michel Rimbaud, former ambassador of the Republic of France. He will interpret the New World Order in the context of the geopolitical shift against pandemic luring. Dear Professor Rimbaud, you have the word.
Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. So at first, I want to thank you for your invitation to this conference, to this symposium that is very interesting. And so I will talk about the New World Order, the geopolitical shift against pandemic luring, as you have said. Well, for the neoliberal Western style order, which governed international relations during the 2 decades, 1991 and 2011, of the American unipolar moment, following the breakup of the Soviet Union, it is probably the end of the game for the American unipolar moment and for the Western camp. Nevertheless, if they are losing step by step their hegemony, the United States and company, the Anglo-Saxon allies and Israeli allies, have still a high nuisance capacity and many supporters all around the world, including in oppressed countries. Conscious of their decline, they have difficulty accepting the evidence the world is in search of a new order based on justice, sovereignty of nations, and multipolarism. This is, in fact, the main challenge in the global conflict between the Atlantic Empire, what the geopoliticians do call the empires of the sea, and the Eurasian bloc centered on Russia and China, the heartland. The main theater, not the only one, between being the Muslim green belt that George W. Bush used to call the Greater Middle East, where strategic and vital interests of the two blocs of the two antagonistic sides clash. Goals and stakes, expectancies and realities, at first the proximity to Israel being a determining factor, most pieces of the puzzle have met in Syria in its historical extension, and Iraq, making this region the epicenter of the Great Game. By the way, I want to have just a few words for the Independence Day of Syria that is today, on the 17th of April. And so wishing peace to Syria and to the whole region. It is difficult, in fact, for American leaders, as it were if Obama, Trump, Biden, and so on, to admit the visible outcome of the ongoing confrontation, namely the gradual but fast decline of the US Atlantic Empire in front of the comeback of two rival powers, Russia and China to begin with. Economically, just some facts. China has become #1 in terms of gross domestic product some years ago, as well as the factory of the planet. By the way, I should say that 80% of the medicines and medical material are produced, are made in China or made in India sometimes. Last but not least, I think I will mention the other project, One Belt, One Road, referred to as the Silk Road, that is purporting the Greek national strategy for the century, reflecting the ambition to propose to the world a counterbalance to the Greater Middle East of George Bush. The US military supremacy from the other side is challenged by a Russia born again that has recovered to a great extent the former Soviet Union capacity. It explains the high level of threats and gesticulations in Washington. Moreover, Moscow has become the refereeing political and diplomatic power, not only where it used to be influential, but in many regions, including in the US backyards, like Middle East, Africa, Latin America. The Russian diplomacy is not a circus team, like some Western diplomacy. Even more impressive is the loss by the United States of their moral, intellectual, and ideological power, legacy from World War II and imposed on the free world in the framework of the struggle against communism. This US soft power had overcome the whole international community, or the so-called international community, in the aftermath of the implosion of the Soviet Union. The idea was to instrument new humanitarian law to bypass the basic UN principles. Right of interference was the first principle, was born out in the late 60s in Biafra, in Nigeria. It was theorized in the late 80s, 20 years after, during a conference on moral and humanitarian law. The new idea was presented again as a duty of interference that was to change to a duty to protect before becoming being finalized with the responsibility to protect, the R2P, that was used as a noble pretext to engage into interminable wars. Presented as a subsidiary responsibility of the international community, reduced to the 3 Western permanent members of the Security Council and some like-minded countries. This démarche was in contradiction, of course, with the international law, since it violated the Westphalian principles of the United Nations charters. Let's recall that the R2P became operational after going a very long way for 25 years. It became operational after the fall of the Soviet Union, especially when George W. Bush presented his Greater Middle East project after the September attacks on the World Trade Center, waving a noble concept in order to reach a shameful goal is old as imperialism. According to Anglo-Saxon and Israeli projects, Iraq and Syria, and in alliance with the Islamist forces, having the same goals with different reasons, Iraq and Syria were a priority after the 11 September attacks. But all the Arab countries, with no exceptions, including Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states, ought to be destroyed one by one, and the axis of resistance from Iran to Lebanon neutralized. Washington, by the way, was not ready to accept and is not yet ready to accept any unthinkable defeat. As long as it has no trump cards in hands to impose suitable solutions in all those conflicts, America is waging and leading from behind, as Obama said, endless hybrid proxy wars. This phase of endless wars had been engaged when the COVID pandemic arose to confuse the issue as a kind of political tool, as it was instrumented for political or geopolitical purposes. But it's rather a Western priority, I should say. That's why the official media and decision makers in the so-called international community insistently claim that COVID is the main challenge for all the nations, since the so-called Big Three and permanent members of the Security Council have decided it is a reason to push deceitfully their globalist dreams about a world government. Kissinger is probably the father of this world government concept. It's an old story because he's aged 100 years or something like that. But in 1974, if you remember, or if you don't remember, in the historical, in the diplomatic history, he was making the shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East between the capital to reach ceasefire agreements. But at the same time, he presented in 1974 to Gerald Ford a comprehensive study on the population of the world and its evolution up to 2070, expressing his concern about the high level of world birth rate increase, the disparities between developing and industrialized countries, and the discrepancy between developmental needs and demographic pressure, suggesting that dramatic events could happen just in time, in order to solve the problem. That was the words of Kissinger. The paper remained unpublished until 1989. The notion of pandemics being used as an opportunity to march toward the world government has been integrated in CIA reports for many years. This new global order is to the world what the international community used to be years ago, an updated version of the US hegemony. The American deep state is attempting to seize the pandemic opportunity to save Atlantic leadership, presenting as a fatality a great reset, amounting to create a so-called worldwide government imposed by a sanitary emergency. That's why it integrates into the system like-minded countries, an international UN institution like IMF, World Trade Organization, the World Bank, World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, World Bank, UNICEF, sanitary organisms, foundation, etc. Try to find in the staggering list of leading figures involved in this world government project any non-Western, non-Anglo-Saxon big man you won't find anyone. The only exception is Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, an Ethiopian doctor with a British trained background, Director General of the World Health Organization, in the clutches of the lobby. Those prominent figures leading from behind or from the front line, the world government project, are misguided by the conviction that the world will remain and has the vocation to remain forever under Western rule. And I will go to the conclusion. Nevertheless, given the shift of the balanced forces and the fall of Western leadership in all the fields, economy, military, scientific, intellectual, moral fields, where the Eurasian bloc took the lead, the Western official or deep powers are very unlikely to be able to impose their vicious plan. Between pandemic and geopolitics, there is no contest. It doesn't mean that the future will be a paradise on earth. It depends, of course, on the real prospects of the forthcoming leadership, but even more on the strength of popular aspiration. Anyway, let's hope that this future will be juster. Thank you very much.
Professor Remo, thank you for your contribution. Following now is Klaus Jürgens from Austria. He is an analyst and journalist of TRT World. He states a quite provocative, challenging, and may I say revolutionary question, namely, have previously unthinkable developments become the new standard? I'm looking forward to your insights in relation to this question. Dear Klaus Jürgens, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Am I fine with the connection?
I didn't hear
Am I fine? Can you hear me?
Yes. We hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. Hello. Thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief, 9.9 minutes. I hope I can contribute to this debate in my modest function as a journalist and media person. But as I've said, these are my personal viewpoints. Now, I think there are three issues which mean we have to completely rethink the way we saw our world. And I want to give examples which might surprise you. The first one is Brexit. The second one is a fine young lady called Greta Thunberg. And the third one, of course, is the post-pandemic, hopefully soon, world. Now, I hope I do surprise you a little bit. Now, the first point is the following. Why do I say that a new world order is indeed possible? Why do I think that we can recreate the world solidarity, how North, South cooperate, how we live together from Africa to Australia to America? It doesn't matter anymore. Now we only have to tell our leaders, corporate, political, financial, that this is actually the case. It's a huge responsibility for us, the people. First example, in the middle of the last decade, no one would have ever expected that a member state of the European Union would simply want to disappear out of this bloc. Now, the Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron, he never expected it to happen. He just said, because his advisors told him, look, if you go for Brexit, the majority of the population wants to stay in the European Union anyhow. Now we all know what happened. He gambled his entire political career and just under 2%, and they voted in favor of Brexit, and now we have Brexit. Why did I choose this example? We cannot simply say the world remains always static. It is changing, sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. I'm not talking about whether Brexit is good or bad. I just want to give it as an example that we as the citizens must understand, A, we have power, B, we have influence, and C, we must really think out of the box, including the consequences, which that may actually lead to Brexit as case in point. So this was my first example. Unthinkable things happened in the past decade. Now, second, there was a young lady who decided, and again, same like Brexit, you may agree, you may not agree that we do have a climate change situation. I hope most of our esteemed colleagues here would agree. We would actually say there is a youth development where young people no longer simply listen to what society tells them, what the establishment tells them. There is a development where people simply say we have to take matters into our own hands. Non-violent, non-abusive, not inciting hatred in society. Just talking about an issue, talking to other young people, inviting them to have the Fridays for Future movement, including where I'm speaking from, very close to here in Innsbruck, even here everywhere you can witness it. It still happens, socially distanced now for the time being, but young people are alerted to the future of our planet, which I think is a wonderful development. Now, the establishment, of course, immediately wants to curb it all down and say these are, as you said in your introduction, thank you, these are revolutionaries, these are dreamers, these are young people as usual who have no clue about the future of the planet. Second unthinkable idea I wanted to give you, wrong, completely wrong. I think they have woken up, or we still must support them to wake up. The third brief point, yes, we live in a health situation. I refuse by now in the media to write about the corona, the COVID, the 19, the mutant, the mutation, the what have you situation. I call it a health situation because this is exactly what it is. People died because of a virus. No one doubts this. But what my esteemed colleague just a few minutes from France contributed, asking the question, how do our governments actually react to it? What do they tell us how we have to react? Should we give in to, yes, of course, we have to rein in all our civil liberties. It doesn't matter anymore. This and this happens. Yes, I'm very worried about the corona situation. I have a family myself, so will you. But how is the ratio between accepting cuts of individual liberties and defending civil liberties? Now comes the tricky part. How can we bridge the gap between Brexit, a political phenomenon, irreversible by now, second, a young women setting up a movement, Fridays for Future, hopefully irreversible by now, going on and on and on, and thirdly, something which should be reversible, how can we make sure that our healthcare systems are actually so much better prepared for a future pandemic? God forbid, should it ever happen again? I think I have 2 or 3 more minutes. Now, exactly this was the question I was asked just about a year ago, not making any undue PR by Indus TV in Pakistan. They asked me, Klaus, are you sure that the healthcare systems in developing countries can actually cope if corona would spread? At that time, a year ago, no one really knew the exact extent of all of this. And I said, no, they are not ready. The richer countries will be the first ones to get a vaccine if it's ever necessary. They will start testing. And unfortunately, many people in the developing and emerging world will have to face the consequences. Now, this pandemic has shown us one thing, if anything. There is only one world. There is no more north, south, east, west. There is no more your neighborhood is posh and your neighborhood is poor. You can have a virus by tomorrow. I could. Anyone could. And we have to fight this together. So what I really hope for is that your topic was the new world order, the new international order, that once society rolls up its sleeves and says, another colleague from Switzerland said a few minutes ago, it doesn't matter. You can be right, left, you can be this party, this ideology. Ideology should not stop us from working together in the common interest of the people. Now, I'm so happy when I read the participants, the delegates list of your conference. You did a great job. You brought everyone together from this side and that in the middle. The odd journalist chipped in for good measure. Thank you. But I really believe that we have not much time left. The young lady would say it is climate change. Some politicians would say we don't want manipulation by superstates, for example, a centralized European Union. Others say we as citizens should have a say in how many of our freedoms should actually be curtailed if a pandemic strikes. And last not least, we should reinvent the word international solidarity. There is no more poor north, south. We are all in the same boat. And this is what I think, I hope this event you are holding today would have a trigger on effect. And yes, thank you very much for having been on board. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. Our next speaker is from Britain, Dr. Marcos Papadopoulos. He's a leading expert on Russia and appears frequently as an analyst of contemporary Russian affairs. The title of the speech is as follows: Confronting and Countering the Psychological Hold of Neoliberalism. We are eager to hear his speech. Dear Dr. Papadopoulos, you have the word.
Can you hear me clearly?
Perfectly.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, colleagues, I would like to commence by congratulating Vatan for having organised today's timely and much needed symposium on the neoliberal international order. Further, I would like to convey my gratitude to Vatan for having me as one of today's speakers. Notwithstanding the actuality that the world has never experienced a golden period in its human history, it is painfully evident today that not only is the world ailing and becoming ever more unwell as each year passes by, but that the world is facing a most dangerous menace which, if not halted and then vanquished, will devour mankind and civilization. And the disease which is at the root of the world's ill health today is neoliberalism, an ideology which began to take shape, as we know it today, in the period following the demise of Soviet communism. Neoliberalism is not to be equated in any way whatsoever with classical liberalism, because the two are completely distinct from one another. It is with great sadness and regret that the word liberalism has become terribly tainted over the last 3 decades or so, because of how the word has been hijacked by people whose values and convictions are profoundly incompatible with the tenets of authentic liberalism. Indeed, neoliberals such as Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, or Tony Blair must be making the true and great liberals of the past, David Lloyd George or Henry Asquith, for instance, turn in their graves at the knowledge that the aforesaid neoliberals are some of the key standard bearers in the world today of liberalism. It must also be said too that neoliberalism is utterly alien to socialism, communism, and Marxism. Irrespective of whether one is an advocate or opponent to the ideology of the genuine left, one need only familiarize oneself with the works of Karl Marx or Peter Engels or Vladimir Lenin or Mao Zedong to learn that neoliberalism is as foreign to socialism, communism, and Marxism as the latter three are to capitalism. One can only imagine what the response of the Communist Party of Cuba would be to the notion that, for example, Obama or Blair are socialists. I suspect that the reaction of the leadership of the Communist Party of Cuba to this idea would be no different to how they would react to being told that 2 + 2 = 5. So that raises a highly pertinent question. If neoliberalism is neither liberal nor left, then what precisely is it? What is the nature of this accursed ideology which has caused untold suffering in all four corners of the world and yet purports to be a force for good and morality? What is this ideology which professes to be one of equality, diversity of thought, progressiveness and peace, and yet, in truth, is a malignant cancer devouring the fundamental pillars of human existence and enslaving hundreds of millions of people in the process? Well, the term neoliberalism has its roots in the early 1980s, when it started off as a set of economic principles, as was being constructed, implemented, and promoted at the time by Ronald Reagan in America and Margaret Thatcher in Britain. Since then, and especially over the last quarter of a century, neoliberalism has taken on a very different meaning and appearance. And it is this actuality that I base my definition on of this ideology. Accordingly, in 2021, I would describe neoliberalism as an intellectually devoid, morally bereft, intolerant ideology, one which extols hatred of religion, culture, and national identity, and seeks their annihilation, one which champions the destruction of education, intellectualism, free thinking, and critical thinking, one which advocates the eradication of human identity, including of the male and female genders, one which encourages the systematic erosion of the rights of both women and children, one which constructs tyranny through political correctness, one which calls for a lawless society, partly through defunding the police, one which has appropriated and distorted words and concepts such as democracy, freedom, human rights, equality, racism, progressiveness, tolerance, and diversity, and has used these to suppress and enslave people, and one which advances moral degeneracy, depravity, and debauchery, including the promotion of drugs and sexual perversion. Whilst the ideological tenets and objectives of neoliberalism are, at the very best, unhinged, and at the very worst, diabolical in the strictest sense of the word, nonetheless, a very large percentage of the global population, especially in the West, are either oblivious to the ramifications of the neoliberal order for themselves and their families, or are unaware of the existence of this ideology in the day-to-day lives of themselves and their families, or are hoping that this ideology will go away on its own. And therein lies arguably the most dangerous aspect to neoliberalism, in that a deranged or devilish agenda has been successfully and rapidly implemented in public throughout societies across the world through programming people in such a way that they do not, either consciously or subconsciously, act in accord with their self-interest or the self-interest of their children or grandchildren or fellow citizens. So, for example, today in the UK, many Britons are failing to take action to safeguard British culture due, in large measure, to their fear of being labelled by either neoliberal politicians or neoliberal mainstream journalists or neoliberal lobbyists or neoliberal activists, either on television or in print or indeed on social media, as racist. In short, the global advance of neoliberalism is, and I say these words without a doubt of hesitation, one of the most astonishing achievements in human history and one of the most heinous that the human race has ever been afflicted with. Now, the nerve center of neoliberalism is in America and in Britain, and it is from these two countries that this cancerous ideology infected Europe, mainly, but not exclusively, the western part of the continent. From there, neoliberalism's tentacles have extended to other parts of the world, including Asia. And the tools which the neoliberal elites have used to spread and implement the neoliberal agenda globally are Western mainstream media, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, the European Union, EU, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the World Bank, WB, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. Those groups are some of the most powerful and dangerous the world has ever seen assembled, and they are drivers, whether officially or unofficially, of the horrendous damage which has been inflicted on very many societies across the world in the name of democracy, human rights, equality, and diversity, to name but a few. Further to that, there is no society in the world that is not, potentially at least, menaced by Western mainstream media, NATO, the EU, the IMF, the WB, and the WTO. The psychological indoctrination techniques of neoliberalism have been remarkably successful, even amongst people who can be considered as mildly intelligent. There are two examples I wish to cite here. First, neoliberals in Britain have, over decades now, imposed multiculturalism on the British people, partly because of their loathing of culture, and partly because they realise that by destroying a people's culture, this destroys their national identity, thus making their minds easier to control. To deter Britons from opposing the imposition of multiculturalism in Britain, neoliberal elites forcefully and relentlessly warn that it is racist to disagree with multiculturalism, but it is not racist to erode and replace a people's culture with multiculturalism. Now, that is a wholly perverse, idiotic, and utterly flawed argument. But despite that, the argument has achieved its desired outcome. Alas, vast numbers of Britons today remain passive as their national identity is systematically eroded in front of their very own eyes by neoliberalism. The second example concerns the ongoing conflict in Syria. The image of a dead Syrian child refugee washed up on a beach in Greece in the summer of 2015 was used by neoliberals to justify their view that the existence of national borders causes the deaths of innocents. Hence, countries should abolish their borders. Such a disgraceful act of child exploitation sadly influenced considerable numbers of people in Western countries into thinking that by supporting the existence of borders, this was tantamount to being complicit in the deaths of refugees. It should be said at this point that the real reason as to why neoliberals seek the dismantlement of national borders is to allow the tentacles of neoliberalism to extend from one country to another unchecked. Now, the official neoliberal argument about borders is quite simply absurdity at its most absurd, because foreign states arming terrorist groups in Syria is what ultimately caused the death of the Syrian child in 2015. And this arming was and continues to be implemented and supported by neoliberal elites in America and in Britain. It is at this point that I wish to address the Turkish people. Whilst I have many disagreements with the Turkish state, so for instance, over the conflict in Syria, the Turkish state is not Turkey, just how the British state is not Britain. Thus, I respect the Turkish people's love of God, their love of Turkish culture, and their pride in being Turkish. But please do not think for even one moment what the world is witnessing in Britain, in America, and in other Western countries, namely the erosion of societies there by neoliberalism, would never be replicated in Turkey, because it is that delusion, that complacency, which has, in large part, placed the British people in the peril which they find themselves in today as a consequence of neoliberalism. Too unthinkable to believe would happen, has happened in Britain and in many other countries too. In conclusion, history teaches us that all is impermanent, that the world goes through phases. The world today, particularly in the West, is in a dreadful condition, largely on account of the neoliberal international order. But this does not mean that neoliberalism is a permanent reality. Whilst neoliberalism remains intact in the Western world and elsewhere, it has become a weakened force as more and more people awake to the realization that their day-to-day lives have been infected by an ideology which not only seeks to destroy the very pillars of civilization, but also the very pillars of human existence. But neoliberalism will not fade out on its own accord, for the ideology's elite and its rank and file are fiercely committed and driven to see the world subdued and dominated by neoliberal tenets. Further, The quest to liberate the world from the abominable neoliberal creed will not be a straightforward one. What is required to start with is for peoples, cultures, and religions from across the world to form a metaphoric chain between themselves and defy the diktats of neoliberalism by saying in public, no to political correctness, yes to God, yes to culture, yes to national identity, and yes to free and critical thinking. And by boycotting Western mainstream media in its entirety, which would involve not watching mainstream news channels, not reading mainstream newspapers, and not visiting the websites of both of these. Once people lose the fear of what they might be accused of by neoliberal elites and by neoliberal rank and file, and once they cease in exposing themselves to the poisonous propaganda of Western mainstream media, then the neoliberal order will have lost its psychological hold over the minds of hundreds of millions of people in the world. Then, and only then, will the neoliberal international order, which has cast a dark and dangerous spell over mankind and civilization, be ripe for collapse. Thank you for listening.
So Marcus Papadopoulos, thank you very much for your speech. Our next speaker is from Venezuela. Micaela Ovelar is an international relations expert advisor and independent journalist. The title of her speech contains a very special hypothesis, or maybe I should say statement. It is as follows: the geopolitics of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela versus the United States of America, and why Venezuela is no longer a Latin American but a Eurasian country. Now Micaela Ovelar will explain us why Venezuela is an Eurasian country, but unfortunately she can't participate live. She sent a video, so we listen now to her recorded speech.
Dear Camers, my name is Micaela Ovelar, and it's an honor to be in here in the symposium representing Venezuela. That's why, first of all, I wanted to send you a Bolivarian, a Chavista, and a revolutionary greeting to all of you who are attending to this important meeting, all Cameroons, women and men who are contributing with their soul, experience, and ideas to create a new international order based on respect for sovereignty and independence of state, nations, and people, based on multipolarity and therefore united against U.S. imperialism. The topic that I bring to you today talks about the geopolitics of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism and why it is said that Venezuela is no longer a Latin American country but a Euro-Asian one. I prepared a presentation for this. I'm going to share my screen to begin. Well, as you can see, Venezuela is the gateway to all the southern nation of the American continent. It is also the country in Latin America with the most extensive facade on the Caribbean Sea, sharing this reality with the southern coast of the United States. It has a real impact on the geopolitics of the entire American continent, from the Bering Strait to Patagonia, with its corresponding asymmetry, of course. Adding many other strategic natural resources to oil and gas and its geographical position, Venezuela is a fundamental piece in the definition of geopolitical balances for the United States. Therefore, a count on Venezuela would represent a privileged condition to the U.S. hegemony and imperialism. Stated in a very simple way, this is the central reason that drives many of its initiatives, agreements, and alliances, as well as the direct implementation of United States military position in Latin America and Caribbean territory. As Professor Esther Cedeño from the Geopolitical Observatory of Mexico says, Venezuela not being militarily invaded, it's being besieged by all possible U.S. imperialist means, including, of course, the increasing military presence of land border and maritime borders of Venezuela, as you can see in this map. The profound difference of geopolitical praxis between the United States and Venezuela are historical and has been reflected in the Bolivarian doctrine and in the U.S. Imperialist policy called Monroe Doctrine, which it's known in the political ideological phrase of America only for Americans. The arrival of President Chavez in 1999 as the leader of the Bolivarian Revolution had a profound structural impact on the reality of Venezuela, and in the plan of de la Patria, or plan of the Bolivarian homeland. Chavez revived the Bolivarian doctrine, and with it proposed to contribute to a multipolar and a multi-center world. When we hear phrases like the West has lost Venezuela, or Venezuela, it's no longer a Latin American country, but a Euro-Asian one, since due to the economic blockade illegally imposed by the United States and Europe, most of the Venezuela economy relations are currently being carried out with Turkey, with Russia, and also India, and of course China. Our answer is overwhelming. First, it's not an insult to Venezuela or to anyone to be compared with their Euro-Asian country or an Asian country. Second, it is not possible geographically talking. And third, the approach of Venezuela to Euro-Asian countries, an Asian country, is part of the praxis of the multipolar and multi-center world, and it is based on the Plan de la Patria, just as I said. So let us continue to build a new international order based precisely on multipolarity and various centers of power, which respect the sovereignty of the state and the people. So we cannot finish this presentation without calling for international solidarity to stop the U.S. imperialist blockade against Venezuela and its illegal unilateral sanction. Well, I hope this short presentation has been interesting for you. And before saying goodbye, I would like to especially thanks to the Baton Party, to the Baton Party C, for having me and for making real this important symposium so vital for the multipolar world. And for the rest of my colleagues and participants, I wanted to send you again a huge Bolivarian and Chavista hug. And remember, we shall overcome. Venceremos.
My name is Juan de Vida from Patria.
So we thank Micaela Uelar for sharing her insights. Now I think we are connected to Mali. Mohamed Akeretane from the African Solidarity for Democracy and Independence will present his speech. The title of his speech is Mali Torn Between the Occupations. The floor is yours, Comrade Akeretane. Connected. I think he is connected, but we don't see the camera. The camera is off.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So the floor is yours.
We have many problems of connection here in Mali.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear comrades, Mr. Chairman of the Symposium, allow me to convey to you the warm and militant greetings of all members of the African Solidarity Party for Democracy and Independence, SADI, and those of the political bureau, some of whom are here with me. My intervention will focus on the situation in our country, Mali, which has been facing complex situation for several years. This country, which was the cradle of the great empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, had opted for the socialist path to its independence on September 22, 2016, under the leadership of President Modibo Keïta. This choice, behind which the people mobilized, was quickly stopped on November 20, 1968, following a military putsch sponsored by French imperialism, which could not conceive of any of its famous colonies being entirely sovereign. Imperialism left the formation of an axis, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, working for African unity and sovereignty. After the putsch, our country experienced dictatorship, but the resistance of organizations never waned. In 1991, the pressure of the underground movements and the revolt of people and students of Mali and their leadership, under the leadership of Umar Mariko, the current president of the SADI party, made it possible to overthrow the dictatorship. Unfortunately, the conquest of the revolution of March 26, 1991, were confiscated by a clique of opportunists and corrupt who silently applied the injunction of the World Bank and IMF. The transparent election, which constitute the main promise of liberal democracy, were a tool for confiscating the freedom and voices of citizens. The country experienced another coup d'etat or putsch in 2012. 212 concomitant with the occupation of the north of the country by a tactic alliance between Islamic hordes returning from Libya and separatists without a clear program. Remember the NATO intervention in Libya. This intervention, which was a pretext for the assassination of Colonel Muhammad Gaddafi, assassination ordered by Nicolas Sarkozy and his ministers, Alain Juppé and Jean-Yves Le Drian. The occupation was a great opportunity for the French government to invade the country with its Operation Serval, the objective of which is still not understood. France, to give itself a clear conscience, led its occupation the forces of the United Nations, MISMA and MINUSMA. It was then reinforced by troops from the Sahel in its pay. To make this occupation European, the French government invents the Takuba force, which will be made up of European forces. Mali is thus crisscrossed by more than 22,000 men, but without tangible results. We are witnessing massacres and interethnic clashes. Since 2012, Mali has been occupied over 2/3 of his territory, with the presence of 22,000 men in security. Massacre, digital assassination has spread over almost the entire territory. Why will French imperialism use all its influence to keep it in its fold? Mali is at the heart of West Africa, with 7 borders on Mauritania, Algeria, Niger, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Guinea. This strategical position in the Sahara is coveted. Mali is full of mineral resources such as gold, bauxite, uranium. 2 larger rivers, Senegal and Niger, cross the country, a country producing rice, cattle, and cotton, a welcoming and peaceful people. This does not leave imperialism indifferent. To counter the establishment of foreign forces in our country, in the Sahel and in other regions of the world, we propose to strengthen, as the chairman of our party study said in Yalta in April 2018, to strengthen the axis of peace made up of Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, North Korea, and Cuba against the axis of war led by the United States and composed of NATO and Israel. The Saudi party is working tirelessly to strengthen the partnership with the Patriot Party Vatan Partisi of Turkey and all revolutionary and anti-imperialism parties. Thank you for the attention, and thank you.
Lots of thanks to Mali. Technical difficulties can't result us and our friendship to Africa.
Yes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Pilar from the US. The title of his speech is very accurate. Report from the belly of the beast. Alex Pilar, we are looking forward to a report from the beast called imperialism. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Alex Dillard. I come from the United States, Students and Youth for a New America, and I will be discussing the situation in the United States, both here and globally. One of the big issues concerning the United States at this moment is the U.S.-Afghan withdrawal. Biden just recently announced that he would leave Afghanistan at a later date than promised, on September 11th, which Trump promised on April. Actually, no, in May. He promised to pull out in 2014. Actually, there was a tweet that Biden promised to pull out in 2014. Period. Do that. Because he was vice president at the time. And Obama promised it. Biden promised it. They didn't. They lied. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, however, is a must for the United States, as it caused endless suffering for the Afghan people, as well as for the people of the United States, including the taxpayer money lost, the lives lost, the time wasted, the money wasted, all the stuff wasted. Another big issue concerning the United States is the Derek Chauvin trial. The trial had huge implications for the United States, both in terms of how the United States police runs and in terms of how they treat their own population. Many Black Americans in the United States feel unsafe to police in their own neighborhood. Compare that to other countries such as China, where the police feel as if they're a part of the community, and if the police community feels as if the police are a part of it. One last issue that I will be discussing today is the 2020 election and its implications. As you all know, Joe Biden won the 2020 election, and he has been attacking civil liberties, attacking countries, breaking promises in the same way that Republicans have. Americans need to realize that the Democrats are not good, that they're no alternative, and that they also serve imperialism. All this should be a wake-up call for the Americans who seek a multipolar world and an anti-imperialist world with Marxism-Leninism in the 21st century and Marxism-Leninism in a multipolar world. Salute from the belly of the beast.
So, thank you, Alex Pilar. If I am correct, we have now a video of Juan de Vida from the Patria para Todos youth, and he will share his speech as a video.
My name is Juan de Vida from Patria para Todos Party Youth from Argentina. We are very glad to participate in this symposium, and we want to thank the organization for inviting us. I'm going to be talking about multipolarity as a necessary condition for a possible and viable world. So we know the process transformation and expansion of the imperialistic capitalism that we call as globalization, which has origin its produce after the Berlin Wall fall and the constitution of a unipolarity situation, produced several and profound transformations, damaging deeply the life condition for salary workers and other popular sectors, but also conditioning the very forms of production of social economy. This process will come to contrast with Hobsbawm called the golden age of capitalism, where the welfare state accounts for a more balanced capital-labor relationship worldwide. In this context, the current geopolitical configuration of the Union of transnational financial globalism is produced on the basis of four fundamental vectors that are the militarization, financiation, the chaos, and the drug trafficking. And by now, absolutely everything is commodified, cornering the men to the edges of historical production and placing the market at the center. So in this scenario, the states become an obstacle in order to accelerate the financial grid and the free capital circulation. And these trends apparently are reversible in the contemporary social production, are attacking sustainability of humanity itself. We are in front of the same capitalism and its fatalism, in front of the goodwill capitalization. The actual trend turns to enforce the accumulation of mechanisms for dispossession under novel ways. For example, the importance of intellectual property rights marks the path through which the importance of patents and license grows. The increasing degradation of global environmental assets and the proliferation of environmental degradation, which prevents anything but capital-intense modes for agricultural production, have a result for a total transformation of the nature into a merchandise. Of course, these processes of dispossession are causes widespread resistance. This is what the anti-globalization movement is all about, and this is why it is explained. The return to the private domain of common property rights won through the class struggle of the past, the right to a state pension, the welfare, the national health system, has been one of the policies of this position. And it is not surprising then that much of the emphasis of the anti-globalization movement has recently focused on the claim of the common of the commons and on the attack of the joint role of the state and capital in the appropriation. Today, the capitalism has trouble reproducing itself. It can no longer be produced as it has been produced, nor can it be consumed as it has been consumed. And for the economic sphere, there is a mixed crisis of overproduction and underproduction. The underproduction is basically sustained by the lack of common goods, oil, gas, water resources, etc. And at the same time, it is the result of the succession of overproduction crises. In the imperialistic centers with 15% of the world's population monopolize the 85% of those goods on the planet for the consumption and for the waste. The excessive demand of the humanity on the provision of food, water, raw materials, and the emission of carbon dioxide, which allow us to measure the so-called ecological footprint on the population. It's causing enormous pressure on biodiversity, putting the supply in serious danger, continuation of ecosystem services, threatening both biodiversity and sustainability of the human species itself. So, during the last decades, the so-called commodities have become a type of financial assets. They finance all dimensions of cultures, that is, all dimensions of daily life or social production of men's life. And when we try to problematize the existing alternatives, not from utopian vision, but for the historical understanding of the possible, we start from the premise that the only possibility of the resolution and sustainable of the new civilizational paradigm that overcomes the tendency towards of the civilizational atheism is the multipolarity that neutralizes the tendency towards self-destruction of productive forces, wealth and goods, and forced to build consensus situation. So for us, the multipolarity is not in self-salvation, but it is constituted as a condition of the possibility to slow down and stop the warmongering and financial parasitic tendencies in pursuit of the balance of power that materialize in workforce correlation. So the only possibility of reversing the historical trend towards the abyss, a trend that is accelerated by the crazy dispute between the two main financial schemes, the globalism and the Americanism, is to resolve that contradiction that in itself and the manifestation for each one from the post leads to the devastation. It will not be the rising transnational financial capital that will outperform the decay, but in permanent process of restoration of the national corporate capital. Rather that the scheme is today the multipolarity that express a very complex bundle of relationships, alliance, and new productivity impulse through the BRICS and its different terms. We can point out the limitation criticisms of these economists called a while ago with the euphemism of emerging, and that have been placed among the 20 most important of the planet and among the most important if they are taken as blood. These economists direct and preferential depositors of the productive relocation process with the economic dynamism that this process gave them also result in economies that play in global financial circuit. These are capital that are oriented towards production and construction of infrastructure for a global productivity project that even jeopardize the hegemonic commercial matrices expressed in the mega project of the new Silk routes, Eurasian high-speed trains, ports, airports, etc., through which people, goods, service, and merchandise circulates, which spread vitality and economic dynamism in countries devastated by wars and occupation, which force cooperative integration to countries historically conditioned to the confrontation. So it is transcendental geopolitical modification, but also at the level of the humanist constitution, it is a return to work. So the new Chinese-Russian articulation that is also articulated with the Eurasia project constitute the continental geographic pilot described by Sir Halford Mackinas on a rainy London afternoon in 1904, when in a conference he gave birth to the notion of geopolitics and explain with all solvency that the axis of power of the globe was the geographic pivot on the continental island of Eurasia, the heartland of the globe, as he said. So we said that we should point out the limitation in terms of inward social model expressed by the BRICS, Russia and its impoverished agrarian hinterland that contrasts with Muscovite opulence, productivity, and financial China of abundance coexisting with the discretion, consumption, and hard work of the socially interior. South Africa, that in the same exuberant city contains the impoverished ghettos. Brazil, of skyscrapers and Paulistas, of Rio stock markets vertigo and favela hunger. And India, that never surpassed its caste systems scattered around the so-called Golden Highway that bypassed the country. So all the countries with extremely complex political processes that express these tensions and whose national states are commanding this process. So for us, it will be the combination of philosophy, of ecumenical humanism with the development of the BRICS that will end up dismantling unipolarity, which may offer the basis of the constitution of a new civilizational paradigm. So that's all for us. So we thank again for the invitation.
Dear Camerons, my name is Micaela Ovelar.
So we are thanking Juan de Vida and the Partia para Todos Youth for sharing their views with us. Dimitris Konstantakopoulos, Defne Tamar Gürol, Alexander Markovits, Fabrizio Verde, Klaus Jürgens, Massimiliano Arifai, Israel Rembo, Marcus Papadopoulos, Micaela Ovelar, Mohamed Akartane, Alex Villar, and Juan de Vida. Thank you for your participation and your speeches. And of course, also Professor Dugin for his valuable remarks. May I say that this last session was a great final of a very productive symposium. I want to express my thanks to all the discussants of the symposium for sharing their perspectives on the post-Atlantic order. We consider this symposium as a contribution to the great struggle for a non-imperialist new international order based on national sovereignty, human dignity, and mutual respect. It is an honor to realize this event with anti-imperialist pioneers like our speakers. Thanks a lot. Thanks also to all our viewers on YouTube and social media, which followed our event since this morning. And for all the people who couldn't follow the symposium, the video of this event is online and accessible. Now, I give the word for the closing remarks of our symposium to Professor Dr. Semih Koray of Vatan Party. Professor Koray, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Well, today has been a long day full of rich and deep ideas, approaches, proposals, concerns concerning how to construct a new international order, how to overcome imperialist domination, and how to root out its sources. Well, in such events, the organizers just set the framework. It is the participants who make that framework function. Well, thus our special thanks go to all the participants of today's symposium who made it into a live and energetic and fruitful symposium. Now, as is also emphasized in our invitation letter, we regard this symposium as a first step towards building up an international platform where interaction aiming a new international order, where that can be continued. Now, one of the major maxims of Vatan Party is development by sharing. Well, we think we can make this into a live, efficient platform only if we share that. We share its running, we share how it should be shaped, we share the future events, we organize them together. So that's the aim, that's the intention behind this first step symposium. And as is mentioned also by several speakers during the symposium, the combining element of that platform is, irrespective of the ideological, of the geographical, or of the social origin, the combining element of that platform is to be against, combating against imperialist domination, to create a world where all nations can live the way they themselves choose to live. They can develop the way they themselves choose to develop, and yet they can benefit in doing so from international cooperation. So in the website of this symposium, as the first step, we will get into touch with all the participants who could participate and who were not able to participate because there was some schedule conflict. How to do that? We should share this platform in order to make it really an effective interaction ground towards a new international order. But as a first step, in the website of this symposium, there is an icon, join us. Well, we would be very pleased if the participants who wish to join that platform and take part in its further being shaped during that platform, in the future being organized together, well, they can join us through that click. Now, we chose not to have a communique on the spot for this symposium. Now, that would be unjust to the richness and to the depth and breadth of the ideas which were expressed here. Just to try to formulate a communique of the symposium on spot. Instead, what we plan to do is, and we plan to do also with the participation of all the participants, we will study. We will not be content with, we will not stay content with having listened to the speeches which were made today. We will
We don't hear you, Professor.
We have the technical problem.
He is connecting again.
Well, I'm sorry, my internet connection got lost, so but I just rejoined you. Sorry for the interruption. I guess I should continue. I was about to finish what I wanted to say. Do you hear me?
You can repeat the last 1 minute.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, my internet connection got lost, unfortunately. So, well, we had a break. I'm sorry for that. Now, let me continue from where I stayed. Now, we plan to study all the presentations. Well, please do send the written text if you haven't done so far. Then this is with the aim of summarizing all the lessons that can be drawn from the symposium, along with sharpening our agenda, determining, well, what we should focus on, what the future workshops, joint activities, what that should focus on, the agenda of that. So, well, we will also let you know about that, but we prefer, well, all the participants who are willing to take part in this preparation, they are most welcome to do so. Well, after we have that, the lessons and sharpening the agenda, we will also share that with all the participants. So that is what we plan for the near future. But as I said, let me repeat, we wish to turn the NINTO, the platform of this symposium, into a joint international platform, into an interaction ground where the problems, the struggle for, the aims, everything which is concerned with constructing, building up a new international order can be dealt with. Now, let me close this symposium by thanking to the participants once more, but I also would like to thank to the moderators, to the organizing committee, with an emphasis on the young people who formed the secretariat, the technical teams who dealt with translations, introduction of speeches, and so on. They spared no effort in doing that, so our special thanks go to them as well. Well, so that's the end of the symposium, but the beginning of a new interaction ground towards a new international order. Thank you very much for having participated again.